TikTok, it's time to rock, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me here live with our special guest. We hope, a couple of special guests who are going to jump in and join us. If you guys aren't aware of the illustrious man sitting next to me, I'm going to do a bit of an introduction. He is one of the co-authors of this outstanding book. He's been on the channel a couple of times. He was with us exactly this time a year ago when we did our tribute show. And we also were fortunate enough to have Chris and Brad on talking about their experiences and what led up to them writing this great book. How are you, Chris? Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you, Andrew. It's been a few months so since the last talk.
Awesome. I've been keeping up with you. I know that you enjoy hanging out with Van Halen fans and music fans.
Oh yeah.
I've watched you on a couple of other shows talking about your experiences, and look, I have to give you credit where credit is due. Good on you for doing that, because it was a point that I made when we had Steve Rosen on the show too. It's important for us as fans who have supported what you've done, because for a long time, Chris, we had the magazines,
right?
And we had to have the words to go to the pictures, to go with the pictures, you know, and in those olden days, you know, when magazines were
True. Before all this.
Yeah. And you know, I know that you're a modest guy, but the music journalists were in their own category up there with the musicians that we were following, because you're the conduit. You were the conduit between us being the fans and the musicians, you know, the Yetis, and just giving us and asking all those questions that we were always dying to ask. So you know, important part to play in rock and roll.
Yeah, I guess, you know, my thing is, it was never about me. It was always about the person I was talking to. You know, that's the thing. I was the conduit. I was basically there to kind of bridge the gap between the reader and the artist, and to hopefully get them to open up and speak, you know, freely about what they were doing. I think one thing that hit me really early in my writing career is I was at a NAMM show, and I was talking with somebody, and you know, some random person, and he was like, oh, you know, I read this article. I was working at Guitar Player magazine at the time, and he's like, he finally realized that I had done this interview with this artist that we were talking about, and he just happened to mention kind of offhandedly, oh, I never read the bylines. And that always stuck with me. You know, I thought, yeah, it's like, you know, a lot of people don't read the bylines, and I shouldn't be concerned about me so much as it's really just getting the word out there. So that's been my approach. And I think, you know, I hope that, you know, I don't really hope, but I mean, that's kind of how it ended up working with Ed, you know, that you know, Brad and me and a few other people became his mouthpiece over the years. And there's a handful of people that he trusted. And, you know, Ed never sat down to really do a bio, you know, an official biography. So it was kind of left to a handful of us out there, you know, as you mentioned, Steve Rosen, Brad, and myself, you know, and Jazz Obrecht has to be in that part of the conversation too, especially very early on, that we're just there, you know. And so I'd rather it be about Ed, not about me, you know.
Yeah. I think what really sort of started making me make these connections over the last couple of days, I watched the Ben Fong Torres documentary on, I think it was on Netflix, and what was really interesting about what Ben was trying to do with Rolling Stone back in the day, you know, a lot of artists trusted him because you know, he gained the confidence, and but besides that though, he was rock and roll as well. You know, he had to have some of those elements that musicians see in other musicians, and if you're going to be writing about musicians, if you're going to be talking about what they can't really explain themselves clearly,
right,
you've got to have that kind of that edge that musicians, and you and I have spoken about this when you were on the show, because you're a player as well.
Yeah,
you know, so you could tap into that part of, like a Eddie, for example, and he would have looked back and, oh yeah, this guy knows his shit. Yeah, he knows. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's I think part of the thing is rocket journalism's interesting. I'm sure it's this way with other, where they're talking about race cars or whatever, that you kind of have to live the life as well.
Yeah.
For me, it was, I wanted to be a rock star when I was a kid, but I kind of had a little bit of a rude awakening in very early in college. Actually, it was my freshman year in college. I ended up working for a major record label in Los Angeles, Boardwalk Records, with Neil Bogart, who discovered Kiss, the Village People, Donna Summer, Angel, goes on and on with all the bands. And Boardwalk was his after Casablanca label. And we worked with Joan Jett, Night Ranger, Curtis Mayfield, a whole bunch of, Ringo Starr, a bunch of people. But I learned just how tough it was to be a rock artist, or just to be an artist in general, and how tough it was to get signed. I was right next to Bruce Birds, who was the A&R man. I was next to his office, and I would hear all these great tapes come in. And a lot of times I'd hear something that caught my attention and be like, hey, why don't we go after these guys? And it's like, oh, well, we have to sell X amount of records and we think we can only do so much with them. And I was kind of a punk rocker back then. I was of the aesthetic like, geez, well, the Police, did their first album for, $20,000, $30,000 or whatever. Even I knew Van Halen did their album really quickly. And it's like, why does it have to be the big production? We're not every band's going to be Fleetwood Mac and have to spend a year and millions of dollars in the studio, but they just didn't look at things that way. But I just saw how tough it was. So my thing was not to maybe be involved on the stage as a performer, but to kind of be around that. So that's kind of how my whole career developed. And it's funny because we talk about various things I got into fine wine because I just thought, if I can associate with certain rock stars who can, afford the good stuff, that got me down that path. I got into certain other, things, not drugs or anything, but just, certain other things like cars. You start to learn about cars because you learn about some other subjects to talk about that these guys are interested in. But music was always the hook. If you could really talk, like you knew what you're talking about music as a musician, I found that people really opened up the most.
Okay, so I've got this question I want to ask you. So, we're all guitar players and we might sit down and we might plug it in and we might just come up with this like real cool riff, and we all do it, or you might learn a riff and go, yeah, I've got it down to pat. Yeah, a songwriter, will come out and within 2 minutes, like Tom Petty, for example, wrote "Refugee" in 3 minutes during a cigarette break, and came back with these great words. You're a writer. You're sitting there in front of your word processor or your typewriter or your computer, and you're writing away, and bang, you write this paragraph that just does something for you as a writer. And do you, like a songwriter or a musician, do you sit back and read this paragraph over and go, or article and go, wow, that's pretty good?
Not too often. I'm usually more critical, of things. Part of the challenge is, and I guess it's kind of similar to being an artist in certain ways when you have a contract, and especially in the years where you used to have to put out an album every year, or sometimes in the Beatles days, almost every 6 months. But I guess there's a few times I've gone back and read something. I know there was an article, an interview I did with Johnny Cash back in the day, and sometimes I go back and read that, and that's something that I look forward to. Going back with the stuff with Ed was always good. I think the thing with Ed, I'm still learning about him, even now, and it's there's so much I wish I could go back, and I think that's always the thing with Ed, is because I've interviewed him probably more than anybody that I've ever interviewed. And if I could just go back and ask him about this, or geez, I missed that detail. Oh, shoot. I could have followed up on this. I could have asked about that, and I guess that's the tough thing. I mean, there are some articles I really enjoyed with him. I enjoyed the Guitar Aficionado article with him because that was kind of a whole different thing where the guitars told the stories. Ed was telling the stories through the guitars. Cool. So that was really cool. And I wish we could have done that with every single guitar that he owns, because every guitar that I'm looking at pictures of stuff and finding interesting things that he had. And it's like, what did he do with that? Is it on any recordings, or did he just experiment? What songs did he write with that? How did he get that guitar?
Yeah. Hey, before we continue the show, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a wonderful opportunity here to spend some time with Chris. So if you have any questions for Chris before we get too crazy later on, fire them in the comments, and we'll do the best that we can. We've got 10 people watching us. Thank you very much for watching us. Cool. This is the start of a marathon that the channel is doing. It's our celebration of the passing of Eddie Van Halen. So we're going to be talking a little bit more, obviously, about Eddie from personal experiences and a whole lot of other things. So if you guys are in the chat and you want to come on and hang out with us live, let me know. I can send you an invite link. I'd like to do a quick shout out while I can to the people that have been here from the beginning. So at the top of the screen, we have Sandra Porcone. Thank you, Sandra. Paulie Walnuts, very, very good friend of the channel. Gretch Zeppelin, good to see you, brother. Ellen Toll, another good friend of the channel. Thank you for hanging out with us. Teresa from Brazil is a very, very good friend of the channel as well. She's here. Arvin Gaunt, been with us right from the beginning. Gretch Zeppelin, good to see you, brother. John ZD351 from Melbourne, Australia. We have, who else did I see here? Johnny Heartbreaker, another good friend of the channel. You guys are awesome. Thank you for hanging out with us. We're going to be here, like I say, for a long time. We've got people coming in and coming out. If you have any questions, please, for Chris, I keep saying this, fire them through in the chat. If you want to come on and sit here with us and ask Chris
hey,
face to face, please do. We've got Hoss is going to be coming on soon. He's traveling. Brad's going to be jumping on later on when he gets back from work. So plus we've got a few other people that you guys will know. Thank you very much. Cool. So I suppose I need to ask this question. I made a point about talking about this wonderful book at the beginning, at the top of the show. This book's been out on the market for, 12 months?
For a year, exactly a year, yeah.
Yes.
A year to the day.
Like a lot of Van Halen fans, it's become part of our Van Halen testament. Share with us, please, Chris, some of the experiences, some of your thoughts and reflections over the past year that you've had in regards to the book, please.
Oh boy. Well, as I mentioned, kind of alluded to in the previous question, I just really wish that Ed was still around. I mean, we all do, there was so much, that I wish I could ask him still. I think the biggest part of the book is, I dug deep into Ed, and especially to look at all the interviews that we have done and, combined all this stuff together. You kind of put the whole story together for me. But again, the questions, there's more questions out there that I would love to, to ask him about and to find out about. But I think that, the thing that's been great for me, just how great this community is, the Van Halen fan community, you guys, all the other supporters out there, the people I call the disciples, it's like, it's really robust. And I find it absolutely fascinating. And this is interesting. Just as an aside, because I just recently spoke with Wolfgang about a month ago, and Matt Brock.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, because that was going to be one of the questions. So
cool.
Carry on. Thank you.
But
awesome.
I just was talking with Matt. Oh boy, what was I talking about now? I lost my train of thought. But we were just talking about the level of interest in Ed compared to, all these other guitarists are great. Jimmy Page is great. Clapton is great. But these fans, we obsess over every little detail of Ed's guitars. We obsess over a scrape of blue paint on the back of the Frankenstein. You know, we obsess over all the necks that he changed, all the pickups that he changed, you know, all these little things that he did. He's so fascinating. You know, I mean, I love all the other big names and everything like that, but they're pretty cut and dry. You know, we know that so-and-so played a Les Paul or they played a Strat or whatever, and maybe they changed the pickups or something, but, you know, they weren't like Ed, who's just tinkering constantly with the instrument and just doing all these fascinating things. And I just, again, the level of obsession is just nuts. I mean, I go down these rabbit holes constantly with people.
Sure.
Particularly Alan Garber. I'm sure you guys all know.
Yep.
We are constantly like digging on stuff. My latest thing, which I have to follow up on, I got a little sidetracked. I've just been going down a big hole right now with the Beat It session. And exactly when did that happen? And exactly where did that happen? And Ed left a nugget behind. Actually, it was a 2012 interview that he did with CNN where he talked about recording Beat It. And there's all kinds of confusion, and there's kind of a lot of contradiction in various accounts of the session. But Ed said that Michael was next door working on the E.T. album. And to me, it's like, okay, that narrows the date down significantly, because there was part of this that led me down this whole rabbit hole was what amp was Ed using on Beat It? Was it, so allegedly there's this amp that he borrowed, a Hartley Thompson amp that he borrowed from Alan Holdsworth. There's a story about him renting a Marshall. Wow. You know, and I think that the Marshall story has a little bit more weight to it. But, you know, the story is that Ed had told me that, you know, he didn't have his equipment because it was all packed up for the tour, for the Hide Your Sheep tour. So he had to, you know, get another amp. And actually, I think he told Rosen in the Rosen book that he rented an amp, you know, so again, which brings up to renting the Marshall. And so anyways, we know that the Hide Your Sheep tour began in July. And we know that Michael had started recording the E.T. album in June. So that narrows it down, and that completely jives with the whole, like, the equipment's packed up, they finished up rehearsals. Ed had told me everybody was off on vacation. He was the only guy around, you know, so he didn't have anybody to tell him, no, you can't do this. He didn't have anybody to consult to ask for permission, like, hey, should I do this Michael Jackson session or not, you know? So all these facts are starting to line up. So anyways, it's that, I think it's been the fascinating thing is the conversation with a lot of the fans that I've had here, you know, asking me about, well, what about this? What about that? And, you know, throwing me down the rabbit hole into another thing, you know, another obscure detail to look at. I find it great, the detective work and all that's involved. So I actually have a call into, I have a request over at Sunset Sound to look up their logbook records, because Lukather says that he and Picaro did tracks at Sunset Sound. Afterwards, you know, for Beat It, after, you know, Ed and Don cut the tape all up and everything. So that's a whole big thing. That's, that was fascinating. And just in general, I think the fact that how much people really love Ed still, you know, that's the other thing, is just, again, a really great group of people.
So what's it like, you know, when you realize that you're actually part and parcel of this unearthing, you know, this treasure that, you know, these facts, you know, that you know, people want, and obviously, you know, you're doing it for your own enjoyment, your own benefit too, to make the record straight, I suppose. Right. So you know, you're a historian as well. You're an archaeologist. You're a researcher. You know, wow.
Well, it's fun. I mean, it's, I guess, you know, part of it to me, it's like, gosh, you know, I consider like other avenues I could have gone down. I probably could have been a lawyer, you know, because of just my attention to detail that I've developed over the years as a journalist, you know, of just digging into like those finite details and trying to find whatever, or trying to find evidence, you know, and that sort of thing. I guess, you know, forensic, you know, detective or whatever. But yeah, it is kind of fascinating, especially with Ed. I told Matt, you know, the other day, I've gotten my PhD in Ed, you know, over the last 2 years. You know, I thought doing the book was going to be enough of a study, but the year afterwards, I think I learned even more about Ed than I thought I would, just based on, you know, inquiries from the fans and just, you know, digging around and looking at stuff and, you know, new photos that have come to light. Every new photo that comes out from the early days kind of sheds a new little hint and a detail and kind of fills in the little details in the timeline. So that stuff is very fascinating.
So again, I've got this other question that I want to ask you. So this is Mark Lewisham's book on the Beatles. This is volume 1.
Yeah.
Now this is volume 1. This is 930 pages of a planned 3-volume series. Now Mark came out with this book was dropped on to us 2013. He's working on volume 2.
Wow.
Volume 2 hasn't even been given a release date. Now this is 50 years after the Beatles, and all this information that's so is it going to be like this with Eddie?
That's the thing. I mean, the Conversations book was just, it was our attempt to do 2 things, basically. One was to tell Eddie's biography as if he was writing it himself, as if it was his autobiography, to tell as much of his story in his own words. The other thing was to kind of give this very accurate overview of his life and his accomplishments. We were looking at it as like a textbook. I brought this up again to Matt and to Wolfgang, and that the idea with the book was really this to be kind of a record of Ed's life and accomplishments, the way, like, if you're going to read a book today about the life of Mozart or the life of Beethoven or whatever. And the idea was to focus on a lot of the bigger stuff, to focus on the amps and the guitars, his brand, his instruments that he built, his music, his songwriting, and not to get into the gossipy kind of stuff. We don't know if Mozart threw up at his wedding, for example. Does that really add anything to the story of Mozart if you were to have that? Not really. So we were trying to really focus on the big historically important stuff. What did he contribute to our culture? What did he contribute to our music? What did he contribute to rock music? What did he contribute to history? That was really the idea with it. So, we didn't want it to be dry either. We wanted to be honest,
Sure.
But at the same time, we didn't want to just go down these rabbit holes of just gossipy stuff.
Good. So you've mentioned a couple of times here on the show, Wolfgang. Are you willing to share with us what Wolfgang said to you about the book? Because if I remember rightly, you said to us when we had you on the show that the Van Halens weren't keen. They thought it was too early for you to come out with this book. And a lot of the fans jumped on there and supported you and said, well, if 2 people are going to write the book and come out with a first offering on something from and about Eddie, it had to be you 2, because of the relationship that you had and that the credentials that you've got. So it's not as if you're, some 23-year-old journalist hack somewhere locked in the parents' loft writing the book. You
Right.
actually lived a life with Eddie. So and you said, like I said, the Van Halens apparently thought it was too early. So you've spoken to Wolfgang. Has he shared anything with you that you want to share with us?
I'm not going to speak for Wolfgang, but I will say that all is good. So I will say that much. My relationship with Wolf and Matt and the whole Van Halen camp has never been better. And we've got a lot of exciting things coming up.
So is that code for they're opening up things to you?
Yeah, no, it's all great. It's
good.
We're back to, like it was with the great days with Ed, and everything. I've got an open invitation to go visit 5150. Wolf's working on his new record, and that's going to be a new thing, for us to deep dive into. So we're picking up chapter 2, or volume 2, basically the Wolfgang story.
Wow.
So I'm looking forward to, doing as many interviews with Wolf, picking up where we left off, from the, I did his first interview, with him and his dad. and everything. And, you know, his first cover story on top of that. I mean, what a great thing. He was, what, 16, 17 at the time, you know, but he remembers, you know, so, but we're picking up where we left off and moving forward with it. And man, I can tell you, Wolf is really, that first album, you ain't heard nothing yet. So the next record is going to be a mind blower.
Okay, so I've got to ask you this question too, Chris. So everybody who's anybody, and that's a lot of us, have been talking about the two Wolfgang gigs for Taylor, his
Right.
memorial gigs. And I haven't heard any comments or thoughts from you about Wolfgang's performances of these great songs. Can you share with us, please, your thoughts and what you think of what you saw and heard?
I just, you know, it was those goosebumps like the first time I heard Ed play. You know, it was like I knew he could do it.
Wow.
But it wasn't, I didn't know how, like, on the money he could do it. You know, that's the thing. I don't know if you saw my little snippet. I just had a little brief thing from an interview that I did with him that's going to be in the January 2023 issue of Guitar World. But we were just talking about Wembley. And, you know, the swing on Hot for Teacher. As I mentioned in the thing, I said, I've heard so many people play Hot for Teacher, and they do a good job of it. Yeah. But there's just that feel and that swing, and to me it was like close your eyes and it's Ed up there, you know. And of course there was the Rick Beato thing where he was talking about, somebody said, oh, you know, was he using a recording, you know. It's like, I knew it wasn't a recording, because it's like, but that tone, you know. And he's up there playing the SA-126, the new hollow body, semi-hollow that's coming out, and he was playing a 50-watt. You know, that was it, just a 50-watt head through the blue channel, the 50-watt, 51, 53 head through the blue channel, and just blazing in that mid-range and that sound and that phrasing, of course, and everything. And, you know, yeah, there was a few little glitches, but that was Ed too. You know, Ed, you have like a few little missteps or whatever, but nothing major, you know. But I mean, man, did he just nail it. And I just, when I heard him do that, it was just like, God bless you, dude, because that's, you know, I know he's been struggling to do a proper tribute to his dad, and it hasn't been easy. And, you know, people's egos are getting in the way. And for him to go up there and just say, fuck it, you know, I'm going to go up here and do these songs, you know. And he's you know, he's done the tours with this band and everything like that. And I know he had a lot of people out there bugging him to play Van Halen stuff. And he was right. You know, this was the time, you know, to do it. This was the time. This was the venue, and that was his tribute. And you know, I would love if we do more, if he does more of that stuff. But at the same time, he doesn't have to. You know, he's got his own thing going.
He doesn't have to, but gosh, you know, we mentioned this on our channel a couple of weeks ago after the first gig. Chris, he did it for himself, because you just look at the smile on his face.
Oh yeah.
You know, you can tell the guy's just, and he's looking at the crowd, and he's going, you know what he's thinking? You know, he's thinking, yeah, I can play this shit.
Yeah. You know what the thing is that he's been able to do that for years now, and that's the thing. You know, he's been able to do that. And you know, I haven't talked with him about it. I've talked with other people about, you know, just the shit that he got when he joined the band. And he was only 15 years old. And you had like major radio stations playing these stupid shock jock stuff, mocking him, mocking his weight, mocking his age, you know, and all this stuff. And it's just, you know, and Ed said, my son's got the goods. And it wasn't just, you know, a proud dad talking. He was really serious about that. And,
it's becoming clear. It's becoming clear.
It's become clear,
yeah. Shithead Van Halen fans, unfortunately, that are in the category of Van Halen fans, you know, aren't they? And I think the point is, Chris, and you kind of made it a little bit. It's what Ed wanted. Ed wanted to play. Now I know a good friend of mine who's got a bluegrass band here in Hamilton. I love bluegrass, and it's Hamilton County Bluegrass Band. They've been around for 50 years.
Wow.
And Paul Trenwith, the leader of the band, we were talking about this a couple of years ago, and he knows Van Halen. He's up to date with music, and he said, I can understand why he would want to play with his son, because I played with my sons. I'm finally now playing with my sons, and you stand there and have a look and go, these 3 of my sons here.
Yeah. It makes perfect sense. And I knew that with Ed, because I started interviewing Ed just, when Wolfie was all 3 years old. And wow. I already knew that, in fact, I met Wolfie for the first time when he was 3 years old. And, I knew that you could just tell with Ed that he wanted nothing more than for Wolfgang to follow in his footsteps, And Wolfie didn't just follow in his footsteps. Wolf is the whole band. This is the other thing people don't realize is he's an incredible drummer. We know what a great bass player is because of the tour. Sure. We know now, he sings and he can front a band on guitar. He plays keyboards. He does the whole thing. He doesn't, he really is a one-man band. He does everything well.
So you mentioned Wolfie's signature guitar.
Yeah.
That I know a lot of people, a lot of Van Halen nuts are going to buy, aren't they? Just like when they finally decide to come out with a Van Halen bass, Yeah. I'm sure, you've probably got orders in for a couple of them, Chris, yourself.
True.
Have you seen Wolfie's guitar? When you caught up with him, have you seen it? Have you played it? Or
I haven't had the pleasure. We did the interview we did a month ago was a Zoom call. So I didn't get to. We talked in depth about it though. So anybody who wants all the blow by blow details, you'll see that in January 23rd, 2023 issue of Guitar World that's coming out late November. So
wow, thank you.
Yeah, but that's we saw it. We if you saw Wolfgang out on the road, you saw it. But he's been like his dad, where he's tweaking it on the road, little changes are being made, and everything. And he's going through things, and he's gone through different pickups and everything. And what you heard at Wembley and at the Forum is pretty much almost there. They just have a few other things to do before it's ready to go. But that's they've really got it pretty much dialed in now. But I'm excited. I mean, the pickups sound incredible. He talked about the neck having this kind of very slim, wide profile, and that sounds really cool. And listen to that guitar.
Did he give you any indication? Again, I don't want to get you into trouble or anything like that, so you can say pass, please, or just change the subject completely. Did he give you any indication of when the guitar might be commercially available for?
He did. It will be a little while down the road. I will say that. I won't give any specifics because I having been in the music industry myself, things can get off the track a little bit, but it will be a little patience, but it will be, it's one of the next things in line for the EVH brand. There will be a couple things before, which I can't say what those are just yet. But then that will be coming out, and it's just, again, they're in the final stages of, getting it ready for production. That's part of the thing is they got the prototypes done. Now they've got to figure out how we're going to mass produce this thing. So that's kind of they have to do a few other things to kind of get the final sign off on it. And then it goes into okay, how do we make this and how do we make it consistently? And of course it's FMIC Fender. So they have great experience doing that. But again, Wolf and Matt, man, it's those guys are keeping up the level, that Ed did. They're busting the folks over there at Fender to make sure that, everything is exactly as they want it to be, that there's no compromises being made. So then that stuff takes time. So it will be, soon, I guess, but
Yeah.
not as soon as we'd all like. I'd like to have one now,
Look, I think they're onto a bit of a winner there. It's a guitar clearly, that you can play a lot of different styles of music on. We've seen that with Wolfgang. A hollow body certainly gives you that ability too. You can turn the volume down. You can play certainly blues and stuff like that
Yeah.
as well. But also, we know if you want to crank some Van Halen stuff,
Yeah. Yeah.
through the right amp, it's going to it's going to do that. It's going to peel that off, no problem.
Yeah, that's the other thing is it's funny because I just reviewed the Iconic Series 5150 for for Guitar World not that long ago, and it's so interesting because I plugged all these different guitars into it, like I do when I test stuff out,
Yeah.
and I just thought, let me go get my Wolfgang USA,
Yeah.
my black Stealth, like the 2012 tour guitar. And I plugged that into the amp, and it was just all of a sudden like, boom. I told Wolfgang, and I even wrote this in my review, that it was like that scene in the movie Ratatouille where Remy the rat, combines the strawberry with the cheese. It's
Wow.
like, oh, it's the perfect combination. It's just like this amazing. It was just these guys really. When you pair the stuff with the amps, it's just like, these other guitars sound really good, but man, the amps and the guitars working together is just really a magical combination. And I can't wait. Like hearing again Wolfgang's tone at the Wembley and the Forum stuff, again with the 5150 350 watt, 606 head. I can't wait to try that out myself, because that's some just dripping tone.
Wow.
But they really they have really they've worked really hard on everything, and it's just, again, the same standards. And the other thing that's really exciting too is I can mention this, is that Ed left behind a very detailed plan of what he wanted done with the company and what is going to come out and what he wants to see go on. So for years to come, Ed's kind of this guiding light over the company, because sadly he knew, the condition he was in. And I guess the gift that we had, this is a sad thing, but the gift that we had is that he knew his time was limited, so he took the time to write this plan down, and let everybody know, let Wolf and Matt know this is what he wanted done, which is just incredible. It's really and again, thank God to Fender for sticking with these guys and keeping Ed's wishes to have Matt and Wolf run the company, because they're definitely they're as dedicated as us fans are, and making sure that everything's respectful of Ed's legacy.
Isn't that amazing? And it's so pleasing to hear from a fan's perspective. And I'm sure we've got 14 people watching, and when people come and watch the replay up to this point, they're going to be happy too, Chris, to hear that that the company, because the company for a long time was Eddie, wasn't it?
Yeah.
EVH. So the fact that this continuity is a real thing, because we're human beings. We legacy. We sometimes they become cliches in ordinary language, ladies and gentlemen. But when you hear what Chris has just elaborated for us in this situation, it's not a cliche. He's just told us that Eddie has written this plan. He knew that his time was up. So why would he do that? Because this company was important to him. His name was important to him. And you knew this when you were interviewing him back in the day, when he started putting his name on guitars and amps and all that. He told you even back then. He said, if I'm going to put my name on it, it's going to work.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that was kind of sad is I was going back and reading through the interviews with Ed before I was talking to Wolf and Matt, and came across the quote from Ed where it's like, hey, the Wolfgang, it's got my name on it. It's got my son on it. This guitar is going to outlive me, and he was right. It's still extremely popular model. It's basically the modern Les Paul, at this point. So And the great thing is that, Wolf and Matt are there to carry the torch for him. It's not, some family member who didn't play guitar. These guys were in the trenches with Ed. Matt was in the trenches with Ed for 30 years, starting off as his guitar tech and then becoming his business partner at EVH and everything. And he, the caretaker of 5150 and all of Ed's guitars and amps and everything. And Matt's got an incredibly deep knowledge of amps. I did an article with Matt in an issue of Guitar Aficionado in about 2018, I think it was, on his British amp collection, which is this is the thing. When I went up to 5150 and did the story on Ed's collection, it's amazing. Okay. It's like being, in Disneyland and, the Star Wars set and, the greatest toy store in the world. And then Matt takes me over to this garage and says, now check this out. And it's all of Matt's British amps. And I was just oh my gosh, this is stuff I've never even knew existed. I never saw this before. And
so he's got Foxes, he's got Marshalls, Blues Breakers, JTM 45s.
It goes even deeper than that. All the Watkins stuff, all the Selmer stuff, Music City, Sound City. It's incredibly deep. I mean, the most obscure amps imaginable. The Vamp, which Mark Bolan played. It goes on and on and on and on. And it was just row after row of these incredible amps. And Ed's played them, and Wolfie's playing them, So there's some real interesting secret sauce,
Wow. So that's good news. That's good news that you've got access to 5150 and, and ladies and gentlemen, read between the lines what Chris said a little bit earlier. So there's some things that he couldn't tell us, but let's put it this way. Keep watching this space. If you're not following Chris on Instagram or on his social media links, you're doing yourself a disservice, because if you want to keep up with what's happening with what he's going to be doing with all this information and this relationship that he has for us as fans as well, you've got to keep up with Chris. And so I'll make sure at some stage while Chris is here that I put his social media, his Instagram account anyway, here in the comments. So I've got one other question.
Sure.
There's no well, I've got lots of questions.
Okay.
And I'm sure other people too might have some questions. We got some people that are going to jump on at some stage too, Chris. So you mentioned that Wolfgang's working on some new material,
new album,
and new album.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly you've heard bits and pieces of it, because you've mentioned to us, it's going to be really, really good. Has he given you any idea on when something like this might be released, or is it too early to say?
It's too early to say a concrete date, but this time around, it's not like before where it took a long time. He's cranking this out. He's got a lot of ideas, a lot of songs written, and he's just going to, they're just in there right now working really hard. In fact, it's, pretty much, I did the interview with them just as they were just doing pre-production. They'd only done a few days of pre-production and everything. And then, about a week ago, they started in earnest on the album. But yeah, they're going to just blaze through it.
Do you think he'll tour internationally with it?
I think so. Yeah, definitely. I'm hoping he gets out and sees the world, a bit more and everything.
Sure.
That's, one thing we lacked with Ed and Van Halen, what they did 2 shows in Australia, I think around 2013, I believe.
Yeah. One here in New Zealand in 1997 and a couple in Australia. Yeah. And they went to Japan, and that was about it. Yeah.
They did a small tour of Japan. You got 2012, I think it was 2013, because Ed got sick, and they had to delay everything, and I think that got put off to 2013 if I recall correctly. But but yeah, I really hope he gets out there. I mean, Europe in particular seems to be particularly interested in Wolfgang, and I think it would be good for him to go over there. I can't say for him. I mean, it's up to Ed. I mean, up to Wolfgang. Wolf is very, he knows what he wants to do.
Yeah. Well,
And I can't speak for him, but I would hope he does. I mean, there's a big world out there for him to expose his music to.
Yeah. And with the world opening up now with this thing that happened, over the last couple of years, this is a perfect opportunity. And the thing is, you don't have to do big tours like they had to in the old days,
No.
Chris. You don't have to do a big tour anymore. You can do small tours.
Yeah. Well, my good friend right now, Randy Jacobs, has a band called the Bone Shakers, and he's over in England, and they're doing a week. They're doing a week over there and coming back. And I know people have done that. They go over to France and do like a handful of shows and come back home.
Wow.
And it makes sense. You can do that. With get a fly rig of some sort or whatever. Go over light. And do it. So, but yeah, I think the thing for Wolf is he's kind of the torchbearer of rock and roll right now. I don't think he's kind of coming up still, and he hasn't quite fully fallen into that thing, but he's got the potential to really kind of pick up. I think we've had the Foo Fighters for many years, kind of being the new, the new hope, for rock and roll. And I think Wolfgang's the next one to kind of come up, and be doing bigger and bigger shows and everything.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think some pennies dropped for him when he did these Taylor gigs.
Yeah,
it's just something that you get when you go back and look for the 13th or 14th time at him playing these numbers, and you're trying to find something and what's going on with the pennies certainly dropped. I think he realized at that moment, oh my gosh, something's going on here.
Yeah. Well, he's really the energy level I'm just getting from him and Matt is just incredible. I mean, they I think they've had 2 years to mourn, and grieve, and it's been difficult, but I think at this point, they realize the best way to pay tribute to Ed is for Wolfgang to get out there and do his thing. It's and it still pay tribute. I mean, just by him being around is a tribute to Ed, as much as anything for him to be doing music is a tribute to Ed. So, but I think that's been part of the thing. I think there was a lot of this, what do we do? Do we do a show like the Taylor Hawkins tribute or something like that? And, I think as more time passes, the less we're going to see that. But I think it's just, support Wolf. That's the thing. I think just, go out and see Wolf, and that's the best way to pay tribute to Ed, because that's what Ed would want people to do. Ed would say like, oh, hey, I've done my thing. Listen to my son. That's what he was saying at the Smithsonian, was he was talking up, his son and everything. And so I think that's, that's one big tribute to pay to him. So, but yeah, it's just the energy, like I said, it's phenomenal. The guys are just in such a good place now, and it's just, I think, like I said, this next album is going to be the one that really blows people's minds.
Oh, okay. Well, we can't wait. You mentioned earlier at the top of the show our very, very good friend of the channel, Alan Garber, and he's got an invite to come on here, and he said that he would, if he gets a chance. So we cross our fingers that he does, because we all love Alan. Alan is just, the guy knows everything about Jimmy Page. He knows everything about Eddie Van Halen. He knows everything about Led Zeppelin. He knows a hell of a lot about Eric Clapton, all the stuff, and then all these black blues guys as well.
Yeah.
That we, so he knows all about the history of blues music. But we did one show, and I'm sure it was him. He said to me, Andrew, you got to. I'm going to tell you this. You go to Nashville and see these Nashville bands. A lot of these national bands, they've got EVH amps.
Oh yeah.
On their, and I'm going, and he said, and they're playing. It's not unusual. And you made the comment too about the Les Paul, about the Wolfgang being a modern version of the Les Paul.
Yeah.
And he said there's a lot of guys playing what we would call country using Les Paul time. I mean, Wolfgang
Wolfgang's.
time. Really?
Yeah, yeah. No, I've seen quite a bit of it. You probably don't get as much of it in New Zealand, but man, we got all these country awards shows and stuff. It seems like there's a certain time of year where it's like every weekend, it's like the Country Music Society gets together and they have some shindig and they give each other awards all night long and they perform all these things and they all get together and perform songs together. But if you watch those shows, you just see a lot of these EVH logos up there on the back line. It's insane. It really, but I know like Brad Paisley, for example, loves Ed, when I interviewed Brad once a few years back, gosh, it's probably about 10 years ago now, but, he was just going on about Eddie more than anybody. It was just like Eddie was his guy, and growing up in West Virginia, that's what he was learning how to play, and then of course he switched over to country, but he cut his teeth on Eddie Van Halen licks.
He's coming here to New Zealand in January, and me and 4 friends are going to buy some tickets. We're going to go and see that cat.
Cool.
I've been following him for a while. I'm not going to say that I know everything about him, but I've been following him for a while. And my gosh, I'm going to, look, this is a program. We can talk about anything we want on here. I'm these country cats playing Telecasters with that beautiful clean tone, boy, they can just about wipe the floor on anybody when they play fast, clean licks, Chris.
Oh, yeah.
And boy, they don't make any mistakes.
No, they don't. I had a bit of an epiphany. You were talking about bluegrass there because I grew up playing bluegrass, actually. That's the first thing I started off on. Actually, it was kind of funny because it was kind of a weird backhanded thing that happened. I started off on guitar because initially I wanted to learn how to play banjo. So They said banjo's too complicated, so start off on guitar. So I started on guitar, then I got a banjo eventually. And of course, when I got to banjo, was about the age that I also discovered girls. And
out goes the banjo.
Pretty much, because at the store I was taking lessons, the Gibson SG came in one day, and it's like, I want that, and I bought that SG after my lesson was done. And my teacher was shaking his head and going like, I lost another one, But yeah, I remember like hearing Albert Lee for the first time and just going like, man, this guy has really got something. And it's funny because it led to me in the mid 80s. I built a Telecaster. I'll see if I can find a picture of it. I built kind of a combination Frankenstein and Telecaster guitar. It had a Floyd Rose on it, a single humbucking pickup. It was an EMG, and a 5-string banjo neck on it. And it was just insane. I still have it, actually. I had Cooney at Performance Guitar in Hollywood build it for me. And that was kind of my way, because it's like, well, I can play these banjo licks. I can play the banjo. So if I just transferred that to electric guitar, it'll be like what these country guys are doing. But it wasn't quite that easy. So I'll leave it at that. I mean, I got some interesting things out of it, but of course it's very resonant, and you have all these open strings and everything. And, you have to play a very clean tone and do a lot of muting.
Yeah, I can play clawhammer banjo too. I've got it in the next room. I learnt only to play clawhammer banjo about 4 years ago. So, if you can play the guitar, you can play clawhammer banjo. I think, but it's interesting that you should talk about banjo too, because I didn't know this. I admit that I only came across it recently. I think that's when I started listening to bluegrass a little bit more in depth. Jerry Garcia, before he became the great guitar player of the Grateful Dead,
right,
was a bluegrass banjo player.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. That was, he was definitely a big, I mean, of course, he continued the whole bluegrass thing and did a lot of bluegrass albums later on too. So he never really kind of left that mentality. But yeah, that informed a big way of what he played. I think a lot of people don't realize that about California, actually, is that you have a lot of people who came from the South and from Oklahoma and Texas and stuff to get jobs there. And of course you had the whole Bakersfield thing. So that's a whole other story, is just, all this bluegrass stuff that ended up out in California. So, I mean, that's where I grew up, Southern California, and I got exposed to it, and some great players. I'm trying to find, I actually have a picture I took at 5150. If I can find it.
No problem.
Of Ed's, let me see if I go way back in my thing here because it was pretty early. Ed had a banjo and a bunch of the guitars that he had there at 5150. I'll see if I can find that. Just scroll back way back here in history.
Like all good guitar players, you got to have a banjo.
It was just funny because he had all these random guitars kind of sitting in the office where we were doing the interview, and I snapped a quick picture on my iPhone. It was just like, oh my gosh, it's like, he's got a banjo in there. I have no idea what he was doing with it, but...
Well, you find that. I'm just going to do a couple of shout-outs. We've got Gretch Zeppelin here. He's saying that he found an Australian artist this weekend, a guy called Paul Kelly. Paul Kelly's famous here in New Zealand as well, Gretch Zeppelin. Outstanding. He's been around since the 80s, at least the 80s. Underground, alternative, kind of poppy kind of music. Real cool.
I can't find it. I'm sure it's on my phone, actually. I know I have it somewhere, but I've got so many thousands of photos on my phone. But anyways, I will say this. I don't need to show it, but Ed had, he had all these random, he had a copy. It's like someone had built him a replica of the black and white Frankie. There was a James Trussart guitar in there. There was some airline guitars. There was the mini guitars, the PVs with the EVH necks on them that he used for little guitars on tour. And then there was his banjo in there. So Ed always surprised me. It was amazing. Like all these instruments that he had around and he experimented with and played with. So it's just always.
I just want to fire a question at you. So I think the last time we did a show together, I think we agreed that the 5150 EVH and the Frankie EVH had just been released or was available, and I think you or Brad made the comment that was probably one of the last gifts, that Eddie gave us, certainly the Frankie, because he had to sign that off. The Fender just didn't say, okay, with EVH we're going to make that guitar. So Eddie clearly was right there from the beginning. Is that how you understand it to be, Chris? That he would have said, pull the trigger, let's get this out.
Oh yeah, definitely. He was definitely the one. He had to sign off on everything. If it didn't meet his approval, then it didn't get done. So I will say, even in Ed's absence, I know there's I can't tell you the exact detail, but it's a guitar everybody knows and loves. And, it's going to be one of the expensive ones. Like there was the Bumblebee and there was the black and white Frankie. And of course there was the one that they kicked the company off with, which was the beloved red, black and white, the Frankie basically in its current iteration at that time, that they did. There will be another big replica, very authentic, every single scratch and detail, and expensive, but that will be coming up. But that was in process, while Ed was still alive. It's just one of those things that...
I don't have a problem with that, Chris. I don't have a problem with that because we spoke about this last week on the channel with Kurt Hammett. So Kurt Hammett handed over his Greenie guitar to Murphy Labs with Gibson, as you know. And Gibson said that they were going to do 50, all sold out. And and you couldn't get them through the shops or through the dealers.
No.
You had to go to Gibson, Chris, to get your name on one.
That's
$50,000 US, Chris.
Yeah, no, I know. That was one of the frustrating things that when I was at Guitar Aficionado was like I saw, especially where a lot of the Frankenstein replicas, the first ones ended up, and they're not bad guys or anything like that, but some of these guys were just like chefs who were like super successful chefs, and stuff like that. And it's just like, oh man, it's just like
hanging on their wall and when they're making their lattes.
Exactly. It's a conversation piece, and that some of them can play halfway decent, but they're not virtuosos or anything like that. But it was just kind of funny. That was just like, oh man, it's like I there was like 5 instances where I saw the Frankenstein replica with somebody. I was just like, oh man, and I kind of went through a similar heartbreak because I was hoping to get one of the because the black and white one for me is just that's the first impression I had of Ed was on the first album cover. That's the first time I ever saw what Eddie Van Halen looked like, was on that first album cover. And, with him holding the black and white Frankenstein. So that's always just close to my heart. And when they did the replica of that, I told Matt, it's like, can you put me on the list for one of those? He's like, even I can't even do that, So he just said, there's too many people, it's like, and it's just, it's going to be one of those things of just like, no favors for anybody or anything.
Well, one of the good things though, Chris, about this situation where guitar companies, and look, we don't have a problem with guitar companies and artists making money. It's rock and roll. It's about time. Yeah, make it. People are in business to make money. That's
absolutely.
Fine. So one of the great things though about and let's just use Kurt Hammett's experience with the Greenie guitar. So they're doing a limited run, $50,000. They're going to see how that goes, and we've seen it before. Then they'll bring out a $10,000 version, or maybe a $5,000 version,
right,
for guys like us,
exactly.
To get as close as we can from a replica point of view, because I know a lot of guys who bought the EVH Frankie, and they're very happy with them, Chris.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's the thing about that gets me about EVH, and I don't want to sound like I'm just out here doing an infomercial for them or whatever, but I even have like the 5150 Deluxe. When they first did that, I have one of those, and it's not a super expensive guitar, but man, does it play really good, and it sounds really good. And it's just, again, it's, I know Ed was up there with a Wolfgang special on the 2015 tour that he was playing it for a couple songs. And that just, it's a testimony to everything on down the line with that brand. I mean, again, the 5150 iconic amp is less than $1,000, and it sounds really good. I mean, I get asked an awful lot about questions about, what amp can I get for my kid or something like that. I don't want to spend too much money, but I want to get them something good. And they brought the iconic series out. It's like, well, here you go. This is, got a lot of the features and just the tone. It's going to be less of a struggle for your kid, getting a good sound. So it's a cool thing. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff out there, but EVH is kind of hitting a lot of stuff. It's not just all this, let's just do something with Eddie's name on it and boost the price tag way up, and charge people a lot of money. They're making stuff across all price points and everything, and they're as committed to the quality of the Wolfgang special as they are to the highest end, limited edition replica model.
Well, Chris, we've been raided by a very good friend of ours. You know who the guy is, Fruitcake Tony. He's ended his show over there, and he's sending everyone over here. We've got Alan Garber. We were just talking about you, Alan, in the chat. Bent Tom, another good friend of the channel. Christopher Live Sauer is here. Lenny Lou, good to see you, Lenny Lou. Keith Campbell, Patrick, Holly Lewis.
Oh, Sandra man, the group is here, the gang.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, we got somebody in the green room. We better get him into the stream. This man needs. Hold on, where are we? This man needs no. What is it? No introduction other than this.
What's up, kids? Happy Halen Day.
Hey.
How's it going, Chris? Great to see you, brother.
Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you,
ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for having me on.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know who this guy is underneath holding us all up, his name is Keith Van Halen Campbell.
Got the Frankengill up here that Keith made.
Yeah, man. Thank you for that. Thank you for showing that to Wolf.
With the full-on hat.
Appreciate that. Yeah. That thing was a pain in the nuts to make.
Well, you sent it to me you took the skirt off because you thought it didn't look as good. And I said, this looks too good. So I had to figure out how to take them apart and put them back together again. So
yeah.
I said, you put too much work into that. And it's like, nah, the more stripes, the better.
Yeah, I even painted the jeans underneath that made it look a little Road Warrior-ish.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was very cool.
Yeah, that was a work of passion though, and I got to thank Holly for planting that seed.
Cool.
And I just love doing it. little bit of every striped guitar he's got there. You know, a little bit of the 5150, a little of the Frankie.
Cool. Well, like I said, I'm between you and I, but we talked earlier about, I'll send you a little gift. So that's
sweet. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
But I'll say to the world out there that Wolfgang saw it and approved. So
nice, good. I'm glad.
Much, so.
Yeah, that was an honor. Just you showing it to him. Thank you very much for that.
It was. I couldn't resist.
Completely unexpected.
I keep it right here next to me, so in case I ever need him for a little, little guest cameo appearance.
There you go, little inspiration.
True.
Yeah. Hope everything went with the interview really well. Yeah,
we were talking earlier about it. Just really exciting stuff. I just said, you guys look out. Wolfgang's second album's gonna kick ass. It's gonna. He's a powerhouse, man, and he's fully loaded and motivated. Just ready to go. Got something to say.
Oh yeah. And all the haters, they can just.
Yeah. It's whatever, we talk about the haters and everything like that. We know they're out there. Van Halen, I put up the video, just a little clip there, and I got someone on Van Halen News Desk just took me to task for disabling comments. And I'm not going to get into that, and everything like that, but it's just like I disabled comments because I don't have all the time in the world to swat down negativity, trolling, and spam. I've got articles to write. I've got a life to live, and not only that, I'm not going to let some jackass throw his negativity onto my platform. This is a celebration of Ed, and it was a celebration of Wolfgang, and I just wasn't going to let anybody piss on that parade. Sorry.
And Ed is fantastic, or Wolf is fantastic at dispensing the punishment anyways.
Oh, so
we don't need to do it.
No, he thrives on it. So
he's well versed. Yes.
Yeah. No, I agree with you guys, and that's certainly something that we try and push here on our channel in our small little way. Keith and Chris, as music fans, as musicians, music lovers, it's really important, I think, because we carry these labels, these things that mean so much to us on social media. Do I have an opinion? I've got an opinion on lots of things. I've got, it's how you express your opinion too. Do you guys remember in the early days of YouTube when it was just like crazy and nuts, and it was just like everybody was trolling? Yeah. And we've made this reference before. Like Keith will get a guitar and he'll play his version of "I'm on Fire," and Keith will say, "This is how I play it," and then people will say, "That's not how Eddie plays it." And then Keith will jump on there and say, "I know that. I'm not Eddie. I'm Keith."
Yeah.
Yeah. And Eddie would always say, hey, just because I like it doesn't mean you have to like it. Or vice versa for that matter.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing is when you put your own thing on it, it becomes, that's how music progresses. That's how we got all these different things out there, all these different styles. I mean, come on. Eddie started off playing Clapton, but does he sound like Clapton? Is he a Clapton clone? Not even close.
No.
Here's to Eddie. Raise them all up, people.
Cheers.
I'll go and grab me a Coke. But it's good to see you, Keith.
Great to be on.
We were talking before about just give me a second. We were talking before about how this book here is a year old. How it became important for us as fans, because it was the first book given to us by two people who knew Eddie, and we'll be always grateful for that. This set the benchmark. We've had a couple of other books released, in particular Adam Rosen's, Steve Rosen's book. Sorry, you're mentioned in there.
Yeah. So's Adam, so's Fruitcake Tony, so's Holly, so's Brendan, so's Charles, so's a ton of people that we all know and love. And ironically, I just finished the book last night. I was up all hours of the night and I got through it, and wow, what a read. Okay, what a read.
So please, I don't have my copy. Have you started reading it, Chris? Do you have a copy? Have you?
Oh, I I read it before everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Steve sent it over to Brad and me, actually, before he put it out. So, and there's some very fascinating stuff in there. I would say one of the biggest things I got out of there, and this was a question I always had, was when did Ed start tapping? And the only evidence we really have of that is to listen to all the live recordings, the bootlegs and everything. And there was one thing in there where Ed said, "Oh, I think it was about the time that the band stopped playing at Kazari's." And it's like, yep, that's about the time, because that was, late 76, early 77, because you don't really hear tapping in any of the 76, recordings, the live recordings at all. You don't really hear it much in the early 77 stuff. In fact, it really doesn't come into, especially the eruption as we know it, doesn't come into full bloom until the summer of 77 in those few bootlegs that we have, so it was really a work in progress for Ed. And just to hear him say, when it was still relatively fresh in his memory back then, that it was about the time that we stopped, playing at Kazari's. And it's like, another piece of the puzzle,
Terry Gilbert actually notated a little bit in the one chapter, Voices of Ed, about, the timeline and when he started doing that as well, because Terry would also, he grew up with Eddie, and he would say, he used to do a little bit of it, and then Eddie picked up on it, and then he just ran with it, though.
Yeah, just ran with it, and that's the thing. And that's, it did, I think, and later on he started kind of moving the timeline back a little bit further. But I think it's just really he did really just run with it. Once he really got to that point there, it was just like, man, he took it to a whole other level,
Awesome. I'm just going to interrupt, guys. So we got Mikey Mojo here with us, a very, very, very good friend of the channel, an EVH nut, probably one of the hardcore EVH nuts. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Andrew. Hey, Chris.
Hey,
how are you, my man? What's up,
hey, if you guys, do you have any questions that you want to fire at Chris while you're here with us?
I'm going to stop real quick and say there, I saw a couple questions earlier that I'm going to answer for the people that so politely put stuff online. One person was asking about the Sunset Sound logs. I don't really know because I haven't seen them, but I do. I'm trying to remember the guy over there. We all know who he is, but I put a phone call into him, and he was really busy on some sessions, but he was going to dig around to look up all the session logs. I didn't know exactly what he had, but at least he did have logs for that time in 1982. For when the Beat It session, at least when the sessions that, again, Lukather had told me that Ed actually recorded it at Sunset Sound, but I'm pretty sure that he actually did it at Westlake because of what Ed's story about, Michael Jackson working in the Across the Hall on the E.T. album. But Lukather did mention that him and Picaro did record the remainder of the tracks after Ed and Don Landy cut the tape up to do his solo, to do the arrangement for the solo. That they did do the sessions there, but yeah, they do have the logs for that. So I wanted to answer that question. The other person was asking about when I do an interview, do I do small talk first or do I just go into it? And it depends on the situation. If I have a lot of time, I'll definitely, and the person seems amenable, I'll definitely start off with some small talk and whatever before we just dive into the interview. I kind of prefer to do that actually, because I find it warms people up and you kind of get a feel for things. And but other times you're under the clock and you just got to, as soon as you sit down or you get on the phone or whatever, it's just, you got to go, I'll give an example. One of my favorite interviews was my first interview. I did a couple interviews with David Bowie. And the first time I ever talked to David Bowie, he was in the car somewhere and I had exactly 10 minutes to talk with him. And it was just like, okay, let's just go. And man, did he go. I mean, it was amazing. Didn't seem like he was talking fast, but after I transcribed this 10-minute conversation, I had more than I had from a lot of big stories, a half hour, 45-minute conversation I have with people. So that was just amazing. He just went. But in general, I try to make small talk. I try to get on a personal side with people and relate with them if I can. and just try to break the ice a bit. And the other thing, which wasn't part of the question, but I will say this, I never prepare questions in advance, but I do my research, so I prefer to just have a conversation. I prefer to sit down with somebody and let them lead the conversation and let them talk and let them go. And then I listen. And then I have subjects I want to talk about. I do my research. I guess in a way I write questions in my mind, but I don't have like a list sitting down in front of me, because I find if you do that, you're going to be looking at your list and you're not going to be listening to the person talking, and you may miss out on an avenue, a rabbit hole that might lead you to something incredibly fascinating and illuminating. So
very much like these podcasts, they just meander and weave. Yeah,
exactly.
Those are always the best interviews.
Yeah, I agreed. It's just let it happen organically. So now you guys, you had questions. I'm open. So.
Hey, Chris, we spoke on Instagram briefly today.
Yeah.
And I know I just joined and you probably spoke about it, but congratulations on the paperback release of the book today. I've had the hard copy since last year when it came out.
Cool, thanks.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Awesome, man. Great job.
It's been quite a journey, but to get the paperback thing, I guess, that's kind of a testimony to a success, because that's kind of like, when you got the paperback, that's kind of the mass market sort of things. It means that you've sold enough copies or whatever, and they have faith in you. So that's thanks to everybody for buying the book.
So how does that work without giving us too much information? I'm sure people are interested, because it's related to obviously the subject we're talking about. But is it worked out on units, Chris? Do the publishers tell you that it's X amount of units before it goes into paperback, or
Pretty much. I mean, the plan was initially, to do the paperback, but they had an out in the contract that if the book didn't sell enough copies, that they could axe that project. But man, the book, we actually hit our numbers in the first month. So
good.
Yeah, that was like, we basically had a threshold to cross, before it became profitable to the book publisher. Brad and I got a set amount. We don't make royalties or anything like that. So all this promotion of the book is just to get the word out. It's not because we're getting more money for selling more books. We made whatever money we made up front on it. But with the paperback was just basically, if we cross this thing, we make some money. If we don't make money, then it's not going to happen, because why should we spend all this money on publishing books and everything if it's going to sit there on shelves? Or get what they call remaindered, which means you blow it out and it sits on a stack, for $5 or whatever, with a bunch of books of Florence or something, photos of Florence, or whatever, in cat calendars, but that are expired. But no, it did really well. So that was it is kind of part of the thing that, you've got to sell the books to to hit that level. I mean, some books come out on paperback first because it's a price consideration. It costs less to produce a paperback and so on and so forth. But the hardcover is definitely a nicer presentation. It's got the slip cover, it's got the color photos inside and all that, the glossy and all that stuff. So,
Chris, do they give you the publishers? Do they give you like a certain time frame on that number, like within 6 months, 3 months?
No, not really. Not that I know of. I'm sure they didn't give us. I mean, I'm sure they have in-house. They have something like that. But yeah, the paperback, gosh, I'm trying to remember when we found out. I think it was about the 6-month point that, I'm trying to remember, because I remember getting some news about it. Yeah, it was actually about 8 months out. It was about February. So it was about 4 months into the book being sold that I think they were already starting to take pre-orders on Amazon for it. It's like February or March or something like that.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always made sure, I was one of the first ones to get it, you know me.
Yeah, true.
I blazed through that book. I was just soaking it like a sponge. It was out of this world. Great
crazy
work.
thing, like I mentioned on my Instagram, was just the there's a chart on Amazon that you can look at, and it's like they have like a little kind of a thing, and there's like a number of like whatever ranking number, like an overall number ranking, and then they have like these several different charts that the book appears in. And like the Rock Books chart is kind of the one I always look at, And we've stayed pretty consistently. Like we actually just dropped out of 100 again today, which is really weird. I guess it's because the paperback now is starting to go up and the hardcover is starting to go down. So we've got to catch back up, in the meantime. But we've stayed in like the top 100 rock books consistently, which is a great sign, because that means it's become kind of a perennial, because you look at some of the other books that are on there and they've been out for years. So,
and there was a massive demand right from the out of the gate.
And out of the gate, there was a big demand, and we were up there. I mean, we had to compete against Dave Grohl. His book came out the same exact day as us, and that was kind of that kicked out all of our hopes. Any other time of year, we would have made the New York Times bestseller list, but we came out during probably the busiest book season of like the last decade. We had
Amazon, I believe, right, Chris? You made Amazon's top. Rock.
We made like we got to top of the rock music list time and over and over again. And it's actually funny because I went to France in March, and when I came back from my vacation, I checked the Amazon chart, and we were number 1 on rock books again for some reason. And we just had some strange surge that happened. Oh, I know what it was. It was Dave Ellefson, of all people, had put it on his social media, because Brad had had seen Dave Ellefson at NAMM and gave him a copy of the book, and Dave put it on his social media, and all these people picked up on it that weren't. It wasn't just the saturated Van Halen fans. It was all these Megadeth fans and stuff.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
nice.
They went out and bought
a little crossover,
yeah, and we had this jump, which is really quite. That was incredible. Actually, we were talking earlier about the stuff with the book. That was really fascinating to see. Like, we got this sudden jump, and it was because of Dave Ellefson, of all people. And it's like, what other rock star buddies do we have that we can to pimp the book for us, But that was really good. But yeah, it's a perennial, and that's the idea that we wanted with it. We wanted it to be, like the life of Mozart, the life of Beethoven, this book that people are going to look at, 50 years from now, when they want to know who Eddie Van Halen was and what did he do. That was kind of the idea with it.
Well, the good thing, guys, and I'm going to probably ask Chris to repeat himself again at the top of the show. Chris, Mikey, and Keith explained to us that he's been in touch with Wolfgang and things are opening up. And Chris couldn't tell us a lot of things, but things are working, things are cooking. So there's something else coming. So part 2. Part 2's coming, brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw it on Wolfie's socials this week. He's in the studio, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
He put those really great pictures of Ed picking up the bass when he started recording the first Mammoth album. Was it 7 years ago?
Yeah.
And it's exciting. It's bittersweet because, you know why? Any hope for a Van Halen kind of tribute thing, and Chris probably has privy information to this, but he's going to work on his album for years and probably go back on tour, go over to Europe.
Sure.
They're touring with another big act. I forget who. He's probably out of the mix for maybe 1 to 2 years. So the Van Halen tribute thing, we got to get behind Wolfie and just support him. And maybe he'll surprise us.
We got it, bro. We got it. We got it at Taylor's.
We did.
That's the thing. A big production show and everything like that. The logistics of that, unfortunately, Wolf, you can talk about it. I don't know all the inner workings, and he'll say what he says, and he's being political because it's just he's a good guy that way. But unfortunately, the Van Halen tribute that we all were kind of hoping for, chances of that are probably next to nothing. And as Wolf said, is kind of in the headline of the Van Halen News Desk thing, but the little clip I did with him is like, if there was a time, this is it, and that was his tribute.
It was great.
Yeah. And it's, it's short and sweet. And, but Wolfgang, as I said earlier, he's paying tribute to his dad by doing what he's doing, because that's what his dad wanted him to do.
Right.
Precisely.
He wanted him to find his own way and enjoy his own life and carry on the Van Halen legacy, because he's young, and he's got fresh ideas. And, it happens with anybody, people wanted a new Van Halen album, and, Ed has plenty of ideas and everything like that. But, as Ed told me in my last interview with him, I've got 3 other guys I have to convince
to
do a record, and I don't like to speak for somebody else who can't speak for himself anymore. But, I know what Ed was saying was like, Roth got his big paycheck and he's pissed off to Tokyo, and I'm not going to see him for a while, and Ed was raring to go, in 2015 on the next Van Halen album. He wanted to do another original record with his son. But to round everybody else up, I think Alex probably would have done it, sure, but he didn't have input either way. But unfortunately, I think Roth was the guy who just kind of, said, see ya, and, it's, and then of course other things developed and, we know the end of the story, unfortunately. So it prevented all that stuff from happening. But Wolfgang is the light, he is the guy, and he's speaking, he's carrying the torch, and it's Van Halen for a new generation, So
exactly.
Hey,
As it should be.
I joined late, but it's for Ed, man. No,
Well done,
hold on.
brother.
we got to toast Ed and Wolfie.
Mm-hmm.
2 years tomorrow here in the States.
Yeah. Well, here, because it's a big world, it's the 6th here, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why we're on live here on the 6th of October. So we can celebrate it on the 6th here and on the 7th back where you guys are. God bless. Rest in peace, Eddie Van Halen.
This is my local here, the Beaver Kill.
Nice.
Oh.
It's from upstate New York.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Walker, double black, pretty simple.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know about that.
Tomorrow I'll go out and
That's
get
simple,
myself
brother.
a small bottle of Jack. But I'll lay
Anyway,
off
I'm
it tonight.
gonna save a tree here in a Godzilla glass with my Beaver Kill.
Yeah, that's the way.
Yeah.
That's the way.
Dead.
So, Mikey, I just want to ask you a couple of questions. So, obviously you've had a couple of years to digest one of the greatest influences on your life musically when you were a young guy, and you've been on our show a few times, and we've shared a couple of great stories and memories about what this music, meant for us when we were young men, young guys growing up, and what it still has, as an influence for us today when we're a little bit older. So I'm going to ask you a couple of personal questions here. So when you're listening to music now, Van Halen, when you're putting it on, when you're going for a road trip now, what's the significance now on this on the music for you now, 2 years after Eddie's passing?
I'll be honest. A good friend of mine, the day it happened, and I'll never, everyone remembers where they were, when tragic events happen. A friend of mine texted me and he said, "Did you see the news, Ed?" And I'm like, "I didn't see it yet." I said, "Ed, what?" He said, "Eddie Van Halen." He's like, "He passed away." And, there was kind of some rumblings about how sick he was. And we knew he was taking some trips to Germany, but I really wasn't really all over the news and they keep stuff private, right? The family and the brothers. So it was really a shock to me. And he said to me that day, my buddy John, he goes, "I feel like a part of my childhood just got ripped out." And that's what it felt like that day. It's like everything all at once. The reason why I started playing guitar, the first concert I ever saw when I was 10 years old, when I told you guys, 1986, live at Out of Net in East Rutherford, New Jersey. My first concert ever in 1986. All those memories come rushing back. Why I started playing guitar, the ultimate guitar hero. I grew up in the 80s. There was nothing bigger than Eddie Van Halen in the 1980s. You guys all know that. He was my god, right? Guitar god. He was it. And the significance now, 2 years later, is it's just like a whole big resurgence. It's almost bittersweet with Ed's passing. A whole huge resurgence in the community, and even outside the fringe community of people who are into rock, like Chris mentioned with Megadeth and Ellefson, and all these folks who are definitely Van Halen guys and Eddie guys who waved the flag, but maybe were quiet for a bunch of years. All of a sudden, just massive resurgence. Like when I hear it on the radio all the time now, I just crank it up, no matter what song it is, what era, if it's Sammy, if it's Dave, if it's Gary. It's just, sure. I feel like it's everywhere. And it's almost like when you're going through life and you're getting married or you're having a kid or you're having some major experience, when you're going through that, you notice everyone else is doing that. It's kind of like this some kind of psychosis that you never notice it till you're going through it. Now it's almost like Van Halen psychosis. It's like everything I feel is the stories on socials, Instagram, Facebook, all over YouTube. It's this massive resurgence of Van Halen and Ed, and everyone paying homage and respect, and the songs are getting more play, more rotation, and more guitar players and younger people starting to listen to the music and start to play. Whenever I see a young kid or a young girl on YouTube or on Instagram playing like Beat It or doing something, and these are teenagers, I'm like, this is amazing, because this is like the Beatles. The music will live on long past Eddie, long past us. We're 5 decades in.
So do you think then, Keith, do you think the reason why Mikey is saying this is, we already knew it though. We already knew that Eddie was influential just beyond being a guitar player. We knew that, he was influential in other aspects of this life of being a musician. But do you think it's because people are slowly now, over the last couple of years, working that out themselves? Other people, not the hardcore fans?
I think it's the realization of how much he transcended music alone, just as a songwriter, and how much he innovated the instrument and songwriting, and the way he approached the guitar. I think it was just a combination of everything.
Yeah. He was the Beethoven or Mozart of our time period. And a lot of people come out and saying that in the music community, but to Keith's point, he had 7 patents on the instrument, not just like the Floyd Rose and the D tuner and the fine tunings, the Butler table on a guitar. I mean, you go through everything he did. He was an innovator, creator, arranger. He pushed the guitar playing to the next light years ahead, to the next universe, like a Hendrix, but even beyond. He was just so rounded, so diverse, that I agree with Keith that people are now starting to realize, wow, this guy accomplished so much. It just wasn't Jump and Beat It and #1 albums and stuff. It was all this. When you peel the layers of the onion, you're like, the man was an innovative genius.
The man took apart the guitar to see what it could do, and then he put it back the way it worked for him. That's how he came out with the Frankenstein. That's how it all started.
Yeah.
He beat up, so many guitars, and he just destroyed really nice guitars too. Put a belt sander to a nice 335 with an arch top. He would just destroy guitars just to see, if he could get it to work the way he wanted. That's why he ended up with a Strat style with the tremolo bar, and then pop the humbucker in.
Right.
Nobody else had done that before. The closest that ever came that way that I could think of is Robbie Robertson, but he had a pair of I think they were either
single
P90s
coils
or
next to each other.
single coils.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
And that was the first time I ever saw something set up like that. I'm like, wow, that's interesting. And then Eddie just took it to the next level.
Yeah, the Super Strat. I believe he was one of the first guys to put a humbucker in a Stratocaster. Now I know in the 70s, pictures of Christopher Cross with one.
There's a few guys that were out there. Like I know over in England, you had Andy Scott with the Sweet too, who had done that as well. But it was, it wasn't like their main guitar. It was kind of like with Andy. Andy had the 335 that he played, but there's a few times where you see Andy with this Strat with the humbucker in it. And then you have other people, like the guy in the MC5, but he had it in the neck position. That was a real common thing to do, was to put a humbucker in the neck, as opposed to in the bridge position. Ed's thing was like one pickup, one humbucker, one knob. Let's simplify it. Let's just go balls out. Let's take all the extra crap out of the way and just, simplify it and just boom,
Well, yeah.
And that was out of his blind stupidity, because he didn't know how to wire the second pickup back together.
Yeah. And he didn't use the neck pickup, at that point when he was playing. So it's like, why bother with all this other stuff? I don't need it,
Right.
And he discovered, hey, it sounds ballsier without the tone control in there. So let's go with that. And it was the openness that he had. He was experimenting. He wasn't like sitting there with a rule book saying, this is how you wire this and this is what you must do. Ed was just like, Michael Anthony said this. There was, Brad did the interview with him for the book, where it's like Ed would someone would show him how to do something, and Ed would be like, well, what if I do this? hey, I like that better. You know, that's what he would do. John.
Hey, John.
Hey guys.
You know, Ed was just like, you know, you could tell him how to do something, but it's like that wasn't good enough. It was just like, well, geez, I'm going to try this out instead. I had a theory, but it's been debunked because I was trying to figure out what pickup was in the Frankie by the time that the first album was recorded, and I've pretty much come to the conclusion that it was the patent pickup from the
335, right?
335, not really a PAF, technically not a PAF because it didn't have it was the later, you know, but it's still a PAF because it just has a different decal. It says patent, you know, patent pending, blah, blah, blah. Because it was actually from that's 335 was a 63 through 65. It was somewhere around that point, but I don't know the exact year, but that's most have been able to narrow it down. But I thought that maybe he had accidentally wired it in parallel instead of series, but that got thrown out the window when I realized it was just a 2-conductor, you know, Gibson humbucker. So it's like, oh well, there goes that theory. But I could see Ed doing that though, you know, and liking it. So,
and he had done that with Stratocasters before he even you know, picked up the boogie body.
Yeah, yeah.
So he was, you know, just working on it and chipping away at it, and like then he got it, and then bam, he picked up the Ellsworth body.
It was also very hard to hear the tonality of the actual pickup because of the variac. When he lowered the voltage on the Marshall Plexi, certain things sound different, right? It's not a true, you know, it's not a true DiMarzio Super Distortion or JB, Seymour Duncan JB or that PAF patent pickup. Once you variac it down, you know, it's very hard to decipher what it is. And you know, I think on the second album, he had Seymour Duncan, I think, was working over at Mighty Mite, right? He wound that pickup for him in the album cover of Van Halen 2, the red Mighty Mite pickup.
Right.
Seymour Duncan before he spun out and did Seymour. Seymour was making his pickups.
Yeah.
Just putting all those.
Was making the Mighty Mite pickups before the Zebra pickup that he had in and out of the Frankie. And out of the out of the
DiMarzio distortion kick in the beat. I have a few of them and they're phenomenal, but they're really hot. But he would tinker and go back and forth all the time.
Oh yeah, yeah. And of course, you know, we talked about the Shark when you guys could hear me in that one thing with Fruitcake Tony with but the Super 70 pickups in the Destroyer, you know, with the Alnico 8 magnets in them,
right?
You know, which is it's basically a PAF build, but then it has this Alnico magnet that's more like a ceramic magnet, you know. So, but yeah, there's all these things. I mean, it's just, you know, again, we don't talk about this with Jimmy Page, you know, we don't talk about this with Clapton or Ritchie Blackmore or whoever, you know, Jimi Hendrix even, you know, but Ed, man, he just was doing all this crazy stuff and leaving behind all these crazy fingerprints and these clues and everything. And it's infinitely fascinating.
There was 100 pickups in that Frankenstein over the years, right? Had to be.
Oh yeah.
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it.
That's the title of another friend of ours book, Tone Chaser, right? He was constantly chasing tone and he was constantly tinkering. And that's what you got to love him, because he was constantly pushing the music forward, pushing his technique forward, pushing his sound forward. He was never satisfied. He was never, he never rested on the laurels of being a guitar god or this or that. He always was chasing tone. Even in the late years when he went to the wet, dry, wet setup with his Music Man, it was a whole new tonality of sound. And, you know, Andrew, we always talk about it. He introduced some more chorus, layering more guitars. Unlike the early albums, it was just intimately one guitar, one track. All of a sudden, it became this really a wall of sound, wet, dry, wet, and that's an amazing. But he was constantly just going for it, and you got to love that.
Yeah. If I can, I just want to do a little sidebar here, real quick. We were talking about Lynn Ellsworth. I noticed last week on Diane, his wife's feed, Lynn had a fire in his garage. He lost everything. All of his project work is gone. So if you can reach out to Diane, she's selling stuff to compensate for any kind of losses. And it was an overnight fire in his garage where the shop was.
Wow.
It's just like such a shocking loss for him.
It's terrible.
Yes, it's so weird because something very similar like that, you know, because that happened with Wayne Charvel.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. A few years earlier, he had one of those big California wildfires that burned his shop down too. So that's bizarre. It's just crazy.
It is dangerous out there. And another favorite of mine, Joe Bonamassa, that guy has to be careful. You know, he's got 3 Nerdville estates, like one in Tennessee, one in Nashville, one in New York, Gotham, and one on the West Coast. Each of his houses probably has about $10 million worth of gear.
Yeah.
And I remember 2 or 3 years ago when the wildfires were in California, he had the LA Fire Department go out to his house and they put it out. Like, he was very close to losing a lot of gear, expensive gear.
Well, I remember those floods they had in Nashville back a while, you know, it was about 10 years ago. And that was a big deal. You know, all those storage facilities that they had that got flooded, you know, and lost a lot of guitars there.
Yeah. I think Vince Gill was a guy who got hit with that. He's a massive collector. Yeah.
Vince got hit really bad. I actually went out there just afterwards to interview Keith Urban, and Keith got hit pretty bad. They were able to revive a few things, but like acoustics just got destroyed.
It sucked. That happened to Rich Robinson of the Black Crowes. He lives in Connecticut. I'm from New Jersey, originally from New York, so I'm on the East Coast in the States here. And Rich Robinson, a few years ago, they had some massive flooding in Connecticut, and he got hosed too. A lot of vintage 335s and tellies and stuff. He said they were just floating in his basement. Sucks.
That reminds me of when I was building a studio with a friend of mine, a neighbor, Wayne Gabriel. He used to be the guitarist with John Lennon, and he invited me over to his house, and we started rebuilding his studio down in the basement. The night after we finished everything and got everything powered up, a massive ice storm hit. It even shut down his sump pump, and the backup generator went down, and he lost so much stuff during that flood. It was so bad, and it just made us both cry. But we retrieved as much as we could and had to rebuild from there again.
It sucks.
Yeah. It's just so tragic on when something like that happens to any musician. You know, it's losing. It's like losing a piece of your own heart.
It's losing a limb or losing a family member. It's that devastating.
No, true. Crazy. Well, I can say at least with that stuff, Wolfgang is the caretaker of all that. So we're not going to have to see that stuff going off to auction somewhere and it all going off and spreading around the world or whatever. I mean, Wolf is hanging on to everything.
And Wolfie, Chris, you would notice, Wolfie shares 50% interest in EVH, right? With Ed's old tech. So
him and Matt Bruck are basically running. They're both running the EVH brand. Yeah, I have a very. You can probably get all the gory details in the January 2023 issue of Guitar World. We just had a good long interview about the future of the EVH company, where it's been, where it's going.
So he'll preserve it. And I heard, there was some rumblings in the Van Halen community that in 2023 there'll be some new releases of some old Van Halen gear, which a lot of folks are like chomping at the bits at. I think Wolfie is going to release some, like maybe the Circles guitar again. I heard the Rasta might be in the works.
Oh, I can't say.
No, I'm not asking.
Chris, when does that go on sale? That
people
issue?
Are very happy that Wolfie's involved.
Issue goes on sale late November. So I wish it was out tomorrow. I'm so excited. I mean, Matt and I have been talking almost every day since we did the interview, and we're just both like, gosh, we just can't wait to drop this, on people. And Wolfgang's new album is going to be exciting. The EVH brand is it's ready to bust loose. They've been a little quiet for the last 2 years, but they're ready to really move forward and make some big statements and everything. So
it's going to be awesome. That's great.
Yeah. Great to hear. Yeah.
But as I mentioned earlier, I can say that, as I was telling Andrew, Ed left behind a detailed long-term plan for the EVH company. So,
wow.
So, and, Matt and Wolf are dedicated to seeing that Ed's every wish is fulfilled.
That's great news.
So even though he's not with us anymore, he's with us by his word and by, two guys that knew exactly what he wanted.
Right.
And I can testify to Matt Bruck. I mean, I was out there one of the very few times he had a few days off that he wasn't fully dedicated to Ed. I went out there, as I mentioned, this British amp story that we did in Guitar Aficionado on Matt Bruck's collection of British amps. And it's 4 days. It was great. We rented out a studio in North Hollywood, and first day was just loading up hundreds of these amps, and then grouping them and deciding how we were going to shoot them and everything, and then setting everything up. Then we did the photo shoot. I think we did the photo shoot over 2 days of the amps, and then the last day was tear down and jam. So, but man, Matt, I watched him when this guy, the EL34 guy, when they were, that was still in the works, and Fender had sent over a rendering of what they thought the amp should look like, and just listening to Matt on the phone, going back and forth with them and insisting, no, it's got to be gold, gold and black, and everything, because he couldn't say Marshall, but that's was the idea, was it's Marshall,
Yeah.
And it has to evoke that. We don't want it to evoke one of Ed's guitars. That's not the idea here. It's not one of his guitars, it's his amp. But Matt was very keyed into what Ed wanted, and just to see him really push back on the folks over there and saying, no, this is how it's got to be, and then it was later on, it was some other details, like some infinite thing, like some part, and the bean counters wanted to cut some corners, and Matt was like, no. I just heard him say like no for 10 minutes, until they finally relented and said like, okay, And it's like, I don't care if we have to charge $50 more, for using this part, but we're going to do it because that's how it has to be.
And that's why he would leave it hanging out for 30 days, feeding back. Yeah. He wanted it battle-proof.
Yeah. And as I mentioned earlier, again, to reiterate, but Wolfgang's doing the same thing. He's doing that with the semi-hollow, the SA-126 that's coming out.
Right.
He's road testing that, and it's almost done. It's not quite done, but he's been out there taking it out with his band, and playing it at Wembley and playing it at the Forum.
Sounds great.
He's the same.
It sounds bloody good, bro.
Yeah.
I caught him twice. I caught him open for Guns N' Roses last summer, and I saw him at a small here in New Jersey last March, and he had the SA-126. He had two of them. He had the white relic one like Ed's,
right,
and he had the natural one, and sound amazing. And if you saw the Wembley in LA, I mean, it's killer.
And I don't know if anybody knows this, but he said that it was just the 50-watt 5153 606 head. That's it.
Crazy.
Blue channel, nothing else.
I bet you that guitar is real versatile. I bet you if when we get our hands on that thing, I bet you that it's a lot of sounds can be unleashed from that guitar.
Oh yeah, pickups were designed by Tim Shaw. I don't know if you guys know who Tim Shaw is or not, but
Nice.
Tim Shaw was the guy who basically designed the pickups. Him and Chip Ellis both they hammered out all the details on it too. Wolfgang's desires on it, but again, they went through not quite the extensive pickups. Like it wasn't 9 months of pickups like it was with Ed and the Wolfgang, but they did go through a bit of trial and error and trying out a number of different pickups before they finally got there.
What I'm excited about with that guitar is because with a 335. You can, depending on what amp you play, and you can turn the volume down. You can play good blues with this. You can put it in front of a pedal. You can turn the amp up, and it's got humbuckers, and it can crank. It can play a lot of different music styles. And so clearly, obviously, with this guitar that Wolfie's got too, it's following that same kind of legacy history, isn't it? With that hollow body. Because you can get that if it's like anything like my Casino, depending on how hollow it is, it could naturally feed back as well too.
Absolutely. And Wolf made a point of mentioning too, because on Hot for Teacher, he did what Ed did, which was like that the clean parts was switching to the flipping over to the
toggle, right, to the
humbucker. And he had the volume at 3 or 4, he said. And he said, I just stayed on the blue channel, no channel switching. I was on the blue channel the whole performance.
Yeah. My cousin went to the show in LA, the Taylor Hawkins show. He lives in Vegas, and he was lucky enough to have tickets behind the stage. And he took a picture of Wolfie's rig and sent it to me.
Cool.
And it is just bare bones.
Yeah.
He had the EVH head. He had this very small stomp box pedal board.
Yeah,
and, it was funny. It was Wolf Van Halen's rig on top of Dave Grohl's rig. He took a picture of it before they went on, and bare bones. Just
Yeah.
like you said, he did half a teacher. He flicked up to the neck humbucker on 2 or 3, flicked back over to the bridge humbucker, and it was just tone for days. It's in his fingers like Ed, and it's in the amp, and it was just keep it simple.
Wow. It's just the mid range on that. When I heard that, I remember when the Wembley thing happened and that was blowing up, and I saw the videos, I'm just like, that guitar tone, man.
Did you read the articles? People were like, "Oh, he overdubbed tracks to his dad." These people are insane.
Well, people were saying that on the first tour too. That he did. That it's all tapes and it's all this and it's all.
In 07,
and the poor guy has dealt with that.
They're just nuts.
Yeah.
Insane's a nice word. It's a nice word, Mikey. Thank you for being polite.
Yeah. But yeah, no, he's the, we all know he's the real deal. That's the thing. And you can't fake it. I mean, we can see up there the fingers in the right places and, the stance, everything, it's just, I mean, I knew he could play the Ed stuff, but I didn't know he could play it that well, But
I've seen old footage of him.
I just want to paint a picture, guys, here, and folks in the chat. So, do you think Wolfgang Van Halen is going to do a Willy Manilli with playing EVH riffs and songs on stage in front of thousands of people with cameras now that can focus on everything that you come on?
And that's we talk about, they talk about the DNA, and like we talked about in that video snip that I put up, it's not in Wolfgang's DNA to be a faker.
No.
At all. He's the real deal, and that's
you can't fake that swing, right, Chris? You can't fake the you nailed it in there.
Yeah.
Aside from the tone and everything, he's got that innate swing that his father had, and
his father and his, like I said, and his grandfather.
Jan,
it's that Van Halen family swing. You just can't, that's the DNA part.
Yeah,
that's the
part,
that
that big band shuffle kind of feel,
and he was around it. That was probably in the womb for Wolfgang. It was just he was hearing and feeling that stuff. And same with Ed. Ed was getting it from his dad's side. So it's again that's DNA. So
that was the most amazing part of the whole thing. It was just like I think you mentioned it in there too. Like you hear other bands playing it. Chris, you said that, and and it's just something's off a little bit always. And they could be the greatest guitar player, some of the greatest guys on the planet trying to play it, but he just completely nailed it. It's like there's no doubt. It's like wow, that's a inborn kind of genetic thing there.
Yeah. You can play the licks and everything like that, and
get the feel. Yeah,
but it's that those little intricacies of the timing, the little pushing the pole and all that sort of thing. So that's what
he was doing it so effortlessly, eyes closed, smiling and just jamming away.
Like his dad.
And you could see it. You could see him just beaming out, Ed's face right there when he was just jamming to On Fire. Wow. And just like still, it makes my arm hair just jump up.
Yeah, no, it was really, I was like, I'm so glad that he did that, because it was just really, we've wanted that, for one thing, but the fact that he did that when so many people's eyes were on him,
right?
And he pulled it off so incredibly well. He didn't fold under the pressure.
No.
He just went out there, and again, that's like the best tribute he could have given to his dad. And again, we'd all love to see a big full blown, the 3-ring circus show. But man, that moment,
right.
I don't know if a 3-ring circus concert can top those moments.
I've got a question for you guys, and we can go around and throw our own opinions and our own answers. So we all know, we've all played with bands, all of us, whether it's just jamming with a couple of mates or on stage with a couple of hundred people. We've all played in that situation. So how important was that band for Wolfgang, for him to be able to go out there and perform like he did at these 2 tribute concerts? We're talking a lot about Wolfgang, and deservedly so. but just how important was that rapport that you have with bandmates? How important was that? Chris, I'm going to ask you, Keith, then John, and then Mike, if you can give us your answers to that. I think it'll be interesting.
Well, yeah, I think the guys that he had up there, I mean, what a all-star talent team,
Yeah.
And the fact that they hadn't played together very much, Wolf said that they did a couple times, Josh and Dave and him did it like a day of rehearsal, and then they took off to London and Justin performed the song with them a couple times and they went out and did it. And they sounded so incredibly tight, but then they're great musicians. It's like one of those things I've been in a few jam sessions in my life, unfortunately too rare, but where you just get up there and you're just playing with musicians who groove and you play better, just musicians who listen to each other and they communicate with each other. And, you gel. I had this one thing years ago, but it was like a group. We used to, when I was at Guitar Player Magazine, we got together with some people from a local music college. And we had one night, we recorded an album. It was like a whole original album. We just wrote it on the spot. And it was amazing. Wow. And unfortunately, we changed a few people the next time around and all the chemistry was gone. But I think Wolf just had the right group. And he said he needed Dave up there with him, to do this. And I think that was part of it. I think part of it was not wanting to let Dave down, at his thing. So he brought the goods. But the other thing was Josh Freese is such a great drummer. Mm-hmm. I mean, he was doing the Alex stuff, that beginning of Hot for Teacher is not easy. Very few drummers can pull that off. And Josh did it. And it's like, man, you hear that and you want to go into that, kick right off into that lick, that tapped lick, man, and just go for it. So I think, the musicians he had with him was, I don't want to cut down anybody else, they're all good. Alex is great. Mike is great and everything. But this was some new blood with some energy, and I think it was good for him to be with, kind of his own musical peers as opposed to his dad's band. Yeah. So I think that added another dimension to it.
I completely agree, Chris. And then on top of it, you've got Justin Hawkins from, the Darkness.
Yeah.
And he just comes up and lights it on fire like, early Dave would, and he just knocked it out of the park.
And he was Justin too. He wasn't being Dave. That was
exactly. Exactly. I mean, he threw in a little showmanship here and there.
That's what he does, though.
Yeah, exactly. And anybody who has seen or heard The Darkness, they know what he's about. But, I was just shocked and amazed on Josh. Like you said, he was nailing it. He was just setting the groove for everybody. And then, everybody knows Dave did, Foo Fighters on his own to start off with, which was actually the inspiration for Wolf doing it.
Right.
So I would have expected something really cool. And when I went in, walked in and saw that initially for the Wembley show, first thing I thought of is, I hope he nails Distance. And looking back afterwards, I am so glad he didn't do it.
Yeah.
I'm so glad.
Yeah.
And, it was just such a breath of fresh air. And hearing those opening licks for On Fire just ripped everybody's heads off.
Yeah.
And it just, literally made my head explode.
Right.
Yep.
So I could not ever imagine another vibe like that with any other performers, whether it be another bass player or another drummer. They just nailed it.
Yeah.
And on such short notice and such short practice, rehearsal time. It was just out of this world. And it's lightning in a bottle right there.
Right.
True.
Yeah, I think it was I think the best part of it was that it was completely unexpected, the songs that he was doing, because it never even entered my mind that he would play any Van Halen. So I'm sure the same with you guys, because he's been pretty adamant about not playing it, which I'm completely cool with. I really don't want him to play Van Halen. I want him to do his own thing. I just didn't expect that at all. So that added to the whole thing. And listen, felt completely comfortable. Nobody can ever go wrong with Josh Freese. That guy, we followed him since he was a teenager. You know what I mean? That guy could play anything with anybody. And obviously Wolf felt comfortable. I mean, he played with Sting for the last couple of years. He's Sting's drummer, you know what I mean? And he can do anything, that guy. So I think, Wolf felt very comfortable. Like you said, Chris, they practiced, really one day, really. And then he had Dave Grohl there for the, moral support too. So it was just like, I think it was just the perfect combination there. It was unbelievably good. Yeah. Great.
Yeah, I'll make a couple parallels, Andrew. Totally surprised Wolfie did the Van Halen stuff, especially he's been so adamant in the press. The Panama joke was hysterical. He'll never do it twice. But the battery, the rhythm section of the band was phenomenal. You nailed it. Josh Freese, the guy's a monster. When he came out and started doing the intro to Half a Teacher. Now, there was so many great drummers there. I watched the LA show also, and I watched when Rush came out, and you had Chad Smith play, and I believe when I did YYZ, Dave Grohl played 2112, and then for YYZ was the drummer from Tool.
Yeah, correct? Danny Carey.
Yeah.
Monster drummer, but guess what? He was off. He was off in the beginning. So you could put the best musicians, like you were talking about the swing with Eddie earlier on the guitar. You can get the best musicians playing Van Halen, it just won't sound right. That drummer from Tool playing YYZ with Rush, it was off. It did not sound right. Josh Freese and Dave totally nailed the Van Halen part. And what was great about that was two things. On the first show in Wembley, on all the shows, basically besides Panama, Wolfie, he picked songs that were hardtail, right? There was no tremolo bar, right? He did On Fire,
right?
And he threw in Panama, but but all the solos were dead on, spot on. Hot for Teacher, the second night in LA, dude, it was like better than Ed. Like I could not believe the solo. So I tip my hat to Wolf. I think he did the right thing. He honored his dad. He honored Taylor. He did it for himself. 1 or 2 nights only, and that's it, right? Don't go out and do this tribute thing. Don't do this Van Halen mock-up thing. For those who were lucky enough to go to those shows, phenomenal. We all got to see it, listen to it, streamed online, and very happy with it. And that band, what they did on 1 or 2 rehearsals, blew my mind. Josh Freese is a monster. Justin Hawkins, monster. You couldn't get a better band to do that for Wolf and support Wolf. So I was extremely over the moon, 100% satisfied with that. And I'm just so happy we got to see that. And I'm so happy he did it.
Yeah, I think, 2 years into since he's, passed, I think in a way, I feel like a corner is kind of being turned a little bit. We can kind of celebrate him a little more now. The shock, I think, is settled in a little bit. Now I think it's just like, man, now you can kind of just step back from all that a little bit and right. Just really like enjoy all this, everything that he did now. I at least for me, that's how I'm starting to feel like that. It's like it's not as sharp, that sting anymore, that he's not with us, but it's just right. Now you look back and you're like, oh my God, you just like you just think of the output that guy had in like, in like 5-6 years, it was incredible output. And it's like, how did he write all that stuff, within really maybe a 7-8 year period? It's just like, nowadays, first of all, nowadays bands get, maybe one album and then you never hear from them again, but then, any band nowadays is like, 2 years, before you see their next album anyway, like that. These guys are doing it in 6 months. It's just like on the bus, you're writing stuff in the bus and in hotel rooms. And I mean, some of these incredible, like, riffs that you hear every night. We were watching a baseball game the other night, the Mets and the Braves, and I hear Jump on the my son's like, hey, listen, you hear it? And I was like, yeah. It's incredible.
They think they're clever because they're putting it out to you now, don't they? They think they're cool.
Yeah. I mean, it just pops up, and it's just like, when you start to think about stuff like that, it's like that doesn't happen anymore. That kind of stuff like that, it really doesn't. Where somebody is that prolific, and that quality of stuff, it's just like that blows my mind constantly. And you know what? And that's the thing. We know Ed's a great guitar player and innovator and all that stuff, but without the songs, you know what? 100 years from now, Yngwie was a great guitar player, but people aren't going to know Yngwie because it's like, you ask an average person on the street, do you know any Yngwie songs? And they'll tell you no, we don't know any, of his songs. But that's his legacy is in those songs. You know what I mean? It's just not just the guitar. I think a lot of it has to do with the songs. So,
and I think also too, John, for us too now, what we're getting along with the songs that we've had for 30, 40 years in our lives, we're getting the stories now. We got the story with this book.
Yeah.
We've had 4 or 5 other books, published. And we're getting the stories, filling in those gaps. We've had Chris here telling us that he's working on part 2. So there's more stories to come. There's more information. There's a point that I made to Chris at the beginning of the show, guys, that I want to share with you guys here while you're here and while we've got a few people in the chat. I just want to point this out. In 2013, Mark Lewisham wrote part 1 of the definitive volume of the Beatles. It's 900 pages. This is volume 1 of 3. He's still writing volume 2. This is 50 years after the Beatles, ceased, or when the Beatles started. So the information that's coming out now still on the Beatles, all this information, I asked Chris before, so at what point are we going to start getting this kind of information on Eddie? It's bound to happen sooner or later,
Great
guys,
question.
surely.
Yeah, you guys heard me talk and how I go into just the smallest details.
Yeah.
I so much had to be excised from the book because I can go on about stuff. I mean, as we were just told twice already, the little about the Beat It story I know, and there's a whole story there that really, we have this kind of fable, that's out there, but the actual story, the real dates when this happened and everything, that's one project I'm working on. But that's the thing, all you guys out there that I have these offline chats with, I go down, you guys send me down these rabbit holes, and so a 900, 1,000-page book is doable because there's so many stories and it's details. It's not just gossipy stuff.
Yeah, and it has to be done, You know what I mean?
It's talking about the important stuff in more detail. Let's get to the nuts and bolts.
And Chris, music fans now are sophisticated now in the information that they want. We've had these books that have paved that pathway forward, where there definitely is a market for that. People want to know what the name was of the butcher that lived down the road from John Lennon, where he went and got the pound of sausages on a Thursday night.
And that's the kind of details we're talking about here, and I've been friendly with Greg Renoff online now. And, hopefully I haven't talked to him about anything, but maybe we can join forces on something because he's got some good research and he's got some good sources. And but it would be, we kind of know this rudimentary story about the recording of the first album, but now we've seen pictures of the master tapes. So we now know when the actual dates these things were recorded. Let's fill in the details around that. Let's find out a little bit more. The fact that we found out that Eruption was recorded on September 8th of 1977. That's a solid date. Now we can look at what was the weather like in LA on that day. Now we know that Ed was preparing for that gig on the 15th at the Whiskey. It's the timeline things are starting to fall into place. These pictures have popped up. I know more now than even when I wrote that story about the history of the Frankenstein, of the origins of the Frankenstein. A few other photos have popped up that have moved my timelines off a little bit. And there was again, getting down to the deep guitar nerd stuff, but there's that picture that we ran in the article of Ed playing the Strat, the 61 Strat with the white paint on it.
Yeah,
sure.
It wasn't mid-January. Right. That was late January. That was probably the Whiskey shows that they did the weekend before they got discovered at the Whiskey by Ted Templeman. When they ended that weekend by opening for Santana at the Santa Monica Civic, or at not Long Beach Arena. That was Santana they opened for. But that fills it in. It's like, oh my gosh, it gets, that, and it was like a nanosecond that he had that Strat painted white. And then he shows up a couple weeks later and there's the naked Frankenstein body, the unfinished Boogie Body all of a sudden with the 61 neck. And it's just like, wow, now we're seeing these things, these little details are just, they're tightening up, and it's the communication. And, sadly it took Ed passing for a lot of people to come out of the woodwork with this stuff. But, gosh, for us historians out there, it's wonderful, but it's also, I got to keep our eyes out there every day, and I got to count on you guys, your eyes being out there and feeding me stuff, because it's always great when I get these, hey, have you seen this photo? Have you seen that photo? And
it's definitely bittersweet. And you guys follow Johnny B, the Canadian guitar.
Oh, of course, I know him very well.
Awesome guy, right?
Yeah.
And, he had the timeline of when was DeFranchi spray painted red, and he did the timeline of the third week in March '79. It was raining out. Ed's friend came by. Ed was pissed off about the show.
Yeah.
The Grand Prix was in town. They weren't selling tickets. He was pissed off. He sprayed it red. It was raining that week. He's like, okay, it was either March 17th, 21st, or 22nd of '79.
Yeah.
And they're in Cincinnati that year. It's red. That timeline, that window, I'm a geek. I love reading that stuff. And you guys, thank God, all do this homework and due diligence and put it out there for us.
And it's the thing. It's like going and checking the weather reports. Like I
did that.
It confounded me on the book. This is my biggest thing. Is like so many people tell. Templeman tells the story. Oh gosh, a guy whose name I always forget. This other guy in the Sunset Sound stuff talks about it. He was a guy who played with Van Morrison and some other people. And Ed even said, like, oh, it was raining the night that Ted Templeman discovered us. And I looked up the weather reports for every day of 1977 that it could have possibly been, like the first half of 1977. And initially I thought, oh, gosh, the only thing I could see where there was like this crazy torrential rainstorm was in May. And even that guy was a source of one of the other earlier Van Halen books where they said Van Halen was signed in May, but it's like, no, that doesn't work because I could go on again. Again, here's part of the 900-page book.
Doug Messenger.
I've got a demo invoice on my wall from April.
Yeah, Doug Messenger. You got the invoice from when Doug the demos were recorded in April. So we know the demos were recorded in April. I found an article in the LA Free Press in the middle of February saying Van Halen just signed a contract with Warner Brothers, and it's like, okay, well that negates everything past that date. So it has to be sometime from mid-February on back. And of course, Ted had the best things, and he said it was February 2nd and 3rd or whatever that he went to go see them. And that all lines up with everything except for the rain. Right. It was bone dry on February 2nd and 3rd. And I'm thinking those guys, it's a mythology. I think they were thinking of maybe there was a celebratory gig in May when this freak rainstorm happened. Because there was a freak rainstorm that happened in West Hollywood, and it pissed down rain, like 3 inches of rain or something like that in May, which anybody who's lived in California knows that's weird, And I'm thinking maybe that was like they finished the demo, they did some gig at the Starwood or something like that, and everybody got really drunk and confused that party with the night that Van Halen got discovered. And it became the mythology, or it was just, I don't know what, but all these people talk about the rain, and there's like, no, I don't see it,
Here's a question. Was those 2 nights that he came in, weren't those like fill-in nights that they filled in for somebody else?
It was basically like the Starwood had nobody booked. Right. And it was like, we got to get people into the club or do something. And it was like, I think it was a Wednesday and a Thursday, if I remember right. I'll have to look at the calendar because it was like either like a Wednesday, Thursday, or a Tuesday, Wednesday, or something like that. I think it was a Wednesday, Thursday, because I believe that they went in on Friday, like the day after, and they went to Warner Brothers, and that's when they signed. They didn't sign an actual contract. They signed what they call a letter of intent.
Yeah.
And it was basically like, okay, we have committed to do something with you guys. Now we have to write up all the details in the contract and make it official and everything like that. But we basically are saying like all other offers are off the table, and we're going to go with you guys as long as the contract meets our whatever. And that's what happened. It happened. They finally officialized. And I forgot the date. I can't remember off the top of my head, but they went to the night that they actually signed their actual contract was the night that Queen was playing at the Forum. And that's when they went to go, celebrate and everything. And they were went to go see Queen play that night at the Forum. And that's the night they officially signed. That was about a month later, sometime in March. But But yeah, it's like, they had just played a whole ton. This is part of the reason why nobody showed up. It was the weeknight. I don't think it was because it was raining out. It's a good excuse.
They weren't scheduled.
But they weren't scheduled. It wasn't advertised. So you can't find any ads. I've scoured all the papers, the LA weeklies, the LA Free Press, all the stuff, the Reader, all the stuff in LA that they had at the time that would have had ads. And there was nothing mentioning any Van Halen shows on those dates. But it's because they were filling in. Right. And part of the other reason why their normal fan base didn't show up is because they just had done 3 nights at the Whiskey.
Yeah.
At that last weekend of January. And then they finished that weekend off by opening for Santana at the Long Beach Arena. And then they had their huge blowout at the Pasadena Civic a couple weeks later in February. And that's what everybody was planning on going to. So it was just, hey, we got these gigs, sure, we'll do it. We love to play, but they had already been playing just a ton of shows that particular week. In general, they played a lot then anyhow, but that was like a particularly loaded week for them.
Hey, Chris, I had a question, and I know you'll notice, and Keith Campbell, you probably noticed too. The timeline for me, and I forget, I get hazy. Now, Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley saw them playing, I think at the Starwood or somewhere, and brought them to New York for Neil Bogart for Casablanca, who passed on them, I think, for Billy Squier.
It wasn't Neil Bogart. I think it was actually Bill Auckline.
Bill Coyne, yes, the Kiss manager.
Bill Auckline management. So they hadn't actually gotten to the label part of things. I think Gene had some ideas about starting his own record label actually at the time.
Right. Now, what was the timeline? Is that late 76 or is that 77 still? Was there any correlation with Templeman? Did they tell Templeman to take a look at the Van Halen brothers, or was not even related?
Well, here's what I know, and this is very interesting because again we get a lot of folklore about the early Van Halen days, and they kind of make it this Hollywood dream, the girl at what was the pharmacy on Sunset Boulevard or whatever getting discovered.
Schwab's.
Schwab's. This is the girl at the counter at Schwab's getting discovered, becoming a movie starlet. That's the Van Halen story is kind of one of those things. It's just fitting that they were signed to Warner Brothers, which they had that whole history of myth making and star making and what you name it. But basically, Rodney Bingenheimer invites Gene and Paul out to come see them at the Starwood, and this was sometime, I believe, like August. I have to look it up. I can't remember the exact date, but it was a little bit later on. Like they'd been playing the Starwood for a bit. They started playing there, I believe, in June of '76, and then they showed up and were interested. I believe that they did the demos with Gene in September.
Yeah,
I think, if I'm not mistaken. And then I know that Rodney Bingenheimer played his stuff on his show on KROQ in I think it was December that he played it. But there was a lot of buzz about Van Halen in late '76. There was several people that were interested. And we kind of talked about this a little bit in the book. Kim Fowley was interested, and I believe he went to Polygram and tried to get them signed, and they weren't interested. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember this. There's a big name guy who was actually involved with signing of Nirvana. I can't remember his name, but he was another big guy who was at Columbia, and he was interested in them too. And I believe there was another big figure. Herb Alpert, A&M.
A&M,
yeah. They were also in the running.
They won a brass man.
So there was all this buzzing around them after the Gene Simmons thing happened, and they were pretty much the kings of Hollywood, the club scene. So they were paying attention. They weren't paying as much attention to the club scene as they should have back then, and that was something when I started working for record labels. When I worked for Neil Bogart in the early '80s, you can get an A&R guy, you can get Bruce Bird out to a club, to save your skin. We all had bands that we loved and went to see and stuff, and we could never get the A&R guys out to go see a band in the club. They just refused to do it. Wow. But but yeah, there was a lot of people buzzing around, and I know with Ted, I'm trying to remember the whole story. I mean, it's obviously in the book with Greg and everything like that about why he showed up and everything. But
I just forget.
Yeah, but it was just basically, but I think he wasn't really that interested, and then he saw them and the whole story changed.
Yeah, I mean, Ted being a guitar guy, I remember reading it, maybe in Van Halen Rising, that when he saw Ed and heard Ed, he's like, there's no way I'm not getting this guy on the label.
Well, that's the thing, and it was Ed's guitar prowess that just really did it. He thought the band was still a little bit rough.
Yeah, and, they weren't sold on Dave and all that, but
but Eddie, and you got to agree. I mean, I just remember, when I heard Van Halen for the first time, it's a story I've told a billion times, and I'll tell it a billion times before I die. They Rush released "You Really Got Me." They did that red record, the Looney Tunes record. And KMET played it late one night. I probably heard it at the same time Ed did, because he told that story later about, hearing, "You Really Got Me" on the radio at 2 a.m. It's like, I remember that because I was out digging ditches. That was when it was raining. That year, 78, man, we got flooded. And now I was helping my parents dig out these ditches to keep our house from getting flooded. And I came in, late at night and turned on the radio on the KMET, and then they played Led Zeppelin's "When the Levee Breaks," and I'm just like, damn you, like, my levee's breaking, and I don't need to be reminded of that, because I just gave up and came and went to bed. My house is going to be flooded. But anyways, it was either the next song or a couple songs later, and it was just like, "You Really Got Me" came on, and it was just the sound of Ed's guitar, those chords, those power chords.
Right.
The solo was amazing, but but it was the whole sound. I mean, the harmonies, the drums were huge. It just sounded unlike anything out there.
Absolutely.
At the time. It sounded modern, and it sounded really funky and cool. And of course, when the first album came out, again, another story I've told a million times, KGB played it the very first day it came out. It was that night that it came out, and they played it in its entirety. And I just remember, like, from the instant it kicked into Running with the Devil, and that those horns, those Verispeeded horn, or the horn effect thing, with the Verispeed on it, and oh my Lord, and then again, even bigger sounding power chords.
Yeah. And
then it kicks into Eruption, and I lost it. And it's like, thank God Ted Templeman heard that, and recognized that, and wasn't somebody who just thought it was, funky guitar jazz or something, that
right, sure.
He saw the potential for it, because that just changed everything. I remember that whole album so distinctly. I remember, like, Atomic Punk, man, that beginning, it was just so brash, and it was more punk than punk rock.
Right.
It was just dissonant noise, and it was just like, this is so cool.
It was so from outer space, because you read all the articles too. When they heard the album in Europe, I mean, there were music critics who heard Eruption during the first tapping part, and they thought it was a synthesizer.
Yeah. I knew it wasn't. I could tell it was.
Out what it was. I mean, like yourself, I'll never forget the first time I heard it at my best buddy's house, and he brought the album home. Because like you, I heard "You Really Got Me" on the radio. I was 10 years old, and this was '82, because I was 10 years old, and that's when I first heard it. And I heard it on the radio, and I'm like, I love that song. My buddy comes home with the LP, and he plays it, and we go up in his room, and we're listening to it. And by the time it got to Eruption, like, our faces were melted, like everyone else. And I had just started playing guitar, and I'm like, what the hell is he doing? What is that? Like, I was a Led Zeppelin guy. I like Jimmy Page and blues and Clapton. I never heard anything. It was like from outer space. It was like,
the thing is, I knew I was 15 when that record came out, and I'd been playing guitar already for 5 years. So I had a good idea of what was going on. And I knew it wasn't a synthesizer. I knew synthesizers too, because my brother and I we built them. We got the kits from Paya Electronics and built modular synthesizers and everything. And I just remember hearing when he went into it, because, he did the tapping thing. I talked with Matt Bruck about this a couple days ago. About, like, when I first heard that, and the solo is really good on "You Really Got Me," but it's not a virtuoso, knock you out,
right,
flashy thing.
like a Chuck Berry lick, right?
Right. He does a Chuck Berry lick, and then he does a really quick little descending tapping thing. But it's not. When you hear it, you don't really know if it's tapping or just some pull offs.
Right.
Sure.
But when he goes into that final part of, you know, the semi-classical triplet thing going on in Eruption, that was just like, okay, the tonality just shifted,
Right.
you know, and it's all of a sudden it's a different thing going on. That's not just simple pull-offs. That's not Jimmy Page or Ace Frehley, you know, that's a whole different thing. And I recognize that. I'm like, okay, what is he doing? How is he doing that? When's he coming to town? When are they on tour? You know, and I was there, you know, in July, early July, they played San Diego Sports Arena, and one of their few first early headline shows that they did. So they did a full long set, and they did about half of the second album before it was even out. And I was there with my binoculars, you know, looking like, what's he doing? What's he doing? What's he got on stage? What's his amps going on with his amps? You know, everything. I was just like totally guitar nerding out on it. And my friends and I, all my guitar playing friends, we were in a big race to see who could figure out how to play that Eruption, you know, play any part of Eruption first, you know, and the tapping thing. And I did it wrong. I was using a pick. I was like Joe Satriani, you know, did on, you know, like Surfing with the Alien or whatever, but I was using a pick, you know, for the top part as opposed to my finger and everything like that. So I could do that part really fast, but it wasn't, you know, just didn't have that flow to it, you know. But
you know what's really great about this too, with Ed's passing, another bittersweet thing is like Sunset Sound, sorry, they put out all these videos of engineers, right, and they're playing just Ed's tracks. So if you go on YouTube and you pull up all the Sunset Sounds,
right,
like you mentioned, You Really Got Me, and the tone and the sound, and they split the speakers, the one dry, the one wet, the reverb, and just to hear the tone come out, and just to hear the guitar tracks, the two tracks, because like yourself, when I first heard that, it blew me away. Like I never heard guitars sounding like that. It was larger than life.
Yeah,
and
it still is.
And another good guy on Instagram, Andrew, you probably know, this guy, King Edward 5150, he's got some software that's just breaking out all of Ed isolated guitar tracks, but on like everything. Like you can go on YouTube and find some stuff. This guy is putting everything out, and like he put out like Beautiful Girls a couple weeks ago, and I heard that was one take, and it's just a guitar. And that's the ultimate of the swing, kind of like I'm the One, right?
Yeah.
It's total swing, and it's one take with the fills, with the solo, just isolated. The end of the song, when all the craziness is going on and catcalling and the Beautiful Girls, but just to hear Ed do, you know, the chorus part and then the quick fills up the neck and the tapping and the pull-offs and the whammy bar, it blows my mind that was 1979 and it was one take, and it was just, it's insane. But we didn't have all these goodies before Ed passed. Yeah. Right? So these deep dives into all this, for me, are just like nuggets, gold nuggets, the gift that keeps giving.
Somebody
absolutely.
Brad to task because he was talking about like how Ed was playing off of David Lee Roth on Beautiful Girls in particular.
Right. Yeah, right.
And it's like, but they were having a conversation, you know, and that comes again from all the gigs they did in the clubs and stuff, and they were having fun. You know, and it was just like, okay, he's going to do his little whoop, I'm going to do that, you know, and of course they kind of did a more polished version of that later on with Sammy and everything, you know, but, you know, then it was just like, okay, Dave's going to do his scream, I'm going to do the same thing, you know, but even better on my guitar, you know, and that you know, call and response type of thing, you know, and that's
like
something.
Zeppelin stuff, whole lot of love live, Page playing back with the theremin and playing, and doing that.
Exactly.
And they just
it's such a lost art. You don't hear that now. Everything's so it's so pre-planned and produced, and it's just that spontaneity. You know, it's just like, man, the old guy with the beard here, you know.
You're right.
Today, you know, we used to have the call and response, you know, and it was like funky and it was all good, and it didn't have these synthesizer things.
Well, you're right, because look at the guys in Aerosmith, and it's 1,000 bands. Aerosmith, they cut their albums on Pro Tools. Joe Perry puts his part down. He sends it to Steven. Steven sings over it. He sends it back. It's all augmented and compartmentalized and produced. There's no live human element to it anymore. Get in the room, throw a mic in the middle of the room, cut it live. No friggin', you know, no metronomes, no crap, no. You're not playing to when drummers play to.
It's the same thing with.
Thanks.
It's the same thing with Def Leppard's latest album.
Yeah, what else found interesting?
Cut it live.
I always found it interesting on the last few tours when Dave would try to do that, call and response stuff with Ed. It felt like Ed wasn't biting. I don't know. I just felt like he wasn't into it. If you notice that when he would, Dave would try to do something and have Ed, and Ed just kind of didn't. It just didn't seem like he wanted to do it. You know what I mean? He's just, I don't know. On the live album, if you listen to the last live album, I mean, I don't know where they were, and maybe it was one of those nights where they weren't speaking, but it was just kind of interesting to me that Ed wasn't playing along. He just didn't seem to be into it, Well,
sadly, they really weren't speaking, at all. I mean, it was just that's how they got along. Unfortunately, I mean the sad thing about those tours is just how separated Dave was from everybody. Because I was around, from load in to load out at several of those shows. They gave me a working pass and I was just there and fly on the wall and watching. And Dave's bus would roll up late. He didn't do any sound checks. And, the three Van Halen guys would go up and they'd do their sound checks and have fun and everything like that and hang out before the show and, meet with people and be social and everything like that. Dave's bus would just roll in minutes before showtime. He'd already do his preparation on the bus and everything like that. He would hop out, start the show, and then as soon as the show was done, right out the back door, onto the bus, down the highway. No hanging out for any after show festivities or anything. Just, he was there for the show and that was it. And that to me, it was kind of like, I mean, that's what they had to do. So they didn't have any fighting or anything like that. But it was just like, wow, it was so removed.
Right. Chris, you were on the 15 tour, right? The last tour?
What's that?
You were on the 2015 tour.
The 2012 and the 2015 tours. I had a lot of.
I saw you post a picture in Camden, New Jersey, like August, the week I saw my show in Homedale at PNC.
Actually, that was it was right after the Camden show. It was up in Bethel Woods.
Yeah, he had the new roster guitar, the new replica.
Yeah, he got the roster guitar at Camden. That's actually got it like a week before in Camden.
Yeah, and I caught Ed. I caught that tour the week before. I think it was August 9th in Homedale, New Jersey, where I live. And just on your point there, because I was confused because Ed looked great. He looked healthy. His playing that tour for me, the night I saw him was like he was on point.
Oh yeah.
Dave had his difficulties. He had trouble singing. We all knew it. But during the show, him and Ed were like goofing around. They were smiling, having fun. But are you telling me that like that's not the case? It was just they were putting on a show, or?
I think they enjoyed being with each other on stage. I think they enjoyed making music together. I think that was really genuine. I don't think there was any faking going on. There was no showmanship or anything to that. I think they genuinely loved playing music together. Right. Because like all the other stuff was another story.
Right. Like during parts of that show, I was pretty close, so probably in the 17th row on Wolfie's side. And there were parts of that show where, Ed was on fire and Dave would go over them and hug them and smile. And they were laughing and being giddy with each other, maybe remembering the old times. But I'm like, wow, they're really getting along. This is great. But like you said, he's in, he's out. Was it a paycheck? Was he not really into it? Like,
yeah, it just, even like the recording of, Different Kind of Truth was, they didn't really work together,
Right.
They did some rehearsals initially, and then the three Van Halens, went to work on the musical tracks, and then they gave it to Dave, and Dave pretty much did sort of a karaoke thing, over at A&M, or Chaplin or Henson or whatever they call it now, Henson, I guess.
Henson,
but,
yeah.
It was all kind of a very disjointed type of process. There wasn't a lot of, hanging out. Right. Even in the studio together. That's kind of what they had to do, though.
Yeah, that was their relationship, right?
Yeah.
Chris, the last show I saw was that Bethel Woods show. That was the last time I ever saw them live. And I remember Ed's gear during a solo. I something happened like catastrophic. He was just
man, it's so funny you mentioned that because that was the last show I saw too. And I was there and I felt so bad. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything, but I was like thinking like. Because we were talking before, Ed had talked about, everything's been perfect. Nothing's gone wrong with anything. Nothing's broken down. And then here's Chris Gill up there with his camera poking around, taking pictures of every single detail, where every single wire goes and everything like that. And Ed goes to do his solo. And during the cathedral section, his guitar starts to cut out. I'm like, oh, I didn't do it. I hope nobody thought that was
seriously wrong.
Because it's like, okay, it's like one of these things is different than the other. Who was at the show tonight?
Yeah, right.
Poking around all the gear.
The wireless, man, that damn wireless system, it sucked.
Yeah.
I don't even think it was the wireless, but for the rest of the show, it was so funny because from where I'm watching it, he like stayed away from his pedal board. It seemed like a lot. He was over with Wolfgang. He was like, just like he didn't want to go near it.
At that point, no, he was spooked.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it seemed like. It was pretty funny.
But it's so funny because I just thought, oh man, I'm going to get blamed for this.
Right.
That's right, because that's when you wrote the article, right? And
I was literally every single corner of that stage. I mean, there's so many pictures that I took that you guys won't ever. I mean, maybe someday. They're not the most interesting thing to look at because it's like the backs of amps and it's like little unmarked boxes and stuff like that. And because the whole
idea stuff we want, though.
I know. What's the thing was to get like the exact, And the funny thing was, even like I kind of wrote up a rudimentary, signal chart of everything. And it's so funny because the tech that was on 2012, not Tom Weber, but the other guy whose name I can't remember now. But I anonymously posted something on one of these really deep guitar nerd things, like it was like Huge Racks or something like that, back when that was still around. But he was saying, they missed this and they missed that. And it's like, well, yeah, some of that stuff was the 2012 tour and it was actually different. But like Dave Friedman actually had sent over, because he kind of put together a lot of the rig and he sent over a chart. But there's a couple things that were missing. And when I brought it up with Matt, they just kind of got, blah, 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 whatever, but it wasn't important. I figured out what some of the stuff was later. But yeah, no, I was poking around everything, every single detail, because the idea was to do this definitive story. It didn't quite, unfortunately, turn out that way because it got messed up by other editors and art directors and BS. But anyways, we did the signal chain thing, and I was taking pictures of everything because I wanted to document everything, and I have pictures of every single flipping cable, where it goes, this, that, and the other. The cathedral setting got cut out because of space. People say, oh, they didn't do the cathedral setting. We finally did that in the tribute, article after it had passed. But that just, an art director said, oh, there's too much stuff. I need to cut a line out. And they just cut that out, It's like, I got blamed for it. I got called an idiot, for not putting the cathedral setting in there. So,
in the early days, see this right here?
Seatbelt.
Yeah, this is the seatbelt. Lewis at Fairfield Guitars reproduces these.
Right.
So 79. In the early days, Ed would use this on tour, right, around 79 or 80, but this would interfere with the wireless. So
right.
This metal piece would give him all those difficulties. Hence, you wouldn't see this seatbelt strap used with the Bumblebee that often, and he went to the yellow striped one.
Yeah.
But, I will just end on that tour in 15 when I I'm so happy. It's embedded in my brain. That show I caught in Homedale, New Jersey, August 9, 2015. For Ed was flawless. Everything, his playing was on top notch. Deep cuts during that set list, from Dirty Movies, Drop Dead Legs, Romeo Delight. Like, the set list was monstrous. Everybody wants some deep cuts, beautiful girls, every hit you would want. You broke out the Star guitar because he didn't have the roster yet. He got that in Camden. But I'm so glad I caught that show on that tour, and he was just perfect night for him. Dave had his issues, but Ed's playing for me for my last show on that tour in New Jersey was just, I'm glad I caught it. And, it just sucks that we'll never see another live show.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Because, Ed was he was playing so good on that tour.
Oh, my
God.
I agree.
Especially because he'd really conquered his demons.
I thought they were the best on that. The band was,
yeah.
Just even the set list, everything was just
everything. I fully agree.
Yeah, I just thought it was perfect. And I'm so angry, and I blame Dave because had he just tried to sing the melodies the correct way, like the album, we could possibly have a live DVD or something of that final tour. And I just think
you're exactly right, because three-fourths of that show was perfect. Three-quarters of that show were perfect, and then you had Dave.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think they knew that too. It was just like they and I think they actually had to work harder because they knew they had to try to make up for Ed singing, and he sang so much with the harmonies with Wolfgang. They really, you could tell they worked on. They wanted it to sound, hey, they didn't want to get blamed for anything. I don't think they're like, listen.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ed was so, with the interviews we did with Guitar World. I mean, I know a few people he kind of get a little off the cuff or whatever, but. And he would go out, like sometimes he would tell me something, and after the fact he would cut it out. But Dave was kind of the sore point. They needed him and they wanted him to do good, and everything. And it was just kind of a drag for them. Like they even said, like, as he did say in the interview about the Tokyo album, like they let Dave pick the performance, because it was really, he was the most variable in the whole thing.
Yeah, and ironically, I swear that he only picked that performance so he could show people that he could speak some Japanese, which apparently Ed said he asked somebody, "Do you know what he's saying?" And they're like, "No," a Japanese person. They're like, "No, it doesn't make any sense, right?" Yeah. But I just that's my one regret, and I think that they realized that the legacy of the band is kind of taking a hit because of Dave's performances. And I think that's why even that guy that, the pen pal, that guy, the email guy from Rolling Stone article, I think, he said some things that Ed had said to him make a lot of sense. It seemed like Ed was ready to, do that kitchen sink thing and put Van Halen to bed. And he was looking at not having to worry about that kind of stuff anymore and just continue to do what he wanted to do, other projects and work with other people and do things like that. But I do think that it had to bother him and Alex, and they had to talk about it, but they couldn't approach Dave because the whole thing would have fell apart, and it would not have ended well. So I just think that it's just a shame, because I would have loved to have seen what the next step for him would have been after that. Movie soundtracks or working with other singers and people and things.
Ed always had that stuff in the back of his mind, and he did do stuff, as we saw, from time to time. He would get out there and do something, and didn't make a big to do about it.
Right.
The thing he did with Roger Waters, and some of these other things were just, just incredible. The breadth of his playing. But I know I know very much so that from what Ed. His other stuff, his extracurricular non-Van Halen stuff, it was on another level. The stuff with the cello, more keyboard stuff, acoustic piano stuff. That there's stuff that just didn't fit into this Van Halen niche, that he had. But at the same time, it's he knew Van Halen, that was his thing, and he never wanted to do a solo record either.
No,
which I always found interesting, because it's like he had so many ideas. It's like, why don't you just do a solo album?
Right.
And I mean, Van Halen 3 was probably the closest thing to that.
Yeah,
sure.
But it's the other thing I really wish, and that was the most exciting thing, was it 2018 when I last time I actually saw Ed. It was Ed and Janie, and they came out. They were out in New York, and they said, you can't tell anybody. And I've told everybody this thing, we were going to do a tour with Mike. Right. That's what we want to do. And it's just like, gosh, I wish we could have had that. That would have been really cool for just all the old timers and whoever, all the people who just wanted that. We wanted that back in '96, and everything. And we had the rug yanked out from underneath us on that. And
I blame Dave for everything.
Yeah, so do I. Chris, that was my next question I was going to ask you. After Ed passed, obviously Sammy and said that he and Ed were talking on text, and they kind of maybe rekindled their friendship, water under the bridge, this kind of stuff. Do you think that if Ed pulled through, talking about writing with other people, that he might have got back with Sammy? I know the kitchen sink thing was out there, but do you think he would have actually started to write with Sammy again?
I don't know for sure. It's hard to say. I think with Ed, there's always an open door. I mean, people talk about him in this way and that way. He was actually kind of a forgiving person. I mean, he was a forgiving person. He was willing to let bygones be bygones, but he had to leave the bullshit behind.
Right.
You know, and I think that's why with Dave, why things worked out the way they did was, you know, well, the way we're going to leave the bullshit behind is interact with each other at, you know, the bare minimum. You know, we're not going to go any further than that. We're not going to hang out socially together or whatever. We're not going to bring up any possibilities for a fallout of any sort. It was really kind of, you know, dancing on thin ice kind of thing with them. You know, and they managed to pull it off, you know, for almost 10 years, you know, really. But, you know, who can say? I mean, there were so many things that were up in the air, and Ed's health just didn't allow any of those things to happen. I mean, they were so excited about getting Mike back, and to come to find out that Mike never even got the phone call.
Crazy.
You know, the fact that I knew, you know, before Mike knew, they told me, they told Brad, they told Damien Finelli over at Guitar World, you know, and a handful of other people that they were planning to do this. But they didn't tell Mike, you know.
You know, I heard a funny quote this week just on that point, Chris, is that everyone's comparing Dave Grohl and the Foo Fighter reunion to the tribute show, how great it was and how Dave pulled this together. And they said, basically, it'll never happen for Van Halen because they're a huge dysfunctional family, to your point. They could probably never pull something like this off because stuff like that.
Well, that's, you know, Wolfgang's been very, very political, you know, and about this, and he's given some hints to it, but it's, you know, people say that they'll do this, but then all of a sudden the demands come in. I can't give you any details, but even at the Grohl thing, it wasn't Grohl and anybody in his own camp, but there were some other people that performed at that show that said, like, I don't want my dressing room next to this person.
Right.
You know, it's a tribute show. Can you put your beefs aside for a few minutes?
Yeah. No ego. Right? It's about talent.
There were certain artists that, you know, they had to put people out in campers, you know, out in trailers, out in the parking lot because they couldn't get along together for a tribute show.
Dude, I tip my hat to Grohl. And he is one rock and roll monster, waving the flag and keeping it going. But he put that show together twice, played the entire show. Now, a lot of people I know who were lucky enough to go to the show were like, dude, I couldn't even stand for 6 hours.
Yeah.
This guy was...
And that Forum show was all standing room on the floor.
Yeah. And the LA show, right. So people couldn't even stand for 6 hours, 6.5 hours in LA. This guy put 2 shows together, played every part with every band twice. Like Dave Grohl, I had massive respect for you before. I have massive respect.
Yeah.
And he had to deal with all that excess drama that was going 100%. On, which
God bless that guy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and that's the thing. And it just, you know, these are guys, you know, you're talking about people who don't play together. Some of them came from the same scene or whatever, but for whatever reason, they couldn't see fit to get along. Well, just imagine Sammy Hagar and David Lee Roth, and you know, two guys who,
like Chris, someone should have said beforehand, like they did back when they did USA for Africa. I think Bruce Springsteen or someone stood up and said, "Look, you guys have to put your egos out the door when you guys get into this room and we record this record." You know, a couple of the stars made sure of that, and they did it. Yeah. You know, maybe maybe they needed to have been pretty clear like that. You know, if you guys are going to come in here, this is a tribute, leave your egos. You know, maybe you need to be that up front. That's just an opinion. But there's a great question in the chat from Ed for the show. Is Dave a reason why there is any delay for any plans for a tribute show to Ed?
I think if you read between the lines of what Wolfgang was saying, I think that was pointing at Dave that pretty much he wouldn't, you know, he's being very, you know, politically correct about the whole thing. But I think that's what it was. Guys, I got to jump off, but I'm going to listen to you guys and what you guys have to say. Long live Ed. And
we're going to see you in a couple of days anyway. You're coming back with Jimmy V.
Okay, well, you tell me when.
Yeah.
Cheers, brother.
I'll talk to you guys.
Love those times with Jimmy.
Bye.
God bless John. God bless John. Thank you.
Have a good one.
John, hold on.
Oh,
hold on.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm coming your direction soon.
All right. I'll see you later.
All right.
Maniacs.
Yeah, good to see you, brother.
Thanks, John.
Nice to see him. Good man. Good Van Halen nut. Knows a lot of stuff too. But yeah, I'd be interested to see what you guys think about that question. So clearly, David is a reason for a lot of things happening and not happening.
Yeah, I can't say for sure it's just Dave. Because it's sometimes it takes two to tango. But I don't know, so I won't get into that point of it. But it's the people can be difficult even after it's supposed to be a tribute. It's supposed to be about looking after somebody, but sometimes people just can't put stuff aside.
And you know what's odd about Dave? He's been releasing all these reissue, he went to the studio with his band and he released all these Van Halen tracks. He's talking about Love, whatever, a couple other. It could have been in preparation for his Vegas. I heard it was in preparation of practice for Vegas shows that were canceled. But why is he putting them out?
He recorded those in May, though, from what I've read. May of this year.
One day in the studio, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Thank
14
you,
tracks from what I've read.
Thank you.
I initially thought he was peppering us up for a tribute show, but why is he putting them out?
Dave's a hard one to figure out. It's he bummed me out when he tried to take credit for the stripes on Ed's guitar. Ed's gone. Ed can't defend himself. He can't say whatever, and I think that was a really crappy thing for him to do. I love Dave's performances. I love his personality. I love his craziness, his gonzo nuts, stuff. His book was funky and fun, but Dave, man, shut up sometimes. You can take credit for plenty of things. You don't need to take credit for Ed's stripe design. One of the most.
The only thing I might believe about not even that was that we all saw in Van Halen 1 the outtake of him holding the Les Paul Jr.
Right.
In homage to Leslie West, because Ed was a huge Leslie West fan. The only thing I ever read back in the day was Dave might have said to Ed, "You got to hold the striped guitar because you're flashy, you're outrageous. You got to hold the other guitar." There's no way he's had anything to do with Ed painting that guitar.
No, I don't think so. I don't. But even then, it's like that was Ed's main guitar. That's the guitar he performed Eruption on. So it only makes sense that he appeared with that. I mean, they took a bunch of photos for the album cover. I talked with the photographer. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any of those photos. They all are property of Warner Brothers.
Right.
And I called over to Warner Brothers and was just like, huh? Nobody knows where they are or anything. And it was just like, oh, great. Are they just stuck in some archive somewhere? Did someone steal them, somewhere? Where are they? Who knows? But they took a bunch of shots and went for a bunch of different looks, basically.
Right.
Why he brought the Junior, I don't know. It's kind of a funky and cool thing, but
I love that photo. I have it. It's cool.
It's a great photo. And as I mentioned in the book, because that's one of the guitars he showed me when I went up to 5150 to do that Guitar Aficionado article on his collection, and he just loved, in a way he loved the look of that too, because it was just like I put this paint stripper on it.
Right.
And it all just started to get psychedelic, and I was rubbing my fingers through it, and I thought it just looked cool, so I left it that way.
Right. It's one pickup, it's one humbucker, one bomb. It's what Ed was all about.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It still was what he was about, even though it wasn't anything he played on the album at all.
No.
But I think it was again, the black and white guitar pops. It looks great, and but yeah, Johnny B and I, we can go on and on about the whole flipping story about that, and I did my best to debunk that. I mean, Roth mentioned, the blue painter's tape or blue artist tape, he called it, which it sometimes is called, just, for stripping or whatever, and masking tape. But it's like, yeah, blue masking tape didn't exist until 3M didn't invent that until later in the 80s, so it's like
gaffer tape.
Yeah, well, there's gaffer tape that he used, and or just you could have even used regular masking tape, or. Right. But yeah, Ed probably used gaffer tape.
Yeah,
I mean, we know that he used it when he did the red. When he did the red, we definitely know that because the lines aren't clean.
Right, you see a little shredding of the gaffer tape, like Johnny.
Exactly.
Which is amazing when you watch the video how he deciphered that.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, it's Johnny and I are now working on the blue on the back of it. So, which I have some theories, but I haven't been able. In fact, I'm hoping when I go to 5150 that I can get a little more closer of a look at that and get a little bit more of an idea. I mean, I know there's stories about this banner. Keith, in fact, I think you mentioned that in one of the things we just did recently about the about him hitting some wet paint on a banner or something. But it's like
on one of the road cases, I believe.
Exactly.
They were stenciling out the road cases.
Yeah, but I think the problem is that if you see, there's pictures. I wish I could remember the details, because I could tell you. I went and I looked up, because we have like the Guitar World pictures of the front and the back of Frankie, and it doesn't line up. Because Ed, by the time after Ed stopped using that guitar on tour, it didn't have any of the blue on it.
No.
And it doesn't show up until, I think there was a picture taken in the 90s sometimes that the blue, it was like sometime in the 90s that the blue paint finally shows up. I think it was like 1990 or something like that. Right. There was a Guitar World article. And they had.
By then he had the Kramer neck on it. Yeah.
But then he had the Kramer neck on that, and he also wasn't playing it live anymore.
Right.
But I have some theories, and Johnny's looking into it as well. And
right. I sent Johnny B a message about a year ago when I watched all his YouTubes, and he went into the deep dive on everything in the timeline. And when it was painted red, I'm like, Johnny, I got one question. When did the blue appear on the back of the Frankie, and what's the story to it? And to your point, he's like, I'm researching that.
Yeah, we've both been talking about that, because it was actually after the shark guitar thing. And I had reached out to Johnny, and we started a little sidebar conversation that went on for about a week. I have a few theories, but I won't say anything yet until I know a little bit more definitively. And I'm hoping to actually go up and see the guitar in person and see if it jives with some of my theory. It may not even be paint.
You know what some people think, kind of like with the Variac and this and that, is that Ed just did it just to fuck with people.
I don't think so. It's possible though, but
just a theory.
Don't think so, because I mean the thing is, like, he'd retired the guitar by then, and then it just but I have some theories, and I know things that Ed did with that guitar.
Right, and the weird thing is the EVH model that they produced doesn't have that, right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
No,
interesting.
Yeah. Not even did the $25,000 model have it? I believe it did.
Nope.
No,
that's what cracks me up, is when Ed says, like, oh, they showed me the two of them and I couldn't tell the difference. And it's like, well, the blue paint's missing.
Right. He was like, one's 7.5 pounds and one's 8 pounds, and he knew which one it was.
Right. But he missed the blue. So whatever. But on the whole painting thing though, it's preposterous. I mean, there were so many things that Dave got wrong, the color sequence. He said it was white, and then he added this layer of black, and it's like, no, it's the opposite way. It's a black body with the white paint on top, and whatever, we did that. But it's like, yeah, Dave, dude, let Ed have that. That's
right.
That's his signature. That's the stripes. I mean, my gosh, who would, more than anything, everybody can. You see the stripes, you think Eddie Van Halen.
That's beautiful.
So.
I recall in, I think it was Jas Obrecht's interview when he was talking about the guitar and building it, because he had it done black already, and they were all, he said that they were throwing sticks at him and stuff, saying it looked too boring, so he striped it up.
Yeah, I think
that's, and it was that simple.
Yeah, I think that's that, and we also, again, Johnny and I, we both worked together on the whole Chip Kinman thing too, the Dills.
Right.
The Dills, right.
And because the timeline just lines up too much. It's too close for comfort.
Oh, yeah.
On that, where, the Dills were playing in June at the Whiskey, and Hollywood in general. They shot the Cheech and Chong movie Up in Smoke at the Roxy about that time too. And we know that Van Halen was slumming at the Whiskey because they were, playing there, so they could. I know how it was. I saw Charles earlier. I don't know if he's on still or not, but when you played at the Whiskey, you were usually allowed, by the management to, to show up and see whatever bands are playing there. You just could walk in and show up and see the band. And I had that happen to me with Motley Crue once, and that's a other story. But But there was even, again, the Slash magazine. It says like Van Halen was at these shows,
right?
Like a Punkapalooza type of thing, like 3 nights of punk shows and whatever. And Van Halen was spotted in the audience, and their picture in punk attire was on the back of that issue.
The guy in the Dills came on and said that, hey, the hippies are here, and they were talking about that.
And said the hippies are here, and everything, and and it's funny because they played in June. The Dills played in June, and then in July, from the timeline of all the photos I've gotten, is the earliest I've seen. The earliest photo I can confirm is July of 77 of Ed with the Stripes on all of a sudden. So it's just, to me, it's super close for comfort. He saw that, thought, hey, that's really cool. I can do something even better, and I'll paint it. It won't just be electrical tape.
Right.
Yeah,
that was on a white Les Paul on the Dills. I've seen it.
Right. It was white. It was actually Les Paul. I think I wrote, again, in my Guitar World article, I said it was a Les Paul copy, but it was actually a Les Paul.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen the photos in the timeline, and I'm with you, John, that I kind of think that Ed was at that. They were there, and they saw it, and maybe Ed was like, light bulb.
Yeah, and again, I don't think he was necessarily, you can say he was copying. I think he was inspired by it as much as anything. Again, because Chip had electrical tape on there, and the funny thing is, all these people said like, "Oh, Eddie's guitar with electrical tape on it." It didn't have electrical tape on it.
Just the pinstriping was electrical tape.
Just the pinstriping was tape, yeah. But I've got actually some pinstriping here.
Yeah.
So it's like good old 3M, the blue tape there, Dave.
I actually have electrical tape on the pinstripe on mine. This isn't an EVH, but this is painted and this is pinstripe.
Oh, okay.
And the great thing with this, you guys, you definitely seen the pictures when Ed in '79 before he painted it red. It's a few pictures where
the pinstripe's taken off.
Yeah. And
during the rehearsals for the second tour.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Lynn Goldsmith shots.
And he had a different neck on it at that time too.
Yeah.
So. Cheers, Ed. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Cool. So, what else? But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Ed, again, Dave, man, loved the work you did. All the respect in the world. You wrote some of the most funny, cool lyrics ever. You're one of the world's greatest frontmen.
Correct.
Of one of the world's greatest bands, and leave it at that.
Yeah, he shouldn't touch anything affiliated with Ed or Ed's legacy.
Yeah.
Don't even go near it. Don't even touch it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the best way to pay tribute to Ed. If Ed was really your friend, give him the respect he deserves. Because, you guys you made magic together, and it may not have happened if it hadn't been for the chemistry of those 4 guys.
Right.
So it's, live with that. You guys made a big contribution, and,
well, I'll give Dave credit for this, and you probably noticed because you were on the ground in the scene at the time, and I've read many articles that when they came back from New York after the Gene Simmons demo with Casablanca, that Ed was like, "I'm out, I'm done," right? And everything I've read always said Dave said no. He pushed the brothers to keep going. So if anything, we owe it to Dave for that.
Well, then we owe it to Dave in general for them getting where they did, because I love the guys, but they were happy playing in Pasadena and playing for kegger parties,
right? And
playing at the Pasadena Civic. And I know, not that I was ever in any Van Halen band, but I was in a band in San Diego that we used to play North County, and we rented these places like Brengle Terrace and stuff. And we used to go up and down the coast, up the Pacific Coast Highway, and all the telephone poles, and put posters up. We put together events, like 3 or 4 bands. And this band I was in, we owned a PA system, we owned lights, and we would rent out halls, and we would pack in a couple thousand bored kids for $5 each and make a ton of money. And it's an easy thing to do. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do, to get a following and do that, but it's easy to fall into just doing that once a month, as opposed to slogging it out in a nightclub in hopes of getting discovered, and I can see how Ed and Alex probably felt like, gosh, we're just, why are we doing this when we can do these gigs at the Pasadena Pacific and pull in 3,000 kids and make a bunch of money? Why are we playing at these Hollywood nightclubs for, 20 people, or whatever, they slugging it out at Gazzari's, and everything. It's like, then they probably felt like, yeah, we got our chance and it's not happening.
Right. I mean, I might have packed it in, to be honest with you. Like, it's such a pipe dream and a long shot. And no matter how talented an Ed was, and we all know that, but you get your shot and it doesn't happen, I probably would have packed it in too. I'd be like, dude, I'm out.
Yeah.
Had our shot. It's not happening.
Well, that's the thing that happened with my band was we actually had done a gig, and a guy who was he was a writer for the San Diego Union saw us, and he wanted to manage us and start booking us in showcases up in Hollywood. And half of the band was like, let's do it. And the other half of the band was like, no, we're happy doing what we do here. And it was really weird because I was in the middle of it all, and I showed up for practice and no one was talking to each other, and it was just like, what's going on here? And it turned into this huge fight and the band broke up. So, I mean, the fact that the guys decided to stick it out, but the thing is that they did gain momentum. As I've said, there's, most people don't know just how big they were and how much interest there was, because it wasn't just Warner Brothers. It was,
well, yeah, and that blew my mind because all the stuff I read in Van Halen Rising, all the books we've all read, and the demo that Gene Simmons put together, there might have been 30 songs on there, and they were great songs. Bring On the Girls, Beautiful Girls, everything. Right. All the hits were on there, and I'm like, well, this is weird that a major label would pass on this with a guitar virtuoso like Ed and decide some. I think it was Billy Squier, but then later on it was like, well, we don't want to pull Gene Simmons' focus out of Kiss. That's probably more the reason why they didn't get signed. But I'm like, what?
I'm not entirely sure about that, though. I mean, that's what Paul Stanley says, is that they were trying to keep, the reins on Gene. But I don't think, because they still, had the Billy Squier thing going on, Piper, and everything. So it's like, well, they weren't really entirely denying him.
Right. And Casablanca almost went bankrupt a couple of years earlier before Kiss put out Alive.
Oh, yeah.
And they finally made money. Neil Bogart or Bill Coyne was putting stuff on his Amex bill just to keep the fucking record company afloat.
Yeah, it was Neil.
And they had just done a Rock and Roll Over tour, and they were getting ready to go back in the studio for Love Gun. So that's why they're trying to keep the reins on Gene. In the meantime, he was still trying to do his Man of 1,000 Faces label. That's why if
I'm a record label executive and a business guy, I'm like, shit, if I can bring this kid and this band on my label, I'm going to sell a shit ton of albums, probably. Great. What a bad business decision that was.
Yeah, well, it was a bad business decision, I think. But too, if you've listened to the demos, they're good.
Yeah.
But we know the potential that's there because we've heard what came later.
Right.
But
you saw the transition there between those demos, and
we saw the transition because even the Warner Brothers demos don't, the magic's almost there.
Right.
Right.
But it's not there like it is with the first album. And the other thing is like, man, and that's the thing I tried to really emphasize in the book with Ed in particular, but the whole band, when they got signed to Warner Brothers, man, they
took Ted to make it work.
They went, to work.
Yeah.
And Ed really woodshedded. And that's when he perfected the tapping stuff.
Right.
He was just starting it before they got signed. And
you're right. When they got signed, I remember reading in your book that he was like, shit, I got 2 or 3 weeks to get this tapping thing, or a month to get this tapping thing down. And he did it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. And, Roth went and took vocal lessons and everything. Right. And they really like this. Now we're really going to work here. Now we're really serious, and you hear that.
Yeah.
You hear this fiery band. It's funny because again, Alan Garber, we talked about, when did Ed get the MXR flanger? It's like, I never really thought about that in much detail. Then I went back and listened.
Well, the phaser was huge.
The phaser was huge, and he had that for a big long chunk of the club days. The flanger doesn't show up until after the demos are recorded in April.
Yeah, because he uses it on top and a few other songs.
That came with the signing bonus.
He got the signing bonus, and what the new songs that he wrote that weren't on the demos, Atomic Punk, Ain't Talking About Love, you know, songs that featured the flanger on it, and those are new toy songs.
In Atomic Punk and in Ain't Talking About Love, it's phase 90, but then at certain points
he adds the flanger in.
Right. And it's that dynamic that just, wow. You never heard anything like that.
But that's the thing, he got a new toy. You know, it's like the Lena Lovitch song, I got a new toy and I'm going to use it, you know, and that's what he did. You know, he wrote these songs and he put the flanger on there, you know, and that's the thing about this. Again, what's so wonderful about this stuff is like, oh, you start, again, for the 900-page book, you start to put these pieces together. You know, it's like, oh, and that's one thing we changed into Paperback, because I said when they recorded the demos, he had like the phase 90 dynamics are flanger. And in the Paperback, I took out the flanger because now I know he didn't have the flanger when they did the demos. So,
dude, you ask 9 million guitar players, when you buy a flanger, what is the first song you play?
Unchained.
That is it. That is Ed Van Halen.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. But that's again, the crazy thing is just, you know, they went to work, you know, they you know, they did their thing. I mean, I could see, you know, having worked at record labels, I could see people hearing the Simmons demos and kind of going like, eh. And part of the problem was that Ed didn't really have his guitar tone. He wasn't using his gear. He wasn't using his rig,
right?
You know, and the rhythms were a little bit more stiff. You know, and I'm sure, you know, I'll do my best. Gene Simmons' voice was like, no, guys, you gotta do the, you gotta play to a click track, because that's what we do. And we're going to do overdubs, and you're going to record separately here, and you're going to record over here, you know, and we'll put it together, you know.
And that's the beauty of Don Landry, because he brought that out of Ed.
Right.
He realized this is a great live band. I'm going to record them live. Screw doing.
The crazy thing to me is if I listen to those demos, which are unpolished, 1,000,000%, and I love Billy Squier, and I listen to Billy Squier, it's hands down not even a fucking competition which band I'm signing.
No,
so,
true. But
it wasn't even Billy, it was just Piper. It was the whole band. It's a totally different band besides Billy's solo.
The only reason why Billy Squier took off was the void that Led Zeppelin happened. When John Bonham died in 1980, Billy Squier was the closest kind of thing that resembled a Zeppelin type of groove sound.
That's true, yeah. It's big drums.
Led Zeppelin continues. Billy Squier never happens.
He probably would have happened, just not as big.
Yeah. So, I mean, Don't Say No is a great album. I love it.
Yeah.
But like, you know, Van Halen, you know, not even close.
But Van Halen, come on. I mean, but the thing is, though, again, you listen to the demos, and I know, again, having worked next to an A&R guy's office and hearing all these great demo tapes get passed on, you know, I remember because Boardwalk signed Night Ranger, and I remember when he was playing the Night Ranger demo, and I just immediately ran over there and said, like, you have to sign this band now, you know. Like, that's some amazing guitar playing.
It was a great one.
Bruce was kind of like, we're thinking about it. You know, I'm not really sure yet, but.
Yeah, it happens. There was a great one that came out this week. I saw a great meme that was either Columbia or a Geffen or somebody passed on YouTube. They were like, sorry, we don't feel it.
It's all over the place. I remember like when I first started working at Boardwalk, Bruce was seriously considering Pac-Man Fever. That he was getting into a bidding battle for the Pac-Man Fever song. And I said, oh my God, rock is dead. You know? And then I found out that we had Joan Jett on the label. I'm like, oh, maybe not so bad after all. So, but yeah, man, record labels in Hollywood in the 70s and 80s were just in a bad place. It's a wonder any good records got put out. I hate to say it.
Well, you had punk and disco to contend with, and that's where all the labels were heading.
You're right.
They thought they were trying to ride that gravy train for as long as they could.
And LA wasn't really
a hard rock band.
LA wasn't punk town at all, really. I mean, we did have some punk bands there and everything like that, but the labels were not interested in LA at all in any punk bands.
Punk was in New York. It was all New York. It was happening in New York,
basically. I mean, we had the Dickies in LA, and even the Dickies was kind of like a sort of a kind of an undercover metal band, really. If you know anything about the guitar player in the Dickies, he's actually a metalhead, as most LA punk guitarists are actually big metalheads. So they say they were wearing their Van Halen shirts ironically, but they were all fans, you know. But it was crazy. The other thing, I mean, it was obviously Fleetwood Mac was huge, and it was soft rock, and that was what the LA guys were all looking for.
Right. Mm-hmm. Rumors hit in '77, and that was the epitome of yacht rock, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And that's what they all wanted. They all wanted the next Fleetwood Mac, and that's what they were looking for.
And it was right in the midst of corporate rock. Boston came out. Tom Schultz was like a guy from nowhere recording in his basement, genius. Right, you had Boston, you had Foreigner, you had this like Fleetwood Mac, you had this big corporate push of corporate rock, and you had punk in '77, which was still pretty like just emerging.
Yeah,
but had Van Halen, like where classic rock was kind of on the fringe, on the outs, and you had Van Halen was like it's.
I disagree with that though, because speaking as a guy who was 15 years old at that time, hard rock was really that's what my friends in high school. We were going to every concert.
I agree, but the record probably were thinking different, right?
But they were thinking a little bit differently. They didn't quite see the commercial. It wasn't commercially popular. It wasn't popular with the critics at the time.
Punk came out, and the Clash were like, and Sex Pistols were like, "Fuck you, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, like fuck this, you're dead."
Yeah, but even that was kind of like the punk rock thing. I was a big punk rock fan too. I mean, I loved metal and I loved punk. Those were my two big things when I was a teenager. But punk rock records did not sell. So I could see the record labels really weren't that interested, and they kind of did it because they didn't want to miss out.
Right.
So there was a bit of that, but they were signing the bands from London and New York for the most part. The LA stuff was really, there was the Dickies, but then after that, it was all independent label stuff like Black Flag and Circle Jerks.
What was really interesting about Fleetwood Mac though is that they and we call it on our show here, we call them the disco version of Fleetwood Mac, and but great album, don't get me wrong, and we've ranked that album, Rumours. But what was really interesting about that album, and you guys were talking about a little bit before, it was recorded live as a band. The producer of that album, he talks in the DVD and also in his book, he took 3 weeks trying to mic the drums. He couldn't get the drums, and the rest of the band was standing around trying to watch this guy going, what the F and heck is going on here? And then when he realized that, okay, so the bass, John McVie had to come in with Lindsey, and as soon as they started playing together, then he realized, the magic was actually in the band playing together live, and that's when they started. That's when he captured the sound. So all the 3 weeks that he spent prior trying to mic this drum just didn't work.
You're right.
So it goes back to the point, Micah, that you were saying about Van Halen. Van Halen had to be recorded live, bro.
Yeah,
love that.
Yeah, that was the thing. Andrew, man, I can tell you some great Fleetwood Mac stories because my friend Robert was friends with a guy. We all went to high school together, but he was really good friends with a guy who was actually, his dad was one of the management for Fleetwood Mac. And Robert went over to Hawaii to this Fleetwood Mac house. And he copied a cassette, and it was when Lindsey and Stevie Nicks joined the band. And Lindsey was showing the guys some songs that he had written. And he was like doing Monday Morning. And he's playing it for the guys and like saying, okay, and then there's a guitar solo here. And he's just playing a rhythm guitar and he's singing the guitar solo that's on the record.
Right.
And it's like the coolest thing because it's just like this. I have to get a copy of it. I think Robert still has it, my friend Robert. Oh. But it was just like, wow, it was a fly on the wall type of thing.
Dude,
that he had, and this was back in like 1980 or whatever that I heard.
Lindsey Buckingham is a genius. What he did on that album, on that Rumours album, what he did,
he made that album.
He finished all those songs, and this is what's really interesting. And please don't get me wrong when I say this. Stevie Nicks has said a lot of bad things over the years about Lindsey Buckingham. Lindsey's never said one bad thing about her.
True.
But she used to go to him when they split up and say, can you help me finish the song?
He finished every song for her, Andrew.
Yes.
Here's the beauty of Fleetwood Mac, and you guys probably all notice. I'm a huge fan. Rumours and Tusk. I mean, Lindsey Buckingham not only is a monster guitar player, singer, writer, arranger, producer, but you got two elements of that new disco version of Fleetwood Mac. You have John C's bass and Mick Fleetwood, which is a powerful rhythm section. Yeah. bar none, second to none. And then the 3-part vocal harmonies of Christine McVie, Stevie, and Lindsey. But Lindsey was the arranger, producer of everything.
Oh, yeah.
Finished
Yeah.
30 Stevie Nicks songs. You know, the joke is that when they were fighting, he's like, I don't want to finish your songs anymore. You know, because they're all hits, and I'm not finishing.
And then come back.
Yeah.
But that Rumors to me is a perfect album. And to Chris's point, you know, they spent so much time on that. It was recorded live, but all the stuff I read and watched behind the scenes, you know, the mounds of cocaine in the studio, you know, even the biggest hit for me, Go Your Own Way. They recorded and overdubbed so many parts and tracks. They said near the end that the tape was almost thinning out.
Yeah, it's almost see-through, yeah.
Right. It was like, we can't do any more because we're going to lose the master.
Yeah.
They worked so much, 18 months on this friggin' masterpiece, and they never stopped because they were doing so much coke, but it is a masterpiece. And he did the same thing with Tusk. It's all Lindsey.
No, it's funny that you bring that up because I recall Eddie talking about that during one of the first interviews too, because he would always say, how could you go in there and do a 10-track song, you know, and then perform it out there live? And that's, you know, that's basically what he was talking about right there.
Here it is. Go Your Own Way for me is my favorite song as a guitar player on that album because Lindsey shines. And it wasn't to the last day and the last track that he threw that little acoustic part over the verse that makes the song. And it was by accident, but it was like on the 133rd track they did of that song. So God bless them and God bless Lindsey.
It's a perfect album, and yeah, I agree with you. There's a new biography coming out on Stevie Nicks very soon, so it'll be interesting to see where this new biography goes because, again, you know, we're not in the habit of being too critical here, but like I said, guys, you know, she's said some really, really bad things about Lindsey over the years.
Yeah,
and Lindsey has been a perfect gentleman,
and to
about everybody.
I think it's come full circle where she's come back. And
I'll tell you, man, I did a thing with Brad. He hired me to do this. It was one of these supermarket magazines. It's like the little kind of book version, like a kind of a Fleetwood Mac for Dummies type of thing. It was like a history of the band. This was a few years back, and I wrote this thing for Brad. I did this whole Fleetwood Mac history from the beginning, you know, up to the present, basically.
Wow.
And I had taken off. I'd finished this thing up, and I'd taken off with my family. This is 2018. I'd taken off, and we went to London to go on vacation. And I'm in the hotel, and I get this call from Brad, and it's like, they kicked Lindsey out of the band. I need you to rewrite the last chapter of this big thing you just wrote.
So do you know why, or what have you? Because I've heard a version. So let's talk about versions of why they kicked Lindsey out. What have you heard? What have you heard, Chris?
You know, I don't know because there's too many sides of the story. You know, I heard that they're trying to say that Lindsey had too many demands for the tour, that he wanted a certain X amount of money, blah, 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 so on and so forth. You know, I really don't know. I just remember I was in London, and all of a sudden there's like 2 new members replacing Lindsey Buckingham, and I'm like in London without my resources. You know, I have an iPad with me. I don't even have a proper computer to write, you know, to type on and everything.
One of the guys that they used to replace Lindsey Buckingham was a New Zealander, the guy from Crowded House, Tim Finn. Neil Finn. Mike Campbell.
And Mike Campbell, yeah.
Mike Campbell.
Yeah,
I love both those guys. I love Neil. I love Mike. They're great people, you know, and everything. But it was just like, oh my gosh, you guys, you know. And I remember I had friends who had like, you were looking so forward to the Fleetwood Mac tour and everything like that. And then they found out Lindsey was out, and it's like they sold their tickets, you know. It's like, oh, it was going to be good. I mean, Mike's great, you know, Neil's great, you know, it's just, but I understand that, you know, if you're paying $200 to see Fleetwood Mac, you kind of want to see Lindsey Buckingham.
So what I've heard, and it's obviously it's all over the internet and stuff like that. So it's not my version of what I've heard, but it's one of the theories. So again, it goes back to Stevie Nicks. Stevie Nicks was one of the main reasons why she wanted Lindsey out, because she just didn't want Lindsey to have any control over what the band was going to do, the set list. She, first of all, from what I have read and picked up, she appealed to Mick Fleetwood, and Mick Fleetwood said, well, look, can we try and make it work? And she said, it's either Lindsey or me.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, that's what's, so they made a decision, well, we need guitar players. We can get guitar players, but, a second female singer. So if that's what happened, that sucks.
Those brutal 6 inches between the ears again.
Yeah,
that ego.
Brother.
It makes perfect sense to me, because Lindsey is, I don't want to call him a control freak, but he is a band leader.
Perfectionist.
He's a perfectionist. He's a band leader. He is a leader. And, I could see that, and I could see Stevie, that it makes perfect sense to me, being difficult. I had heard, at the time, like I said, they were saying like, oh, they were trying to say like they tried to make it a money thing. Like Lindsey's asking for too much money, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. But that makes perfect sense to me.
Well, look. At the end of the day, neither of them are short of money. You
No.
know, so it's a bit like the Rolling Stones, isn't it? They're doing this to keep alive. It's what they do, Chris and Keith. It's their mojo. It's their juju. It keeps them alive.
Same thing with Van Halen.
Yeah.
Well, you got it. But we just said before, didn't we, guys? We love the nitty gritty. We love the real details, don't we? But we love hearing the gossip stories too, don't we, guys? Let's admit that.
Well, I love the gossip when it's related to the inner workings of the band. I don't need to know about someone's really super personal details.
No. You're right, and
I will say this.
Yeah.
I love Steve Rosen and everything like that, but I felt like some of the stuff in the book should not have been put out.
Oh,
especially when Ed said like, "This is not for print."
Oh,
yeah. So
yeah. Once you get the book, you'll read it and you'll be like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have been reading this.
Yeah, that's
there were a couple of sections in the chapters.
For me as a journalist, I think that's breaching here. Because I have many people tell me stuff. This is off the record.
Oh yeah,
and off the record means it's off the record forever.
Mm-hmm.
Not like it's off the record while I'm alive, and after I die, you can do what you want with it. So that was my only problem I had with some of that stuff, is that's a breach of the journalist.
Now, some of those things, though, they did pertain to Eddie's state of mind at the time because of his, personal relationships with, whether it be with Valerie, his son, or even with the other band members, how he went about it. I would have made a different choice, but it still gives you an insight on his point of view.
It gives you an insight, but at the same time, it's for me as a journalist, it's you're even getting into legal stuff. Yeah. It's once the cat's out of the bag, it's out of the bag, unfortunately, and you can't go back. But it's just, boy, if I was Rosen he's not really that active anymore in interviewing people. But if I did that, it'd be really hard for me to line up an interview with certain other major artists. It's a breach of trust. It's one of those things. It's, again, when it's like, this is not for the book or it's not for print, that really should have been honored. That's I had plenty of stuff with Ed that I would love to print, but
we appreciate your opinion, and you're sharing it with us here, Chris. Thank you for that. That's wonderful.
Yeah, there's great stuff in Rosen's book, so I'm not going to discount it by anything. That's the only thing I had a problem with, was just a few of these things where Ed said, this is not for print, this is not for the book, or whatever. After someone's gone, that's just, you shouldn't do it when they're alive, and when they're gone, it's even worse. But like I said, Ed told me lots of things. I've had Slash tell me lots of things. I could fill a book and make a lot of money off of all the off the record stuff people have told me over the years. And it's not a place for a journalist to go there. If they want to have any ethics. I mean, I don't want to get into a whole crazy thing about that, but it's something altogether.
Right. You got to respect their wishes.
You got to respect their wishes. Yeah.
Especially if they're no longer with us.
Yeah. So that's, I mean, it was revealing, and it's interesting to know this stuff, but at the same time, it's just like, you know, when you're actually reading it in quote, you know, saying like, this is not for print.
Yeah, it's a hard pill to swallow on some of those scenarios. It does humanize Eddie a lot.
It does humanize. I mean, it's good to see that, and but at the same time, it's just like, oh boy, you know, that's good luck, Steve, if you ever want to interview anybody in the future, because they're not going to tell you stuff, you know. And
right.
Like I said, Ed told me some great stories, and I really struggled with it, you know, on the book. And it's like, this would get a lot of news and sell a lot of copies, but he said, this is just for you only.
And Steve has even said that during interviews on podcasts, you know, even a podcast I was with when I first got the book, he said, there's going to be some stuff in this book that a lot of people are not going to like reading. You know, they're not going to like to hear the fact that I put this on print.
Yeah.
You know? And so,
and I mean, I don't want to get into the nuts and bolts of it. That's the only thing I will say about it. And now I'll move on from there. But that's the only problem I had is just when Ed specifically said this is not for print, you know, so that's.
Can I ask you a question then, Chris? So you know, because we'll just broaden out this conversation, because I think you're at a really, really good point. So when you're interviewing these musicians and guitar players, and you've broken the ice, and you might be having a couple of beers with them, you know, sitting back, and when someone tells you what I'm telling you now is not for print,
right?
That means the ice has been broken. That means obviously that they realise they've reached a point where they can trust you.
Yeah,
there's some kind of rapport there for you. So that's an achievement for you as a journalist, because anything now that they say after that that's pertaining to anything else that you can print has to be gold.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, that is part of the thing, and that's the difficult part of being a journalist. You know, is being professional. You know, there's a point of being a friend and a confidant, you know, and also being a professional. Right. And it's important, I think, to really let the professional side reign.
There's no difference in lawyer-client privilege.
It's very similar to lawyer-client privilege. Very much. That's a very good analogy. It's a very, very good analogy.
Or doctor-client.
Yeah, or with a doctor. Yeah, and that's why I know many people get upset when these pictures emerge of like Ed with, you know, a physician or a nurse or something like that, and with his cancer treatments, because those are very personal things. You know,
or the TMZ stuff that you see on like Real Channel. Yeah.
Do we need to know this?
Yeah.
You know, I love the gossip when it's about the band workings and things like that, but when it comes to the very personal side of someone's life,
personal and family would be off limits.
Yeah, that's definitely off limits, and I wish that would really be respected a little bit more. That's like I said, that's the only. You know, that was not the only, but it's just the major problem I had with Rose and Sing was just, I mean, my God, you printed that. It's like, my gosh, dude, you know, you're kind of making yourself, you know, if you want to make yourself legal problems, you could, you know, but yeah, but that's the thing. If you breach that with somebody, again, good luck getting another interview with somebody, you know, unless you find somebody who just isn't paying attention to what's going on out there. But like I said, I could fill, you know, many a book with salacious stories and gossipy details and stuff that people have told me over the years. But that's going to die with me, you know, and I might have to destroy some of my tapes, you know, to make sure they don't fall into the wrong hands or whatever, because a lot of that stuff has been recorded. Yeah, it's just, it's not right to go there. It's, but I mean, that's the thing. You want an artist to open up and be honest with you. And sometimes they know when they're going over the line, but it's just, they bond with you over whatever reason, or they trust you. And you can't corrupt that trust. You know, it's really wrong to do that.
I think one of the difficulties, you know, men and women have when they're in a band, and we've read this countless times, haven't we, with all the biographies we've read over the years, guys, and articles, even articles that, Chris has given us over the years. One of the difficulties is when you're talking about yourself as an artist and you're in a band, it's pretty hard not to talk about someone else in the band, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's yeah. And I suppose it's the analogy I like to use is when we go to work. Work is one of the most interesting places that we can go to because it's the place where we practice all the human virtues: justice, fortitude, temperance, and patience. And you've got people at work that you really, really like and dig, cats that you really want to hang out with. And then, Mikey, there's guys that we work with that we just absolutely want to kill, but we can't because, these experiences, Chris, that we have, and Keith, as people, obviously are reflected in the dynamics of a band. So, you're gonna hear all the good and the bad, aren't you, Chris?
Well, especially with the band, I mean, you're so much in the public eye. And that's part of the pressure, and that's part of what drives people crazy, and that's kind of what led Ed down the dark path that he went through for a while there. It's tough, and especially as the internet came around and everything like that, and you could kind of view, what various people were thinking of you. It kind of, you can instill a little bit of this madness, out there.
How important was Valerie when they were married, especially during the early 80s, and holding Eddie back, giving Eddie some kind of foundation in his life? Was that something important, guys? Is that something that we don't give a lot of?
Well, early on, they were kind of partners in crime.
They partied together.
Mm-hmm.
They partied together a lot, but once Wolfgang was born, there was definitely a shift in dynamic. And, I saw personally, like I said, the first time I interviewed Ed up at 5150, met Wolfgang when he was only 3, and Valerie was bringing him home from whatever they were out running around. And I remember because Ed had quit drinking, but he was drinking, what are those non-alcoholic beers?
O'Doul's.
Oh, it wasn't O'Doul's, it was the other brand.
Oh, the Miller Sharps.
Sharps. It was Sharps. He was drinking Sharps. And we were, the photographer was shooting photos of Ed. Karen Miller was shooting photos of Ed in 5150. And Ed, he was drinking non-alcoholic beers, but there was a few cans lying around. And Valerie came in with Wolfie, and Wolfie runs over to Ed, and everything. And they have this little moment together and everything. And Valerie's just standing there with her arms, like looking at him like he was just a bad little boy. And I thought, boy, she is really, just was shooting him some looks, It's like, it's working. It may not look like work. He's doing a photo shoot and everything like that, but she's an actress. She knows what it's like.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. But I really got that dynamic that she was really the one keeping him on the straight and narrow. And even though she just saw the empty cans, on the floor, right, and they were non-alcoholic or whatever. But I think she was just worried that he was, having some beers or something like that. And it was just, it was really something. And I know that started to become even more of a dynamic over the years. There was some riffs and everything. And she got concerned about his drinking. Before that, there was like the whole thing with, with being at NAMM show. And when they introduced the first, the Eddie Van Halen guitar with Ernie Ball, the EVH model, the Eddie Van Halen model. It's getting late over here, so my brain's shutting down. But anyways, she was very upset with him, about him getting drunk at this, basically was a business function.
Correct.
So yeah, she was definitely keeping him more on the straight and narrow. And then of course, once they separated and everything like that, Ed kind of just went on the spiral, kind of into this very dark place. So she was definitely trying to, to keep him, but I think it was, it was a very heavy hand though too. And I think Ed needed a different touch. There's times where he needed a heavy hand, but there's other times where he needed a little bit more of someone to guide him a little bit more positively.
Right. Like an understanding hand. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I also believe that she was not alone in this. I think there was also a hand probably from the label as well, let alone, Alex.
Oh yeah, well there was a whole, I mean,
pushing for him to just like
he went back and forth between the brothers too,
Yeah.
because Alex had his own issues to deal with, and they had to clean him up. And then it was
Right.
like, okay, he got cleaned up, and then now we had to focus on Ed. And then all of a sudden Alex went back. It was kind of this seesaw thing going on, trying to keep both of the Van Halen brothers on the straight and narrow. So that was definitely a challenge for all parties involved.
Mm-hmm. And that totally changed the dynamic between, him with Sammy, and then his relationship with Mike, which was already, minimal at most.
Well, that's right.
That's the thing I don't get. And I will say this is I can't say I knew Ed perfectly well, but I never got the animosity between Ed and Mike, because Mike is just such a sweetheart of a guy, just not, no drama,
Right.
easygoing. I guess he was just like one of those people that was just easy to pick on. That's the only thing I can see.
I see Mike as almost a yes man in that business line. Like he did whatever Ed wanted.
Yeah.
He learned his parts. If Ed wanted to play his parts on the album, like Mike was like, whatever, dude. I see him as a yes man. So for Ed to pick on him was like such an easy target. And I never understood that either.
Yeah, I think it was just it though. I think it was just an easy outlet to, because the thing is, I think he could also just dump all this stuff on him and he wouldn't push back.
Right.
Yeah, because Mike didn't want to, cause any rifts or, rock the boat or anything. He just wanted to, keep everything going. And I picture him kind of like, you would picture or imagine the attitude that Kirk Hammett would have, or even Dave Grohl, with the dynamics of their bands.
Even
just
today,
trying to keep
Keith.
everything smooth sailing.
Yeah.
Even today, Keith, Mikey hasn't said anything about Eddie Van Halen.
And he refuses to. He won't.
Yeah, no, Mike's a good guy, good all around guy, good solid person. Like I said, I was so excited.
He could write a book of stories too, couldn't he, Chris?
Absolutely.
Yeah, if he wanted to cash in, and
if he wanted to cash
that,
in,
but he doesn't need to, and the guy's a saint, as far as
that
I'm
book
concerned.
would make Red look like nursery rhymes.
Oh yeah, no, because he was there all along, through so many years.
Red looked like nursery rhymes. That's a good one. Because Red drove a dagger in, didn't it?
Right.
Yeah. Twist that knife.
Well,
Oh,
you know what?
boy,
That
did
tells
it
you what
work.
kind of guy Mikey is. I always felt at the core that Sammy was kind of an insecure dude, only because of the Sammy-Dave dynamic. Mikey never had any of that until Wolfie, but Wolfie was really family, so it really was a different animal. But, for Mikey, it was like, okay, I rode this, not that I rode this guy's coattails, but pretty much because of this guy, I made a great living. He wrote the songs. He was the talent, him and his brother.
Yeah.
He was the arranger. I'm a pretty good bass player, but if it wasn't for this guy, nobody would know who Michael Anthony Cebalowski, whatever his name is, really is. So Mike is a stand-up fucking guy. I feel like Sammy's thing was more of a kind of like an insecurity kind of complex.
Which I don't get, because, Sammy had such a career,
before Van
Halen, with Montrose and as a solo artist, and everything before that. And I don't, it's funny because, the first time I met Sammy, again, was when first time I met Ed. In fact, I met Sammy before I met Ed up at 5150. I had gone up to the studio and was hanging out in front waiting for Ed to show up to do my interview. And Sammy was out front talking with somebody. And even there, he was like saying, oh, he's one of these guys. Hey, I'm a Libra too, Holly. But Sammy was like saying like, oh yeah, he was talking about somebody. He's like, yeah, he's one of these guys with like 3 names, like, David Lee Roth. And I just thought, wow, even now, this is Balance. This is the Balance. I was up there to listen to Balance and interview Ed about that. It's like, even now, like, Sammy, I wanted to pull him aside. Sammy, you're in the band. Right. It's okay. It's
Let
okay.
it go.
Let it go.
You sold millions of albums.
Yeah, it just like even in that little aside, he just had to say like, yeah, like he was saying it kind of in a derogatory way. He's like, he's one of those guys with 3 names, like David Lee Roth. I'm just like, whoa,
Right.
Well, here's
But
one
it
thing
was-
with Sammy that always got with me with Sammy. Earlier today, I was watching a thing on YouTube. He was being interviewed by Dan Rather, and Dan was talking about right when he came into Van Halen. And Sammy goes, yeah, after the VOA album, I was about ready to retire. And that's the first time I ever heard that. Like,
Yeah.
what?
yeah.
Well, you know what the interesting is, Keith? I read an interview recently about Sammy where he went back and said, after the VOA album and Van Halen asked me to join, I was so successful that I really didn't want to. And I'm thinking to myself, is this guy full of shit? Because although Sammy had a good career with Montrose and his solo stuff, Van Halen coming off of 1984 tour was the biggest thing in the fucking
biggest
world.
band in the world.
Yeah. Even say that statement, like, are you fucking out of your mind?
Mm-hmm. Even Dan made that statement to him. He was like, how can you deny how big Van Halen was at 1984, 1985?
He actually said, I wasn't sure if I wanted to do it. My solo career was bigger. I'm like, what?
Lead singers, brother. LSD. Lead singer disease, brother.
Lead singer disease? Well, I sing and play guitar.
Yeah. I know. That's always a chuckle, isn't it, when you read or, come across that. I've come across it a couple of times. It's like, absolutely. 1984, Mikey, you said it was the biggest. That's why people were so disappointed.
Andrew,
when
we were talking about this months ago on the 5150 promo. Like, it was Madonna, NXS, and Van Halen all over MTV. They were the biggest band in the world.
Yeah.
For him to even say that is like, come on, dude. You were chomping at the bits to get a shot at to be in the band, and you would have never said no.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then during the Unleashed MTV thing, he always mentions, the minute they announce that Dave is out, he goes, I go over to my wife and say, I bet you they're going to call me.
That's great. I know.
It's just
That's
like a ton of
part.
contradictions here. So
they're going to call me.
Yeah.
I think the Roth thing just always was in the back of his mind. And it's a tough thing. It's a tough thing to replace a singer who's as beloved and such a crucial part of a band.
Dude, he was arguably the greatest frontman in the world at that time. I mean,
sure.
I'd have an inferiority complex trying to replace
everybody left and went with Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dave puts
the whole
together
back room left.
Dave puts together a supergroup with Steve Vai and Billy Sheehan. And I tell you something, note for note, song for song, Eat 'Em and Smile stands up.
That was an intimidating record for him to put out. And
I might say it's a better record than 5150. I'm sorry.
Because Ted put it out.
Yep.
Well,
he brought Ted along with him.
I have to agree with you. I mean, I love 5150, but I liked
Song for Song.
Song for Song. Yeah.
I have to admit that myself. I have to. As much as I love the song 5150.
I will say this, though. As much as I love Steve Vai, I wish it was Eddie on guitar.
Yes.
On those songs.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Vai is a technical monster like all those guys we spoke about earlier, but he's no Ed.
Yeah.
I would have loved one album with Billy Sheehan and Eddie.
That would have been really cool too. Yeah, that would have been cool too. That's another great story of the whole possibility of that. But the things that could have been, there was so many possibilities floating around back then.
But look at that, Talus is out on tour now.
Yeah. I had a great time with him. I will say I went out with Mr. Big in 1996 in Tokyo, at Budokan. And what a great bunch of guys. I had
Paul Gilbert.
Blast with Paul, Pat, Billy, everybody. It was an amazing, experience.
great band. And when Kotzen joined it, you know, just as good. You know, it was
Great
good to see that band carry on with Kotzen. He just took it to not another level, just another direction. Just fantastic.
Yeah.
Right. Kind of like with Sammy and Eddie.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, different direction.
One of the buzzes of my life was actually they let me walk out with them. When, you know, I hung out backstage before they were going to walk onto the stage, and I was taking pictures. They were letting me. I was shooting photos of everything, and they let me do the walk, you know, from the dressing room, you know, through the tunnel up onto the stage at Budokan. And it was just like, I wasn't in the band, but I got to hear the crowd and everything with the band as I was walking up. And that was just, that was such an amazing experience, even though the applause wasn't for me or anything like that, but it was just like to be part of that.
Can you imagine getting that every night?
Oh, yeah.
And think of how big they were in Japan there, too.
They were huge. They were huge.
They were bigger than Van Halen in Japan.
Oh, yeah.
Correct.
And their techs were, of course, Rudy Laren.
Yeah.
And, the bass guy. I can't remember his name now. But, you know, Michael Anthony's tech was Billy's tech.
Doogie.
Yeah. What's his name?
Kevin Dugan.
Kevin Dugan. There we go. So, and I actually have a shot that I have of, you know, when Paul does the thing with the drill, with the Makita drill, with the pick and everything like that. And I'm standing right next to Rudy. And when he throws the drill, you know, it's like you can see the drill coming at the camera, you know, and like, you know, Paul's arms outstretched and whatever, but it's going to Rudy, but Rudy's like standing right next to me. So it looks like it's coming right at the camera. It's a really cool shot. But that was a blast, you know, great guys.
Wow. That's awesome. Awesome you get to experience that. Paul Gilbert, also a huge Ed fan.
Oh yeah. Well, come on, look, they brought Rudy and Kevin, you know, as their techs. I mean, that's, you know.
Paul Gilbert did a great episode. Dweezil Zappa did the series Running with the Dweezil. You probably guys know after Ed passed. Yeah. He does an episode with like Nuno Betancourt and a whole bunch of break with Dweezil Zappa.
Did one with Vibe. Yeah,
Dweezil runs it. But he had Paul Gilbert on one episode, and Gilbert was talking about how great Ed was and how much of an inspiration he was. And he also mentioned Dave, and he actually did an episode, like he did a 5-minute tutorial about, he goes, hey, listen to Ed's vocals on Beautiful Girls, like we spoke about earlier. He goes, this is a perfect example of jazz, big band, scat. And then he proceeded to play the vocal line of David Lee Roth, Beautiful Girls, over the song, and it was amazing.
Oh yeah.
Gilbert's a great musician, guitar player, monster. He's awesome.
And just an all-around great person too. I mean,
he seems like a super cool guy.
Super down to earth. You know, we chat every now and then, just socially. You know, just not.
Yeah, and he's like
business.
He's like a mini Dave Grohl. He had the Rush band with Mike Portnoy on drums. He's a huge fan of music, which I love.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, he's just a huge fan of music. So
monster player.
Yeah. But yeah, Ed, man, and just, you know, again, his wake, you know, it's a lot of these players we wouldn't know about if it hadn't been for him, you know, to bring this dynamic of guitar playing to the forefront, you know, and again, great for Ted to recognize that.
Dude, Ed is the reason, you know, I watched a great biography on Amazon or Tubi called the Old Charvel Gang. You guys probably may have heard of it. You know, Mikey was in it, about Wayne Charvel when he sold the company to Grover Jackson, and all this great history about the Charvel history, and Ed and Mike really bringing them out, because Ed mentioned him on the first or second album. Wayne Charvel blew him up, and if it wasn't for Ed, all those 80s guitar shredders who played those super strats with the humbucker, like the Jakey Lees, the Warren D. Martinis, all these great guys, all derivatives of Ed Van Halen.
Oh yeah, by far.
Absolutely. And that documentary points it out plainly, you know.
Well, the whole industry came up behind Ed. I mean, these things were brewing. You know, the pickup manufacturers, you know, the parts, you know, the body and neck manufacturers.
Yeah.
But they needed a figure like Eddie Van Halen to motivate people.
Exactly. It was a perfect storm.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, they needed somebody to say like, oh, okay, yeah, I want to replace my pickups. I'm not going to just be happy, fine with, you know, what I got from the store and what the guitar came with.
Right.
You know, I mean, I still tell the story, you know, like when I got my first electric guitar, I got this Gibson SG, but there was 257 Strats hanging up on the wall at the same time, same price, $250. Okay. That was mid 70s, you know, for you. But I knew it's like, well, it's a good thing I didn't get the Strats because I would have Van Halenized them. I would have routed them out for a humbucker. I would have put a Floyd in there at some point. I would have done this. I would have done that. You know, I would have destroyed these beautiful 57 Strats, you know, and it's kind of funny because even with the 65 SG, I kind of went on a similar path as Ed, you know, a couple of years later, not knowing what he was doing, like what he did with the 335. I didn't cut it in half, but I bent the tremolo bar up on it so I could dive further down on it. And I lowered the bridge so the strings just went into straight. So they would stay in tune when I did the deep dives and everything. And I read about what Ed went through with the Frankenstein, you know, and how he was like, you know, I would wind the strings up so it was a straight line. You know, all this stuff. It's like, I was doing the same thing.
You put the brass compensated nut 3-in-1 oil in it.
Yeah, I actually I had the brass nut. In fact,
then twisting the strings as he was winding. Yeah,
but I bought a brass nut from Star Guitars, and I still have the blanks for them. I never did it because I went to this place, Blue Guitar Workshop in San Diego, to get the nut put in, and they said like, we're not going to do it, you know, and they recommended putting a bone nut in instead. So I never got the brass nuts put on my SG, but I was going to do the exact same thing, you know. But I mean, but when Ed came along, it was just like, man, it was further down that point. And all my friends were doing similar stuff. You know, we're modifying our guitars, we're painting them now, you know.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know, he brought all that stuff along. You know, it wasn't fine to just have a stock finish on your guitar.
No.
You know, you had to personalize it and do this, that, and the other. You know,
really, yeah. Rock guitar, 95% was Les Paul Stratocaster. That was really it.
Yeah.
If you wanted the best of both worlds, you did what Ed did. You got a Stratocaster, you routed it out, you put a humbucker in it. And then you know, if you wanted to use your whammy bar, you tried to figure out scientifically some way to keep it in tune, which he did.
Yeah.
And you know, the best story I read is when him and Randy Rhoads was in Quiet Riot, and Ed was in Van Halen coming up, and Randy Rhoads asked him, "How do you keep your fucking guitar in tune?" And Ed just said to him, "Do your own homework."
Yeah.
And that was Ed. You know what? On the first album, you hear it. Whenever he does a deep dive bomb, and Jim Gustav does great YouTube videos on the deep dives of Van Halen tone and everything. Whenever Ed did a deep dive bomb on the first album, he then came up and overbended that string to get it back in tune.
Correct. And you can hear live on bootlegs, Mikey, where Eddie overcompensates and gets it back in, and it's just like, and he's using his ears, Mikey. He's not using a strobe.
Right. I mean, a lot of it was physics, the break of the string angle from the nut to the tuners, and also the compensated nut, which was brass, with the 3-in-1 oil and all that stuff, and overbending. But he figured out the scientific way to keep it in tune before, you know, before Floyd Rose came out with the locking nut and the fine tuners that Ed did. But he's pretty much told Randy, like, figure it out, dude. I did, you know, fuck you. But before that, you had a Les Paul and a Strat, and if you used a Strat with a whammy bar like Ritchie Blackmore or Hendrix, you went massively out of tune. And
at any stage, then, Mikey, was Eddie using a floating bridge, or was it always?
To my knowledge, it was a vintage Strat trem.
Yeah.
Okay. So it was just flat with the deck. He was just dive dominant. So it wasn't set up to float.
Which would go.
He didn't like it floating because he wanted everything to resonate through the body of the guitar itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why he decked it straight down.
Right. And even later on, when he got the, you know, when Floyd came out with his prototype before the fine tuners were on it, he put the quarter there to put it under the bridge so it wouldn't float, and he swing the quarter out to drop D, tune it. Like, he was so innovative with everything he did. He was always 3 steps ahead of the game, and then he eventually patented everything to be like, hey Floyd, put the fine tuners on there like a cello, like my dad played in classical music. So to compensate for the humidity in different arenas. When I lock my trem and I sharply go out of tune either way, I need a fine tuner like on an oboe or a stand up.
A violin, the violin, it's got the same thing, brother. Yeah.
And then he also wanted them moved down further because when you initially had them done, they were really close to right here where the saddles are.
Right.
Okay, so that's how it came out to be like here, and end up with that offset
Move your hand,
whale
move
tail.
your hand, move your hand, Kev.
It had the offset whale tail here,
Yeah.
So, he was really, really instrumental about, where it needs to be.
Right.
And now with everybody, it's just like second nature to have your pinky there, to sit, and you could just grab and curl, and dive.
Right. Most people don't know the fine tuners on a Floyd were Ed's patent and idea.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
I only found that out recently, brother.
Oh, really? Wow.
He was a genius. But the point going back to before Ed, it was just a Les Paul or a Strat. And if you used a whammy bar and a Strat, you went massively out of tune. And Ed figured out a way to keep it in tune until the locking nut came out.
And I can testify to that, having seen him, done the 78 shows. Because I saw, July 78, San Diego,
Fresno,
Black and White Frankie, done some open for Black Sabbath.
Mm-hmm.
And that was his guitar. The only thing was after he did Eruption, then he switched.
That's when he would go to the Shark. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Well, he went to the, when I saw him, he went to a white Les Paul Custom on the first show. I can't remember what he did at the Black Sabbath show. In fact, he may not have even switched guitars at the Black Sabbath, as far as I recall. But
if I recall, he only used that white Les Paul in the last two shows of that tour, at the Long Beach show and San Diego show.
It was at Long Beach and San Diego, basically, that I know that you said. I wasn't the last show, so that was in July. That was right after. That was after they got back from Japan, and they did a handful of. That was some of their very first headlining shows that they did.
He bought that in New Orleans, I believe.
He bought it in Louisiana, New Orleans, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was to replace the Shark, because after he cut it up, he realized he fucked the tone up. And that's why he borrowed.
I was saying that show I saw in San Diego, they did a full, hour and a half plus set, because like I said, they did almost all the first album. Not entirely. I don't think they did Jamie's Crying, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they did about half of the second album that hadn't even been recorded yet. They did, I don't remember, the Bottoms Up, they did Dead or Alive. They did a cover of Summertime Blues. But
and I just opened the book.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
Hey, Keith, you know what the crazy thing is? And we all know the story, but when he went to record Women and Children First, it's 1980, he borrows the Destroyer back from Chris Holmes that he cut up, the Shark. But didn't he have enough money to go out and buy a new one, or?
Well, he did have enough money. The thing was, at that point, they were hard to find.
Couldn't find one.
Yeah, they were
Plus, from what I know, Chris Holmes had bought the first Destroyer that was available in Southern California. Eddie had number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he wanted that same sound.
So it was basically, they were basically really almost identical guitars.
Right.
But he still, he brought it into the studio, and he still, changed out the pickups and everything on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I know it was
Chris gets it back. He's like, "What the hell did you do to my guitar?"
I know it was an Ibanez Destroyer. I'm like, why didn't you just buy a Gibson Explorer? But maybe he wanted that exact sound, like you said.
Well, that's the thing. And Ed was more keyed in than, even then he let on to people. And I think he knew. I mean, it's funny because I had a little side conversation just recently. Matt Bruck, like I said, and I have been talking a lot lately, and we're talking about the Super 70 pickups. Ed knew those pickups were a big part of the Destroyer's sound.
Right.
And Matt and I for years have talked about the Destroyer, because we're even back when I first started, not when I first started, but when I was interviewing Ed a lot in the mid 2000s, I bought my Greco Explorer Destroyer EX800. Same thing. It's basically, it's just the Greco branding on it. But I beat Matt out by minutes to that, because I just did the buy it now on eBay to buy that guitar. And I was talking with Matt a few weeks later, and he's like, I told him, hey, I got this Greco Explorer. And it's like, oh, the one on eBay that was sold by such and such. I'm like, yeah. It's like, yeah, I was gonna buy that. Beat you to it. But he said, like, Ed, and that's the thing. If you look at the Larry DiMarzio photos of 5150, you can see a couple of them hanging up in there. The full on. Ed constantly was on the lookout for those.
Yeah, the ones he had upstairs in the loft.
Yeah.
I knew a guitar tech who worked with Ed in the early 2000s, and his name is escaping me. He's on Instagram. He's a big guy with a huge collection. If you say his name, I'll remember it. But he vividly told me that Ed in the early 2000s would tell him, hey, go on, eBay or go on whatever was out, the Craigslist at the time, and say, I want these guitars. Go buy them for me.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff up at 5150 that would blow people's minds, if you saw what he had up there. But yeah, that's the thing. He was always looking for that. That was always something very close to him. That sound. He was very aware of what was going on with that guitar.
I think the guy's name was like Chris Storm or something like that.
Oh, I'm trying to remember. I know if said it exactly, but
he worked with him on 03 and 04 tour, and he posts amazing stuff on Instagram. And like, I'll message him once in a while, like, hey, dude, I know you worked with him on this tour in 03 and 04. What was it like? And he'll send me pictures and be like, dude, these aren't for public, but check this out. Check this out. And I'll always discreetly honor him. But he'll tell me that, hey, Ed had me on Craigslist. He had me on eBay looking for, this Greco fucking destroyer and this and that. And he told me, I had carte blanche to buy him for him.
That remained, throughout the years. So there were certain things he was looking for,
Pretty cool. It's cool to hear that.
Just to be a fly on the wall in one day in that studio.
Oh man.
I'd love to just like go through that loft and check out all the toys he had up in that shop upstairs. God.
There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, looking back at that Chris Connolly interview that he did with MTV back in, was it 97, 98?
Right.
And, that little 10-minute snippet, just seeing all, doing all the research of all the necks that he had on the wall there is totally mind-blowing, because you see the original headstock that he had, the neck that he had there that was broken, and then you had next to it all the other ones, and then you see the ones that he chopped up for the snake dragon, or all of them. It's just like, wow, just the history in that room.
Right. The coolest Easter eggs of all of those things, and this probably ain't the Chris Connolly video, but there's one in 5150 where the Frankenstein's got like a Wolfgang neck on it. You're like, when the fuck did that happen?
Yeah.
And then Ed will just be like, this is the neck I liked at the time, so I put it on.
Yeah.
He also didn't he put in a zebra pickup in there too as well?
Yeah. Oh, he was constantly changing stuff. Constantly. Yeah. That's the thing. I mean, that's, he was constantly in motion. Someone had taken me on my Instagram to task because I put a picture up there. I took a picture of the snake guitar.
Yeah.
Right.
And the hardware was black on it. It had a black Floyd, and the little control plate, the Telly style control plate on it was black and black knob.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'd also put it along with the picture of Ed on the cover of that, early Guitar World magazine,
right,
and the guy was like,
cover there. Yeah.
Oh, that's a copy. That's not the guitar. And it's like, the photo was taken at 5150.
It's the guitar.
It's the guitar.
Trust me.
No, it's black. The hardware is black. It's not the same. Dude.
I mean, even when he did the 04 tour with Sammy, he was out there performing with the 5150.
Yes.
And it had a zebra pickup, and then it had, a Strat headstock on it.
I think he had the headstock. He had a different.
I think it still has. I think it still has a zebra pickup on, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, let me hold on for a second here.
It definitely had a Strat headstock. It might have been the B. I have a picture of it.
Isn't that interesting, guys? Someone's arguing with Chris, who's been in 5150 studios. Fucking
it was just this guy was like, and then I mentioned something like, "Oh, well, you should." I just said as an aside, just trying to be friendly with the guy. You should see what he did to the the Lucille guitar that B.B. King gave him.
Okay.
You know, because he just tore that
Right.
thing apart. He was not sentimental about it. You know, I said, Ed was constantly tinkering and changing with stuff. And he's like, oh, yeah, well, I'll believe it when I see it. And I'm like,
oh my Lord.
all right, dude,
He
cancel.
did that with the
Bye.
Les Paul that they gave him too for the
Dude,
for the Les Paul
Yes.
celebration as well. He tore
he
that
bought
thing
the
apart.
58 and 59 bursts from Norman's guitars in like 1980, and he
Mhm.
immediately ripped out the PAF
Pulls out.
humbuckers.
Yeah.
Pulled out the top one.
Yeah. Yeah,
My
he put some
Lord.
weird like single coil in there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then he did that whole tour without the top
Van Halen.
pickup in it.
Yeah.
You can see the zebra pickups in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on,
There
brother.
you go.
Let me present you.
Yeah. Isolate that baby.
Yeah.
That was in 2013. So he still had the zebra pickup in there in 2013. God only knows what he did in the intervening years.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm going to argue with Chris. You know why? Because I know better.
I laughed at this guy. I was just like, I was there. I mean, it's like I'm not some guy who made a copy of the Shark guitar and I'm trying to just, pull a con on you. I hate to do that, but it's like I had to pull
I'll be right back, boys.
Do you know who I am?
Right. Hey, Chris, you may not be at liberty to talk about this if you even know, but there was a lot of chatter going on a few months ago, maybe 6 months ago. So the Circles guitar, which became the Rasta guitar,
right?
Yeah.
Ed gifted to Dweezil Zappa when, most notably all over Dweezil's interviews, when he went to 5150, he was recording an EP for Ed, or he was producing. He saw the Rasta guitar in pieces at 5150 Studios, and he said to Ed, "Is that Rasta?" And Ed goes, "Yeah." And the joke was, "Hey, you want it?" And Dweezil was like, "Absolutely." Took it home, and he has it. Rumor was recently, there's a couple of videos. He was at Norman's Guitars. He was showcasing it, and someone said he quietly sold it, which I don't think he needs the money. And with the ties to the family and how huge a fan he is, people have come out and said, "Yeah, Dweezil sold the Rasta," and I can't believe that.
He sold it.
Yeah. That's okay. Because 2 or 3.
I can't get into the finer details of it,
right?
So I don't want to breach any trust or anything like that. But
no, a few people told me it's true, and I'm like, no way.
Yeah,
He
no,
sold
it's
the Rasta.
yeah. That's at least again. That's I've heard it from I heard it from a very, 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 very reliable source. So and I'll leave it at that. But yeah,
I don't want to believe it. All right.
It's it is what it is. I mean, whatever. If Dweezil needed money, he had it. Ed gifted it to him. It's his prerogative to do what he wants to do with it. So.
No, right.
I mean, Ed sold the V and the Les Pauls because somebody offered him a huge amount of money.
Does Keith know
that one V he scored for like 10 grand, right, in 82, 83, and yeah. I get it.
So what would he have sold the Rasta for when you consider $2 million was paid for Greenie's Les Paul by
Kirk Hammett?
There's these private collectors out there, and we'll never know.
Millions?
Most likely.
Yeah.
I mean, Ed wouldn't tell me what he sold the V and the bursts for. But
and that was an original 58, right?
Yeah, and Ed just said the guy offered me so much money that I couldn't say no.
Yeah, I think Ed got that for $10,000 in 83.
Yeah, he got and I think even the bursts he got for in about that range too, because that was he got those 1980.
The great thing with the V is it's all over 84. Drop Dead Legs, Hot for Teacher. There's so much history with that guitar, but
there's history with that guitar, and that's what I think the thing was for Ed was it was a stock guitar, and it was just. And his whole reasoning to me was kind of like, I've got other guitars that can do what that guitar does. He wasn't he wasn't sentimental.
No,
I mean, here's the guitar people haven't seen. Here's the Lucille.
Yeah.
And if you go in close on that, you can see that there's a
He's
stud
taking the bridge off.
The
Yeah.
bridge is off.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
You know,
Lord.
there's no strings on it. To Eddie BB King, and he's taken it apart and used it for parts for something else.
Well,
You know?
at the end of the day, it's just a piece of wood with BB's signature, and Ed still has it.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm more upset about the Dweezil thing because
I can't believe Dweezil sold it. You must have some good information, bro.
no, I just feel like if Dweezil did need the money, it sucks.
You know, sometimes when someone's dangling a big check in front of you and you're like thinking like, well, you know, what can I do with all this money? You know, or I can have this guitar, you know.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes
Couple of million?
Has to be because
it has to be make it worth it.
Yeah. It's an original.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't do anything to it either, so it's all original.
Oh my gosh. I haven't heard that.
Yeah, it's
I heard about that.
I bought it.
$1 guitar.
I bought it. 2 million.
Yeah, Mikey's got it. Does it have the cap puke in the neck pocket there?
No, this is a Lewis and Fairfield paint job.
That's beautiful.
He did a wonderful job with that.
He did. And to your point, if someone waves a $2 million check in front of you and I'm Dweezil Zappa, it's like, I love Eddie. I love the family. I have a lot of history, but it's $2 million. So
I can pay. I can rest comfortably for a lot of years on that. You know, it's. I mean, you know, I don't know anything about. You know, I know there's. I don't even get into the whole Zappa family politics, but you know, sometimes bills mount up, you know, and stuff happens and what have you, you know, and you know, even when you're very wealthy, sometimes things can just.
And as you know what, Frank Zappa was a genius, right? Like Ed, he was a musical genius, but commercially maybe not so successful.
No, he wasn't as commercially successful. That's the thing, you know. And
might have been a nest egg for Dweezil, right?
I think the thing about Frank was that he was extremely smart, though. He managed his career very well. So any money that got, you know, funneled towards a Frank Zappa thing generally went into his pocket, and it wasn't funneled off to a bunch of managers and record label people and whatever. Frank, like if you read a lot of his early interviews, he gives some really solid advice to people about like own your publishing, you know, and things like that that have always stuck with me, because it's like, man, he was so on top of it with telling people like the industry's out to screw you over, you know, and this is what you need to do. You need to control this and you need to control that. And I've talked with a few people, Jerry Harrison, you know, from Talking Heads. I used to work for Digidesign, Pro Tools in the late 90s. And we used to go out to lunch together all the time. He said, like, there's 4 ways to make money in this business. You know, he said one is to like, you know, own a publishing company. You know, he basically had like 4 different things that he talked about, but we always had these great discussions, and he was so on top of it, you know, which is why he moved more into producing music than to being a performing artist, you know. But it's rough, you know, but Frank really got that. Frank knew from early on how to manage himself. So I think whatever money he made, you know, he did a very good job with managing it and making sure that the money was mostly funneled to him. And then of course he did well with the money after that fact too. So I'm sure he invested very well.
You know, when you look at the legacy that he left after he passed as well.
Yeah.
You know, I think he's more popular after he passed than he was while he was alive.
Right. You know, true.
When you mentioned your interview with Bowie earlier tonight, that's one thing that stuck with me. I watched a few interviews with Bowie. He was very smart.
Oh, yeah.
He was a genius. I saw an interview with him in 1999 talking about the internet, and he predicted exactly where we would be today.
Oh, no, he was, it's funny because I had a friend who was working for a technology publication at the time, and she couldn't interview Bowie, but she knew I was talking to him. So I asked Bowie some questions on his behalf.
Right.
And one thing that stuck out to me was we were talking, we did talk about the internet, and this was in about 96. Yeah, it was late 96, because it was right before his birthday on 97th, when he had his 50th birthday concert at Madison Square Garden. But I was talking about, well, the danger of the internet though is that you know, you can impersonate somebody, you can be this, whatever. And it's like, well, that's what I love about it. You know, it's like, I love that you can invent a whole new persona. You can be whoever you want to be.
Right.
You know?
He was a genius with that aspect. And also was the first guy, remember, he sold Bowie bonds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And licensed his music.
Right.
3 decades before anyone ever thought about it.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah. No, I actually got to know him. I mean, that's the thing. I knew him very well as a journalist, and then I worked with him when I was at Digidesign at Pro Tools and set him up with, you know, systems and everything, and for recording and everything. In fact, I was the Hours album. It's one of my proudest. You know, I don't get too many album credits, but I got credits on a David Bowie album, so I feel like I've done something cool in my life.
That's cool. Yeah.
And my last Bowie point, he discovered Stevie Ray Vaughan.
That's for you, man.
Yes. That too, but it's very funny because it's like,
well,
you get these little things, and it's like I've gotten one platinum album in my life, and it's from the band Korn. So, but that's
he brought Stevie out into the limelight. That was the important thing.
Well, he did. Well, I mean, it was kind of a 1-2 punch. It was like, okay,
yeah,
Stevie played on Let's Dance album, and then Texas Flood came out. You know,
I think the rumor was him and Mick Jagger caught him in a club in Austin, Texas, and he's like, "This guy's amazing. I want him in my band." He got Nile Rodgers to produce his Let's Dance album because he wanted a hit. He wanted dance music, and he brought Stevie in, and he said, "Stevie, I want you to join the band." And he said, "No way, but help me get my."
He didn't want to tour with him. Yeah,
but Stevie turned down playing with a premium artist.
Yep.
Flying in jets, going back to Texas in a van with Tommy Shannon.
He didn't sell out, and Chris Lake.
No, bro. He wanted to go back to his band and cruise around in a van.
Well, I'll tell you what happened with Stevie. He was supposed to go out on the road with Bowie, and everything was all prepared. In fact, his amps. I know that they did some cosmetic stuff to his amps so it would fit in with Bowie's stage and everything like that. And he was ready to go. And the big bone of contention was the US Festival, you know, the same Van Halen US Festival and everything like that. And when it got announced that, you know, well, Van Halen's getting $1.5 million and Bowie's making, I think he was going to make $1 million.
Oh, I thought it was $15 million a piece. Bowie and Van Halen.
I think it might have been. I think they matched it. I think initially it was supposed to be $1 million for Bowie and 1.5 for Van Halen, and then I think they matched it up to Bowie.
Right.
And I think that Bowie's band, was going to get like their usual money,
$300.
Yeah, like whatever,
Scale.
like $1,000 or something like that, or whatever. Yeah, back then it might have been $300 or $500 back then.
Beer money.
And Stevie just couldn't hang with that. He's like, no. We all deserve a bigger share. And he basically quit out of principle. You know, it's just like, no, it's like, you're making all this money and we're getting paid nothing, you know, to back you up. And he stuck up for the musicians and just said, see ya, took a hike. I think like the bus was loading up and everything like that. And he just like turned heel and cut. Like the tour was just getting ready to get started. And he said like, nope, I'm out.
Brad in the comments.
Brad Cook's in the chat. What's up, Brad?
Yeah, he did rehearse. They did rehearsals. Yep. That's the thing. They went all the way through rehearsal, and the tour was supposed to start, and they were loading up the bus to take off.
Yep.
It was like right at the moment that they were going to take off, Stevie just said, nope, I'm doing it.
Selling out.
Yeah.
Good for Stevie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But thanks to
Gotta get Brad in here, man.
Hey, Simon.
Us. Oh, rock professor. Yeah.
The rock professor. Yeah, I always thought that was an interesting little scenario, wasn't it? You know, that Stevie, you know, gave up 5-star hotels, guys. No problem.
Yeah.
Going back to having steak and grits in Texas.
Texas.
He wouldn't have it any other way.
I remember, like, you know, MTV started playing. You know, I remember Love Struck Baby. I remember seeing the video for Love Struck Baby on MTV. You know, so it did. You know, the gig with Bowie did boost him. You know, and they started playing him, and yeah, it was a little bit. You know, it took off for Stevie pretty quickly, though. I mean, it wasn't all the, you know, whatever. It wasn't so bad.
The first
He was
video,
huge here.
you're right.
Yeah,
But the first video I remember on MTV, Love Struck Baby was out. But when I saw Couldn't Stand the Weather, I'm like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
Like, who?
And then after that, he did Superstition, and just totally showed his personality and his sense of humor too.
Superstition with the keyboardist.
Winans.
Reese.
Yeah, Reese Winans.
Yeah.
Playing with
Reese
Joe
Winans.
Bonamassa on Jimmy Kimmel tonight.
Yeah, dude. Wow.
Ooh.
He's got a great band, Joe Bonamassa. He's got Anton Fig on drums, old David Letterman, Ace Frehley band.
Yeah.
He's got Kirk Fletcher on guitar. He's got Reese Winans on keys. Great band.
Mm-hmm.
Whipper plays with him now and again too, doesn't he?
Which guy, Andrew?
No. Whipper plays with Kenny Wayne Shepherd. Sorry, I'm getting.
Yeah. Leighton plays with Kenny Wayne Shepherd. Anton Fig plays with Joe.
Sorry. Yeah, all these well,
dude, Andrew, on Van Halen's last tour, I caught Kenny Wayne Shepherd open and Chris Leighton play drums.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep.
And they did a killer version.
2 times I saw them.
They did Voodoo Child as one of the songs. It was killer.
Closed with it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Killer.
Yeah.
My wife was like,
I saw Kenny Wayne
I'm like,
Shepherd
no, I'm
with Van
watching
Halen.
this.
I'm
True story.
this.
I'm like, that's the drummer from Stevie Ray Vaughan. She's like,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm so blessed that I got the chance to see him perform while he was alive. He opened up for Robert Plant, and he did.
Jack,
it was
I saw
May
that tour,
17th.
85.
Yeah.
Shaken and stirred.
I saw him on the 88 tour.
I caught him on the 85 tour. He opened for Robert Plant in Jersey, Brendan Byrne Arena. And
yes, that was right after the 40th anniversary Atlantic Records show.
Maybe I got my years mixed up, but you're right.
I was 88.
Jersey.
Yeah.
And I knew of Stevie Ray, but we went to see, obviously Robert Plant. Yeah. And he did Voodoo Child as one of the encores, maybe the last encore. And I remember I was with, I might have been 12 years old. And
I'm sorry, but he put Robert to shame on that
show. Dude, he smoked it. I saw him play.
Oh my God.
And I'm looking.
Probably the best show I've ever seen outside of Van Halen, period.
Wow.
Amazing.
When he toured with Jeff Beck.
Show. Guitar Works.
Yeah. Guitar Shop and he was a Guitar Shop tour with Terry Bozzio on drums with Beck, and Stevie opened. That was at the LA Forum, but that was just a great show.
God. They did that at the Garden too in New York.
The crazy thing was there was more Stevie fans. Stevie was first on the bill. I remember even buying tickets for that show, and more than half the people in line were like, Stevie, and who the heck's Jeff Beck? And some of these people were like, oh, he's that guy that did that video with Rod Stewart. I'm like, man, you people need to learn some stuff.
No, you're right, Chris. But you know what? Stevie was coming off of Instep, and it was a huge album.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, Stevie was just on the up and up.
He was clean. He was back, and you're right. Jeff Beck was kind of out of it for a while. Like out of the music scene, kind of.
Yeah, well, the thing was just was what Jeff Beck's been since leaving the Yardbirds. It's just like he's doing his thing. But it's it's one of those things that
I agree. Jeff Beck's Truth album was Led Zeppelin 1 before Led Zeppelin.
Oh yeah, definitely,
100%.
Definitely.
100%.
But it was so weird though, because it was just like all these people like going, oh, Jeff Beck, he's that guy who plays with Rod Stewart.
Right. People get ready, right?
Yeah, people get ready. It's just like, oh man,
no clue.
I just remember that show though. It was great because Stevie did his thing, was just phenomenal. But then Beck was just like, I want to do a band with just a keyboardist and a drummer.
That kind of reminds me of back then. Those people remind me of the people today who want to hear Wolfgang play Panama.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, people who know the hits, that's the thing. It's always a thing. It's always the lowest common denominator thing or whatever.
Right. Dude, people don't realize I'd rather hear Wolfgang play Mr. Ed because it's basically Ed.
Yeah. Yeah. No, definitely.
That Mammoth album is such a great fucking album.
I still get chills every time I hear it.
Like I said, he's going to step up his game. You know, we're going to hear more of what Wolf is all about, you know, really on the next record. It's really, he's making a statement. So,
yeah,
he's for real.
Me. Yeah. I mean, what it take about like 3 years to totally finish that, you know, aside from the tour, you know, and
well, it started pretty much in about, he actually started it like around 2013 or so.
Yeah.
So
and
the
he
first
had to go out into the tour, you know, for the live album.
Yeah, because I remember, you know, Ed, of course, talked about it at the Smithsonian. That was what? That was, when was that? It was 2014.
That was 2015.
That was 2015. Okay, 2015.
Yeah.
So Wolfgang started at about 2014.
Yeah, Wolfie put down that thing on Instagram saying, I sat behind the drums 2014.
Yeah.
Up the bass.
Right.
So that was what, eight years ago.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the problem was that he basically had the album in the can, you know, and of course there was a Van Halen tour to do and everything. And then there was these tenuous plans of what Van Halen was going to do next. So Wolfgang put the album in the back burner. He still worked on it. So that's the thing. It was kind of like he had an early version of the album done that he was going to release. And I think I don't know if you remember, but there was a whole thing on Valerie Bertinelli's show where she's like, oh, my son's going to come out with his album and everything. And then that never happened. And, you know, but there was always these plans for Van Halen to continue to either do another tour, or Ed really wanted to do another album. That didn't happen. Then Ed got sick. And that's, you know, when Wolfgang really put stuff on the back burner, you know, it's just like, okay, I'm not going to go off on the road and risk my dad passing away while I'm away on tour.
Right.
You know, and everything. So he just had to unfortunately wait it out, you know.
Right.
He spent quality time with his dad while he could, you know, at the final days. And God bless him for doing that, man. Cause that's, you know, I don't think people realized, you know, just how much he put his career on, you know, aside for his dad.
Yep. Right.
Sure.
You know, and Ed wanted nothing more than Wolfgang to go out and do his thing, but you know, Ed's health just didn't allow that to happen. You know, and that's the thing. There was all this talk about, you know, the tour with, you know, classic Van Halen tour with Mike on bass.
The kitchen sink. Yeah.
The kitchen sink came along later. Initially, it was just going to be just Mike. The four guys, the four original guys.
Was Wolfie going to open?
And Wolfie was going to open, and they were also going to have bands like Metallica and Foo Fighters. It was going to be a big stadium thing, and that was the plan in 2018 initially. And you know, again, Ed just had his issues and everything, so they had to put that aside. I mean, that's the thing. It was just this up and down. It's like things looked better for Ed, and things looked worse, and things looked better. Let's talk about this, you know. And I think, unfortunately, as things got a little bit worse, they were thinking like, let's make a last attempt and let's do the kitchen sink. Yeah. That came along more like around 2019 or so. But at that point, it was just too late, you know.
And that's when Dave was doing the leaks on his interviews.
Yeah.
Maybe Yankee Stadium, maybe have Foo Fighters and Metallica opening.
Crap. Well, that was the thing. It was going to be classic Van Halen. It was going to be the original lineup with Mike on bass. I wish I could remember, because, you know, Janie had this idea that was so great, like a little teaser, and it was basically Running with the Devil. And she had some line, like it was just going to be like a you know, YouTube video thing with Running for the Devil with the bass line coming in. You know, and then there was just some line that she came up with, and it was genius. It was just so great. I wish I could remember what it was, but it would have been killer. I mean, I was so excited, you know, like I said, that was the worst thing, is like to know this secret and I couldn't tell anybody, you know. I had to be completely sworn to secrecy on that, but that was the initial plan. The kitchen sink thing was just, I think that was just the last hope, you know, that, you know, this is going to be our last chance. Let's just get everybody out. You know, because this is going to be the last time to see Ed. And I think that's when, you know, they knew things turned worse, and they were hoping he might have enough in him to do some shows, but it just never happened. So, But yeah, I mean, again, for Wolf, just to, like I said, to just put everything aside, focus on his dad, and just didn't get through that, and it's, I think, like I said, he's in a really good place now. The grieving is over. It's time for the celebration. It's time to really, I think he's really just positive about what lies ahead. He misses his dad a lot, but it's just really, he's just, again, it's a celebration of his life now. It's not, the grieving period's over with.
Yeah. Yeah. That statement he posted earlier this week, said it all, when he was sitting down and just like everything, it just tore at my heartstrings,
Oh yeah.
And I know exactly what he's going through. I lost my wife last year and I'm still grieving,
Yeah.
so I can understand what his process is. And, I know everybody agrees on their own different terms and on their own different pace. But, I'm glad he's gotten his closure and he's able to move forward now and just like, he's ready. He's ready.
Hello.
Holly.
I just wanted to, I asked Andrew if I could pop on for 5 minutes just so I could be on the same screen as all of you guys at the same time.
Always.
I've got
Holly's a busy girl today.
Y'all, I'm having a little cocktail. Oh, look, we've got matching Eddies. I'm getting a little. Oh, look.
Mine's upstairs, so I just got.
Go get yours, Keith.
All right.
And Chris has Frankengill.
Hey, my Eddie's upstairs, so.
There he is.
Yay.
Screenshot.
Yeah. See, Chris, you're the wizard. Yeah. Oh, no. That's funny.
Glad to see you, Holly. Thank you for jumping in, and glad that you came back, Mikey. Thank you, brother.
I know, Mikey. You disappeared.
I did. Quick bathroom break.
Well, this is all I wanted. Now I just need a screenshot, and then I can go brag to all my friends.
Okay.
So.
While you're here, though, take an opportunity to talk about Eddie while you're here. You've been listening to us for a couple of hours, obviously, talking and sharing some stories about Eddie, Holly.
Oh, man. Well, I'm going to come at it, I'm going to come at it from a woman's viewpoint. You know what I mean? Because
Sure.
I wasn't a guitar player. I was a keyboard player. So I can speak on Jump and all the keyboard songs when they came out. God, I left my TV on in the other room and I'm hearing it. I hope you guys aren't. But let's see. My first, of course, I heard everything when it came out. I heard You Really Got Me in 78. And we have a radio station here called KMOD. I mentioned that on your show, Andrew. And then Running with the Devil came out. And the guys I were hanging out with in a band called Counterpoint, I asked my friend Brian, I said, did you guys ever do any Van Halen? And he goes, well, we did a horrible job of Running with the Devil. So, but the thing that really struck me as a woman, as I said last time, Andrew, was, in 80, when he got with Valerie, and I think it was 81 when he proposed to her, Keith. Am I correct on that?
He proposed after 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They married in 81.
Yeah.
Okay, they married him. Well,
like March of 81 or so.
Okay.
April 11th.
Because I was hanging out with all these musicians, and it was the 70s, and there was no marrying going on, But when Eddie got with Valerie and became engaged and all that, all of a sudden it was okay. I mean, and that was a big deal from a woman's point of view. And then, I mean, Eddie and Van Halen was just, I only saw him one time and I don't even remember it, in 78. I wonder why.
It was the 70s, man.
Yeah, it was the 70s. And
if you don't remember it, you weren't there.
I remember being in the state. I remember being in Royal Stadium. And so, Chris, I don't know if you know the band Kansas.
Oh, yeah, of course. I saw Kansas back then, too.
Because they were
Several
headlining.
times.
Yeah, and that's why we went to the concert. And so I texted Rich Williams, who I'd met several times. And I texted him. I'm like, Rich, I don't mean to bother you, but I'm bothering you. I can't remember anything about this concert. Do you remember hearing Eddie for the first time? And he actually answered me and said, there was a cuss word involved, Andrew. May I say it?
Oh, knock yourself out. Why not?
Okay.
It's all the kids have gone to bed now, haven't they? That watch this program.
He texted me back and he said, I was backstage. It was at Royal Stadium. And he texted me back and he said, all I can remember thinking is, who the fuck is that guitar player? Because he was backstage. He wasn't out watching, because they were getting ready to go on. But at least he answered me, and I thought that was pretty cool. So I just always loved Eddie. I mean, he was so cute. And of course, when Beat It solo came out, I mean, MTV was just on in our house all the time.
Sure.
And because I came from a musical family, and he was just there, and we all just loved him and grew up with him. You know what I mean? So really,
when Beat It first came out, who here knew immediately that was Eddie at the solo?
I mean, instantly. Instantly.
There's just no mistaking it. I mean, the thing was like,
exactly.
You heard all the songs out there where people were doing tapping and trying to copy Eddie, and it just it didn't do it. I mean, even like I said, I mentioned about Night Ranger, and it's like, I love, Brad Gillis and Jeff Watson and everything. And they have their own phenomenal talents, but they don't sound like Eddie. I knew it was great guitar playing, but it just doesn't sound like Eddie.
He just had his own personal style that nobody could touch. You know what I mean? Nobody could touch it, in my view.
In the sound, I think that's the other thing we were talking earlier. I mean, it's like, to this day, Eruption just stands up. I mean, it's like you hear those chords, and then you just hear that first flurry of notes, and each one just has substance. It's like you can grab it. It's just like each note is just big and meaty and aggressive. And it's aggressive.
Like, hands.
I still like, you can't do that with a machine, or anything. It's just, it's and it's so much him, it's what he put into it. And it's still,
and that was the thing.
Every time I hear it, it still sounds new and fresh.
Yeah. When he did his solo for Beat It, he didn't even use his Plexi. He used a different amp on that. And still, you could hear it. You could hear Eddie.
Yeah, Lukather had a Marshall combo in a room that Quincy Jones had. It was just a combo amp, and Eddie just showed up with his Frankenstein. Right?
We don't know what it is. I'm trying to get to the bottom of what amp it is, actually, because there's several stories out there.
Right. Yeah, there's a Doug Messenger story also that he used Montrose as
I don't think that's likely. I think the rental story is the closest thing. Ed, actually, if you read in the Rosen book, Ed says he rented an amp. He says specifically, he says, I rented an amp.
Okay.
And that was the interview. Rosen unfortunately got the date of the session completely wrong, because he gave a date like saying, it was in between legs of the Hydra Sheep tour before they went to Brazil or whatever. And it's like the album was already out for several months by that point. Yeah. So, but Ed did say he rented the amp in that interview. That's another piece of the puzzle.
Right. Didn't Ed say they were on break? The guys were on vacation, and maybe they have to dive it down because he did it like on a QT, so no one would supposedly know about it.
He told me that the guys were on vacation, and if you look at the schedule of the tour of the Hide Your Sheep tour, there's no way these guys would have taken off on a vacation on any of the leg breaks.
Right.
Okay.
But I think this is what happened is they had a period after they finished Diver Down, and they went to rehearsals, and they, this is probably the fourth time I told it, not the initial detail of the story I've gone back to many times this evening, but they did the rehearsals for the tour, and then they were going to take off in July to do the tour, but they had a period between where they were packing up all the gear and everything like that. So everybody took off on vacation. And the reason why I'm positive that's what happened, because Ed told me that, and he also mentioned in the 2012 interview on CNN that when he was recording the solo for Beat It, that Michael was over in the next studio working on the ET album. That's a bizarre little fact for Ed to remember. And it's very accurate because Michael was indeed working on the ET album at the same time that he was working on Thriller concurrently. Wow. And he started work on the ET album in June of '82. And
that syncs everything up then. Yeah.
It lines up with the time frame of when, okay, we've done rehearsals. Now we're loading up the trucks. All our gear's loaded up. It's going out on the road and everything like that. All the guys take off on vacation before they go on tour. Ed's saying, I'm hanging at home. He gets a call from Quincy Jones. Who the fuck is this guy? Hangs up the phone 3 times, right? You know that story, right?
3 times, yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, fucking asshole.
So anyways, exactly. So, but the time frame lines up that it's before the Hide Your Sheep tour, because again, Michael was working on the ET album starting in mid-June. The tour didn't start till mid-July, so it's probably about late June, early July when the session happened. That's why I'm trying to get to the bottom with Sunset Sound, because I know that Lukather and Porcaro, Lukather mistakenly told me, he said that Don and Ed worked alone at Sunset Sound away from everybody. But I think he did work at Westlake, because again, Ed's story later on, many years later, talking about that Michael Jackson ET detail is just too good for Ed to make that up. It's not like he's a Michael Jackson fan going, oh, okay, he did ET album at that time. Okay. But, that's just something he remembered. And that was Ed. That was, Ed would remember these crazy details sometime later down the road. But anyways, but it makes sense that he would have, again, he told Rosen that he rented the amp. And we have this other guy who's told the story that he rented the amp. Unfortunately, he lost the receipt, which that kind of ruins the story a little bit. But I have to get to Andy Brower, actually, because it came from Andy Brower Studios. And it makes sense because that's, that was the place to get your gear from. That's when everybody was going there and whatever. And that just makes perfect sense.
And Chris, you know what? I think you're right, because I read a few Steve Lukather interviews where he said Quincy, when they were doing the album, Michael wanted a slice of every type of music. So he had mostly the dance and R&B. Right. And the last thing they were going to record was going to be a rock song for Michael. And Quincy Jones said to Steve Lukather, listen, we're going to cut a rock track. So Lukather got all excited. He came into the amp with like a JCM 800 fucking full stack, double stack Marshall. Right. Quincy goes, no. Get rid of that.
That's the other side of the Sunset Sound thing, because he recorded all these tracks with his Marshalls, and Quincy said it's too heavy. I don't want that.
Right.
So him and Porcaro went and they did, but of course they were still working on Thriller. So him and Porcaro went back to redo the tracks with the cut up tape that had the empty code all messed up, thanks to Don and cutting it up to rearrange the thing. So they went to Sunset Sound and did their tracks there. And so I have Sunset Sound trying to find the logbook for when Porcaro and Steve did those.
And you're right. Eddie didn't work separately because he went in and heard the track, and that's when he rearranged the part of the solo. Right. And Michael came in and said, Mike, I hope you don't mind. I rearranged this part. And Michael loved it. So he was definitely there collaborating with them. So he was there at the studio. But I read somewhere that Ed said like it was a Marshall, but it might have been like a combo. Like it was a smaller amp because Quincy didn't want that big gigundous, stack.
I don't know. I think you might be conflating that with the Lukather thing, or somebody, maybe the writer did, or something like that. So I don't know, because I'm pretty sure it was, it was a big Marshall head. It was a half stack. That was his rig.
He rented a Plex.
Okay.
Now I heard it was 1 or 2 takes, but he took the first take out of 2 on a solo.
So I think it was a comp, actually.
A comp. That's what
Yeah.
Combination of the 2.
But that's, Don Landy would be the ultimate judge of that, because he was the guy who did all the magic. And I mean, I think the thing is that, basically they wanted Ed to get his sound, and I think they just left Ed and Don alone.
Okay.
And that's when, Don's like, oh, we'll just cut the tape up,
Okay.
and not considering, that there's time code on it and all this other stuff, and all this, it has to link up with this whole other 24 track tape with all this other stuff on it, which is why Lukather's lament about, oh my God, they cut up the tape and we had to redo all this stuff. And, but, and I couldn't see them doing that with Bruce Swedien, and all the usual high dollar, Michael Jackson engineers and people there. I think it was they just let Ed and Don off to their thing, and Don's just like, oh, we'll cut the tape up and make a new arrangement. They'll be fine with it,
And the best part of the story is that Ed goes in while the band's on vacation from that tour, and he goes, I thought nobody would even know I went in and recorded this, and it's like the biggest song of the year.
Oh yeah. And he didn't
get paid. When that album first came out, I listened to the whole thing because my sister loved the single Billie Jean, and I'm listening to the whole album. I'm like, holy shit, that's Eddie Van Halen. They're like, where? Listen, beat it. I'm like, yeah. And my sister's like, oh my God, you're right, it is. Because she's a big Van Halen fan like I was. Not as big as I am now, but she's like, holy crap, it is. And then it just like exploded after that.
Yeah.
God. It was unmistakable that it was him. I mean,
oh yeah, absolutely.
So Chris, so there was no, I mean, I'm just wondering about like contracts with Warner. Was Quincy with Warner? I mean,
it was done complete. I'm surprised they even got away with it, because
that was an epic album, right? It
was an epic album. And Ed is credited, even though Ed said like, I wasn't even credited on the record, but he is credited. He's the first one listed, and you look at the credits, there's like a inner sleeve, for the record, the vinyl, the original pressing of it, there's a sleeve on it, and it has the credits, and the first person listed is Eddie Van Halen.
And didn't that knock their album down to number 2? Didn't Thriller knock? What album was it?
It was 1984 album.
Okay.
The thing was that Thriller was just the album that wouldn't quit. It just, because it came out in
I
November
think Lionel Richie was a number 2 album that year. Because Lionel Richie would have won a bunch of Grammys, if not Michael. And I think that Van Halen was loosely 3 or 4.
Yeah,
but did Edward get paid? Even though he was credited, I don't think
he got paid for it. No, I think he just did it. I completely believe that whole side of the thing, that he just did it because it was fun. And I think that's part of the reason probably why Warner Brothers just let it slide. Yeah. It's because he just did it completely for free. And plus, look at what Van Halen delivered, 1984. How, by the time they probably were considering it at the point, and everything. And then the 1984 album came out, and it's like, screw it.
The funniest punctuation on it though was the letter from Quincy afterwards. Thank you for everything you did. Signed, the effing a-hole.
Was Ted Templeman the vice president of Warner at the time?
I don't know all the ins and outs of what his position was at the label. Then I wouldn't doubt he was, at some higher up position there. Mm-hmm. So he might have just been, it's Ed, let him do it,
Yeah.
Hey, Andrew, I got to be up for work in 4 hours. I wanted to thank you for having me. Chris and everyone here, here's to Edward on the 2-year anniversary.
Yeah.
God bless him. May the music live forever. And thank you all and everyone out there for listening and enjoying this music. And please keep waving the flag. And keep pushing it forward. We love Eddie. We love Van Halen. And what a great inspiration he's been in all of our lives. Holly?
Yeah. My pleasure. Bye.
Mikey, don't go. Don't
Mikey.
go. Just give me 1 second, brother. 1 second, brother. Thank you for making this for just about 5-hour event. Wonderful, bro. It's becoming a annual thing for the channel. You were here last year. Thank you for hanging out with us this year, and we look forward to you coming back on some more shows during the year.
Absolutely.
But next year, bro, we'll come back.
Andrew, thank you as always. You're a gentleman. I love you all.
God bless you, brother.
Good night, Mikey.
Good night, everyone.
Take care, Mikey.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So isn't it amazing, guys? Isn't it amazing? You know, we get together, we share our experiences with people, we meet people on social media, and you still get blown away with the amount of information that people have. You know, the bits of information that we've picked up today. Just having Mikey on the chat, on the show, it's just phenomenal.
Well, it's the thing, like Keith, you throw things out there and it's just like, my gosh, you know, I'd need to dig a little bit more, you know, and stuff. And it's just, I mean, like I said, it's these puzzle pieces that helps me put things together, you know, to trying to keep track of these things. And I've actually, I'm starting to put together a little bit of a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet.
Oh my!
To keep track of dates and everything, and kind of
Adam, I really
Adam.
think Adam could be a help here.
We need to hook up together.
Cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely. Because it's like I said, these tidbits come out there. I mean, the combo amp thing, I don't know, you know, but it's a possibility, and I have to entertain it. You know, I mean, I'm pretty sure it was a half stack, but I can't say for sure because I don't know. You know.
Are you talking about the Beat It thing?
The Beat It thing, yeah. So
have you talked to Lukather?
I've talked to Lukather, yeah. No, definitely.
Okay.
I mean, that's the thing. Like Luke had told me, I mean, that's the one thing we printed in the book even, because he said that Ed and Don worked at Sunset Sound. Correct. And I'm thinking that that's not the case, that Ed and Don worked at Westlake. Again, because of what Ed said in 2012 about Michael being over in the next room, you know, in the next studio across the hall working on the ET album. Yeah. But Lukather thought that he wasn't sure because he wasn't there, but he said, I thought they just, he said they worked separately though. So at least that part seems to be right. But he said at Sunset Sound, he might've been confusing that, or I might've confused what he was saying with him and Pucara working later at Sunset Sound too. So, but it's just, you know, again, we take these words from people, the testimonies and stuff, and just, you got to piece things together and find out, okay, here's a conflict, you know, what's right, what's wrong. You know, I mean, the other story out there is that Ed had borrowed Alan Holdsworth Hartley Thompson solid state amp to record the Beat It solo. But the more I'm looking into that, the less likely that seems, because Alan was pretty much out on the road at that point, you know, if it was June, July of 82.
I have a question.
Sure.
If you were just called and said, hey, can you run over to the studio and lay down a solo? I mean, wouldn't there already be amps there, or would you grab your own amp?
Well, you know, the thing is like, yeah, we think about Ed and it's like, my gosh, you know, he had all this equipment, but it all ties in with the story of him, you know. It's interesting because Ed talked about like his baby, you know, the Marshall, the one that, you know, they lost it in Japan on the first, you know, the first tour. And it took a while, like over a month before he got it back.
Yeah. Ended up in Chicago, I think.
Yeah. He said he didn't take it on the road anymore after that, but it's like, didn't he have that amp sitting around the house then? But, you know, again, you know, when Rosen interviewed Ed only a few months after he recorded Beat It, you know, Ed said, I rented an amp. And the other reason why I think he didn't borrow an amp from Holdsworth is because immediately, you know, and Rosen pretty much transcribed everything exactly as it happened, almost to a fault. He talks about Beat It, and the next thing he says, he talks about Alan Holdsworth.
Yes.
And you would think like, you think Ed would have recalled, now I remember. Actually, I borrowed the amp from Alan Holdsworth, because it's immediately afterwards.
Okay.
Like only a few sentences in, he says, I rented this amp for the session. And
Wow.
And then they talk about Alan Holdsworth, and you think that would have triggered a memory, especially it being so recent, but there's nothing. But and then talking about Ed, you would think he would have an amp at the house, you know?
Yeah.
But they were going on tour. I think he had probably gotten comfortable enough in it because there was no overseas on the Hydra Sheep tour. So I think he was comfortable enough. This is a theory. I can't back it up, but this is my theory, is that he did bring the Marshall, you know, the legendary original Rose Palace Marshall, out on the road with him again. So it was locked up in the truck because, you know, that's why Ed had to rent an amp, is because his gear was all loaded up for the tour, which is why everybody was off on vacation, because they were taking a break. They were loading up the gear. They're taking care of logistics and everything. They had some time off before the tour started. Phone rings. He has the time to do this. No one can tell him no.
Yeah.
To me, that's just, again, you line up all these things, you know, the situation and the stories that Ed has told over the years, you know, and other people's accounts. And it just seems that all seems to line up to me, you know, that he did that. And it makes sense to rent an amp. I mean, the studio probably.
Well, that was, Chris, excuse me for interrupting. That would be my thought would be, there's an amp there, just bring your guitar.
Yeah. And I think with Ed, he was so specific about what he wanted.
About tone.
And who knows what Westlake had at the time. I mean, now it's a pretty common practice for studios to have their own whole gear locker, you know.
Yeah.
But at that time, I mean, Westlake, you know, and a lot of those studios were all like, well, let's get the newest, latest, greatest stuff. So they weren't going to have an old Plexi Marshall lying around. They might have had, you know, a JCM 800 or something like that. Yeah. And that wasn't, you know, Ed didn't want that. So he might have actually asked him, do you have an old Plexi Marshall lying around there? And they probably said, no, we got a JCM 800. And it's like, well, I'll rent an amp then.
Okay.
So logically, that seems to be, I mean, I'm just theorizing here. So what happened?
That Brian, how do you say his name? Brian Kehoe?
Yeah.
Kehoe. He said to always trust the documentation and not people's memories.
Exactly. That's the photos and documentation are always my first resource. You know, people's word. I don't want to get off subject, but it's like, you know, I had an automobile accident once. And I know the light was green when I went through it. You know, somebody turned left right in front of me and I T-boned them, you know.
Sure.
Yes.
And it's one of these weird New Jersey lights. They have what they call an extended green. My side was the extended green. There's two signs off on the right side that say oncoming traffic has an extended green. Well, this guy was there, you know, his light turns red. He's there to make a left turn. He automatically assumes that my light turns red at the same time as his turns red. So he turns.
Oh, crap.
Yeah. And the cop said I ran a red light. And I'm like, I insisted. I did not run a red light. I swear on my life it was green. I actually went out and took pictures of the light cycle.
Yes.
But
yes.
Again, it was people's word, because the people on the other side were the witnesses saying like, oh, the light turned red.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it turned right. It turned red on your side, but on my side, it was green. So, but there was, again, they went with, you know, the people's word. And it's like, that's not the fact.
No.
Yeah. So,
are you okay from that? I hope it was.
Oh yeah, this is years ago. This was years ago, but it was just it was a nightmare to deal with, because it was just like, you know, I had the police report and everything. Unfortunately, my insurance company took my side, especially because I took all these detailed videos. I went out there for several days at a time, taking pictures of the traffic light cycles.
Yes.
To show, you know. But anyways, that's an offside. But it's just, yeah, people's word. Again, Lukather told me Sunset Sound, and I printed that in the book. And now I've come to realize that it probably wasn't very likely that Ed recorded the Beat It solo at Sunset Sound. He most likely did indeed do it at Westlake.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
But I thought Lukather was credible because, you know, he wasn't there when Ed did the thing, but he was so heavily involved with that session.
Yes.
So, and we've seen a lot of folklore out there. I mean, Bruce Swedien tells this story about the speakers catching on fire.
Oh, it's just like, what?
Yeah, it's just like, no, that's a great story, Bruce, but that does not happen. You know,
legendary.
Adam, I'm just not going to let you talk, Adam, because you're going to make me cry. But I have a question, Mr. Chris. Mr. Gandalf, sir. which Keith and I were talking about this. Was it Keith? Or no, I was talking to Fruitcake Tony about it. So there's video that I've seen of Largo. Keith, give me the year. Where
82.
Eddie, 82, thank you. Where Eddie goes and jumps, on his stacks. Because I put that in my poem.
Right.
And the stacks start rocking.
Right.
And he just stands there and looks at him. And I'm like, oh my God, he willed them not to fall over. So,
Right.
but Tony said there was a guy behind there, and that was an every show thing.
He did that when I saw him in '79.
Okay.
So,
okay.
It was a shtick. That was a thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I remember that very vividly. They had something stayed in the show. I mean, I missed that a lot about the old classic Van Halen stuff, because I remember like when I saw them the first time in '78 in July, and they had a little thing where Alex goes into a drum solo thing, and all the members of the band pick up sticks, and they all play different parts of Alex's kit. And they all kind of do this little rhythm jam thing together.
I've seen video of that.
Yeah. That kind of like vanished after a while. Ed's jumping up on the speaker stacks was a thing. There was a thing that he did with Mike where they both played bass at the same time. Like Mike had the bass on, and Ed would reach over and play a different part on the bass.
I've seen photos of that.
You've seen photos of that, exactly. There's a few photos of that. That was like around for a short time. There's just these little things that they did. It's just like, man, I wish they did. They kind of just did them and threw them aside, Well,
but then they got that giant lighting rig, right?
Oh, yeah.
What year was that?
That would have been, I think, pretty much starting in '82, I believe, was when the lighting
Which
rigs
one? The one with the big Van Halen logo?
The rigs kept on getting bigger and bigger every subsequent year.
When 81, they had the VH logo come down
right
at the end of the show. And then after that, it just like got bigger and bigger.
It just kept getting bigger. That's the thing. I think. Yeah. I mean, I remember '82 because I've seen every Van Halen tour. Yes. And I think '82 was when I walked in. And just like this rig is just outrageous. Like it's a flipping metropolis out there.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Scott Yeager posted some photos, and it was just like in a square kind of thing, a billion pars.
Yeah.
I want to say
it had to be '82 because in Diver Down they had that picture. And it was '84 that they had the picture of all the pars, wasn't it, on the inside in the inner sleeve? So
that was the inner sleeve for '84.
Yeah, for '84. So maybe it's the '83 tour actually. Kind of gets to be
Gentlemen, I gotta go. I gotta get some food in me, but I'm still gonna be watching. And it's been such an honor. Thank you. I really appreciate this.
It's great to have you on, Keith.
Keith, likewise. It's been you were here with us the first memorial show we did, and you've been with us for the second one, and you've done a couple of shows in between, brother. Keep in touch. We'll get you back for some more, brother. You have a permanent invitation on our show. Thank you.
Thank you all, and to all of you, this is for
God bless,
Eddie,
brother.
And lay it all up for him, okay? And don't forget, everybody out there, play. Just keep playing, or else I'll come get you, man.
Oh.
God bless, brother.
Bye.
Bye, Keith.
Take care. Love you guys.
Love you. I'm overstaying my welcome too, Andrew. Kick me out when you're ready.
No, it's okay. It's fine. We've been on air, ladies and gentlemen, for 5 hours. So if anybody has managed to stay to the 5-hour mark on a replay, well done, congratulations, and thank you very much.
This is a record for me. I usually bail out after 2 hours. So
we're blessed and obviously honoured to have you, Chris, on the channel talking about Van Halen. I want to make a point here too, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll make sure that we attach any we'll attach Amazon links where they can buy this paperback copy of your book.
Cool.
If you haven't got a copy of this book, you really need to get it. This was the one that set the benchmark a year ago today.
What? A year ago today?
Yeah.
Congratulations. It took me 6 months to read it. No, I'm kidding. I had to keep stopping because you'd say something about a song or something, or you and Eddie, and I'm like, oh my God, I got to go listen to that song now.
Yeah.
You know, like the process of writing it, that's kind of like, I had to keep on stopping half the time to like listen to something or look something up or whatever. I did my best to try and keep everything as factually accurate as I could. I mean, it was rough in some points, but.
Okay.
I got to show.
Thumbnail, Holly.
Oh, hold on. Wait, I got to figure out how to do the camera.
Yeah, Chris is the only one who doesn't have one.
Chris doesn't need one. He's the author.
Okay.
I have the copy. Hold on. Wait a second.
Oh.
All right.
There we go.
There we go.
5 hours in. 5 hours in.
Wow.
5 hours in for a screenshot. I'll remember that. Can someone remind me?
Look, here's what happened to me at the end. Right there. Can you read that?
What's that?
My tears.
Yeah.
I was bawling. I was like, hello.
I was the same. You know, that I wrote that chapter, and I just that was difficult to write.
Oh, Mr.
You know, it was just
I can't imagine.
you know, it's oh God. It just it hits you, you know, it's
yeah.
I've dealt with deaths of people that you know, it's one thing about this job that you get to know these people, which is wonderful. But when you lose them, like anybody, you know, so losing a friend or whatever, but you know, a lot of times because I'm the person who knew the person that passed away, I have to do an article about them right away for the magazine. And it's kind of like a lot of times you have to call people up, you know, and you live it over again, you know, and I've had so many really hard phone calls with people or sit down sessions with people where we talk about somebody. I mean, I remember after Dimebag passed away, I went up to Zakk Wylde's house and we just drank like fools and cried and jammed, you know, and talked, you know, and I thought I was going to go for an hour interview and I ended up, you know, staying the night, you know, because I got too drunk to drive home. And, you know, it was rough, you know, it was good, but it was rough, you know. I went through that with Danny Gatton, you know, and I went through some people who was like, oh, one guy who didn't know who I was at the time, didn't think I was the guy to write the article. So he was being very confrontational with me, you know, and I had to go through Danny's guitar tech to cool this guy down and everything and say no, because we wanted to include the guy in the article, but he refused to talk to me initially. And but you go through all these different things, you know. I mean, I unfortunately, you know, with Wolfgang didn't want to talk for the book because I understand, you know, because it was too rough for him at the time. You know, now we're back to where we were, and we're better than we were, which is great.
Good.
Yes.
You know, and I mean, just recently I had this, you know, great conversation with him, and it was just the man love session, you know, between Matt Bruck and Wolf and I. It was just wonderful. And it was really healing for all of us, you know, to talk and everything, and to know that the whole future is wide open, which is good. But, you know, I was worried there for a while because he was offended about the book initially. You know, he thought it was too soon, and it was hard to. Yeah, it was hard to explain to him that, you know, the major book publishing companies, they don't. You know, it's hard to say because it's Ed. You know, but Brad and I were working on the book before Ed passed away. We wanted Ed to continue with the book with us, and we wanted his blessing and everything.
Sure.
And we had pitched it to a number of major book publishing companies. We have an agent, you know, that we work with, and he sent out the whole pitch thing. They have this kind of whole process that they go through where they kind of say, "Here's the project coming out," and you try and get bids going. And when we initially hit him up with it, we got nothing. And then Ed passes away, and all of a sudden, the phone's ringing off the hook, and we've got a bidding battle going on all of a sudden.
Yeah,
you know, and the thing is that we talked with our book publisher, and they said, like, this is going to be it for a major book publishing company. It's going to be this book and nothing else, which is like why Steve Rosen had to publish his book himself, because that's just, it's the book industry is vicious, but it's like shit, Ed's just passed away and we're already starting on the book. We've already got a book deal going and everything like that, and we've already got a date that we have to deliver the text and everything.
Yes.
And it was like a month after Ed died, I talked with Matt Bruck and we just had a very rough conversation, and it was just like, oh gosh, it was just, I think they were just kind of upset with us for doing this thing. And it's like, we're not cashing in. We want to do this because if we don't do this, somebody else, some other person's going to write this book. The book company is going to turn around and find somebody else, because the book publishing company, some major book publishing company is going to do a Eddie Van Halen book.
Yes.
By the next year.
Yes.
And we felt it needed to be us because we have all these interviews we've done with the guy. We know him.
Yes.
I don't want to mention any other authors and books and stuff out there, but there was one other book that did come out about the same time as ours that had been in contention for it. But you can't explain it to him. It's like, it's just like, this is what they're giving us. And yes, it's only going to be a year after Ed's died, but we wanted to write a book that's going to last. And that's fortunately what it's done so far. It's done, it's continuing to sell a year afterwards, which is great. It's not been on the remainder pile. It's not selling for $5 at, Barnes and Noble or whatever. So
no, it's going to be like, I think you said, it's going to be like a textbook.
Yeah.
If they were going to teach a class on Eddie Van Halen, this is going to be the go-to book, and I'm excited to hear there's going to be a part 2 possibly. But let me just say something else from a nobody fan point of view. We needed something, Chris, us out here.
Oh yeah.
We needed something because, there was not a tribute. There still hasn't been. I hope, my hope is that Al will. Sammy just said that Al is still grieving, and I can totally understand that.
Sure.
And Wolf is too. I mean, he says every day. Well, he just said the other day, I have to get up and make music because that's what connects me with my pops, with his dad. And he posted those great photos. But the world at large, we needed something from somebody like you who was close with Eddie, other than his family.
Yeah.
And,
well, that's I think what we wanted to do with the book. And it was meant with all respect, and it was kind of a hard thing to get through, because it's like some things are just a little bit out of our control, but there's this opportunity and it needs to be done, and it needs to be done right, and they come around, which is a good thing. I can't say anything about any endorsement of the book or anything like that, but they're not unhappy with it. I can tell you that much. I think they've come around to realize that Brad and I were not being opportunists. We were not doing this to enrich ourselves and to make a quick buck or anything like that. We really did this out of our true deep appreciation for Ed and our love for him. And which is why we wanted to concentrate on his accomplishments, why it was very important to have an entire chapter devoted to the EVH brand, because that was very important to Ed. There's some of these other books out there that don't even mention Ed making the Frankenstein, Ed
which
having
is crazy.
a guitar brand, but you can find out that he threw up at his wedding, and it's like, what do you get out of that? It's just a bunch of BS, gossipy TMZ type of stuff. And this is not what the man's about. It's about the music. It's about, as we were talking earlier, the guitar playing, the songwriting, the guitar building. He was this entire package that affected the entire music industry in ways most people don't know and realize.
Yes. Yeah.
The sound of so much music we've heard since he came along has been inspired by him. The design of guitars that we play has been inspired by him. The guitar may not be rain as large as it used to, but it's still there. But he's an important figure in music history that, again, 100 years from now, people are going to look back and realize his importance.
Yeah.
So that's the story we wanted to tell. We wanted to put him in context culturally, historically. So, and that's the good thing, is that I think they've come around to that. It's just, it's tough because they were grieving, and you get defensive. And even though, I know Wolf and I've interviewed him several times and everything, it just, they had to work things out, and I think the good thing is they've come out of the tunnel and realized
he's a Pisces, and they are very sensitive.
Yeah.
My mother was a Pisces, and they're so sensitive. And Wolf is such a sweet, other than when he claps back on social media, which I love.
Yeah, but that's
his soul and his heart are just sweet, like his dad's. And loving.
And clapping back is part of his sensitivity too. I mean, you cannot ask for just a.
Oh, I think it's
Ed had a blessed son, man. He was just a great guy. I mean, it's just like I can't say anything bad about him whatsoever.
Not at all.
He's just he just got a great energy about him. And that's, I think that it hurt me as much as anything. Like we were talking earlier about when these radio shows were just, when he first joined the band and they were doing all this stuff, mocking him and making fun of him, and just how mean that was, especially because he was just a kid,
exactly. Yeah.
But,
man.
But he's developed, he's got a thick skin, and he just is determined. He knows what he's doing. But yeah, he is, he is in touch, with stuff. He's a very passionate person, very feeling, but just a good all around guy. I mean, just, he takes care of stuff and just really is really on top of it, very intelligent, and, Ed and Valerie were blessed with a really incredible son.
Yes. And they did a great job parenting him. I mean, they really did, even through the ups and downs. I mean, look how he turned out.
Yeah.
Look how he turned out. Adam, what do you think? Oh no, I'm gonna jump off. Chris, thank you for speaking with me. And
my pleasure.
No, you can stay on. Stay on. We've got Brad here.
Hi, Brad.
Right.
Nobody, and I feel like I'm too drunk to stay on.
Okay, well, if you don't feel like you have to go, but you're more than welcome. But good to see you. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you here on our annual EVH tribute show.
Guys.
Bye-bye, Holly. Thank you very much. Thank you, Holly, for hanging out with us.
Hey, Chris.
Nice to see you, brother. Good to see you.
How are you going, Andrew? I'm glad I've been listening in. Got my
good on you.
It's going to be getting a second read. I'm starting it for the second time tonight. So
same thing.
I thought I'd do another spin.
Yeah, I have to go soon, Andrew. I've got to go teach, but
just give us a couple of minutes of a chat, because I'm mindful of the fact that you haven't said much. So the floor is yours, brother.
No, I just want to say, Chris, I've been doing the same thing what we were talking about before, with an interactive PDF book, going chronological through the orders of Van Halen's history. So I've done a lot of work there. So I'd love to collaborate with you and pass it over to you as well. Yeah,
definitely. Let's see. Maybe Andrew, I'll send you my email address to send to Adam, so we can hook up on that. So, but yeah, it's puzzle pieces, and these photos appear and everything like that. And I said, like I was talking earlier about the white 61 Strat when you painted it. I thought it was mid-January, and then there was this picture at the Golden Bear in Huntington Beach, January 16th, and it's still sunburst, and it's like, oh my god, and it's irrefutable. That's a solid date, and
so I've been doing the same thing. So I got it, between Keith and Holly, a lot of Van Halen fans have been helping me out, saying, one date might be wrong, so just quickly swap it around or something. And it's got YouTube links as well, so you can interact. Click on the link, goes to the YouTube link, the different concerts. It's taking a long time.
Yeah. I'm pretty much from a guitar perspective, so that's my thing, is trying to document like when the Frankenstein went through stuff, and when the Shark guitar went through certain like pickup changes and neck changes and you name it. So, but anything like I said, the Beat It session, I'm trying to get down to the dates of that, when that happened, and we've got those brilliant photos of the multi-track master tapes that showed the exact date when each song was recorded. That's just like so amazing.
Yeah, amazing.
Cool.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'll send it over to you and see what you think.
That would be great.
Yeah, and thank you again for writing such a great book.
It's again my pleasure. I'm glad you guys like it. So it's a tough thing, because it's like, man, some Van Halen fans out there at other areas can be just harsh,
Yeah. Well, I better go over and teach. Sorry, guys.
Cool.
I know I didn't say much,
Come back, Adam. Come
Brad,
back for another show.
Yeah,
You need to
Brad,
come back for a show.
Thanks, Adam.
No worries. See ya, Adam. Nice to
see you around Melbourne.
Andrew, what's happened? I've scared everyone away.
No, it's okay. It's all right, bro. We've been going for 5 hours. But I think what's really interesting, though, and I'd like to think that Chris has got some reinforcement, or at least some encouragement about where he's going to go with his research with Eddie. The fact that he's been hanging around with fans like us for a while, not necessarily on the show this evening, but there is definitely a market, isn't there, for all this information? We've just a couple of times we already spoke earlier, Brad, this evening about Mark Lewisham's volume 1 on the history of the biography on the Beatles, and all the details, all the research he's done. So that's got to start somewhere. And, Chris has already mentioned to us in code that he might be doing something like that.
Wow. Can't wait, Chris. Can't wait.
Yeah, no, it's I've got a couple ideas, but it's, we're talking about, the big book publishers and stuff. Not that I'm necessarily going to go that route next time, but it's taking in, some of the, these benchmarks. I put a thing on my Instagram about a month ago just about trying to get the Paperback at least onto the bestsellers list, because that could open up so many doors. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. It's really rough. New York Times bestseller list isn't really an accurate. It's kind of a political thing. It's not really an accurate, chart like or charts of sales. And even that's not 100% accurate, but at least it has some, sound scan and stuff like that. But
Is there any advantage, Chris, in you doing what Steve Rosen did and self-publish?
It's a rough haul, because the great thing with this book is that I don't have to deal with that stuff. I mean, it's when it's out, I go out and it's in stores, which is great to see. When I go to a bookstore, I see it out there, and it's just getting it in front of people, and it's opposed to having to constantly harangue people and remind them that, hey, there's this book, and you have to buy it from me. And that kind of thing, that can be kind of a really tough thing. So it's better to get it out there. Fortunately, I know some other boutique book publishers too that might be amenable to helping out. So it doesn't always have to be a big company. I mean, it helps definitely, because you get a little bit more of a push and everything, and the bookstores are more likely to order stuff. So I don't want to go into too much of the nuts and bolts of the book industry. So
yeah. Well, one thing though that I'd like to say thank you specifically for is that you took advantage of social media, you and Brad, from the word go. You jumped on Van Halen shows or other shows and podcasts to talk about your book, and you were always forthcoming and generous with your time in doing that. Our show's been pushing a new upcoming Fleetwood Mac book, Peter Green in Chicago. And we've had the photographer Jeff and Bob come on, cool. who's organised all the interviews, and we've been pushing their book since March here on the channel, and they're grateful for the fact that we've been doing that, because it's been reflected in pre-orders for their books, Chris, and obviously that's reflected back to us, because we've got channel subscribers. We've picked up a lot of subscribers because we've done that, so it works well for both camps.
Yeah,
and it
absolutely.
doesn't cost a thing. All it costs is your time.
Yeah, it's interesting because when we started off on this whole thing a year ago, And the one thing about Amazon that, they have these constantly updating, rankings. If you look down, there's a little section there and it says like, ranking like a number in book sales, like overall book sales. And then they have their little charts, like I mentioned. And like after we did shows like you guys, you could see a boost, which is a really cool thing. I mean, I even see that sometimes after my Instagram posts that I'll see a boost, I mean, with book sales, fortunately and unfortunately, you don't have to sell a lot of books to get some decent motion in those charts. It's not like the like you're coming out on the Billboard Hot 100, and you've got to sell 100,000 or something like that. So but it's kind of interesting to see that you can see this motion, and it goes up and down or whatever. I mean, it's funny right now because the paperback now is starting to, the hardcover has done really well for the whole year and everything like that. And today was the first time I saw this downward motion on the hardcover, but the paperback's now moving up.
Okay.
So it's like, oh, I'm seeing a shift now, to that. So that's a real interesting dynamic that's going on.
I think the paperback would be a great gift for people, just to but for collectors, you've got to have the hardcover.
Well, that's exactly the thing. It's, the paperback's a little more affordable and everything. It's a little bit smaller and more portable and everything. And it's just great for someone. It doesn't cost as much, so if you want to get somebody something and,
it's the one you take to the beach. It's one that
you take to the beach or on the airplane or whatever, that kind of thing. Exactly. So, people are traveling again,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and like I say, I think that's always a good thing because I don't want to get into specific details, but our channel has offered one other guy that came out with a book related to Fleetwood Mac. We've asked him a couple of times and said, look, do you want to come on and do an interview with us and talk about your book? And, and he's kind of said, no, it's okay. And I sort of gently reminded him, I said, well, are you sure?
Yeah. I can testify that your show sells books. I mean, like I said, I saw it, so it makes a difference. I guess he doesn't want to sell any books or whatever.
Well, that's what Brad and I and the Rock Professor have sort of said behind the scenes,
Yeah.
But yeah, what's the point in writing a book if you don't want to sell it, Brad? Doesn't make sense.
Exactly. It's like releasing music and not wanting anyone to listen to it.
I guess it depends on the personality too. I guess writers tend to be, a little bit more reserved and self-conscious or whatever. They're not,
Oh, good point. That's a good point.
I'm a musician too, so I like being on stage and being looked at.
But isn't that one of the great things though that's happened over the last couple of years, where a lot of performers and musicians, Brad, that wouldn't have taken advantage of social media, even though they kind of knew around 2020. How important it was, but because of this global thing that's happened, they've jumped on it and realized, actually, shit, this is really important.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, especially the immediacy of it all. I mean, it's like, the little snippet I put up with Wolfgang, just the little 4-minute thing talking about him playing at Wembley. I would have loved to have actually put that out. I actually had to get it approved and everything before I put it up there. So that's why it came out about a month after the interview was done. But even just to do that, because I mean, we got the print issue coming out, but that's not going to be out for another month and a half. And it's just like, this is timely and people are talking about it now. And it's just great to put that out immediately. So even if it was a month after the fact that the interview happened, but still, it's like it's more immediate than the print version, which is like, oh my gosh, it's still on down the road.
And like I said to you at the top of the show too, it's important for guys like us and folks like us to hang out with you, Chris, because you and Steve Rosen and Brad, for solid real examples, have been conduits for us. Guys like Brad and I for years, ever since we started reading guitar magazines, so Eddie Van Halen, oh my gosh, Chris Gilliver, or Brad Talinsky is or Steve Rosen, like we had Steve Rosen on the channel when we were talking about his book, and he was quite chuffed that we made a reference to the famous interview he did with Jimmy Page back in '77.
Sure,
which is one of the groundbreaking, and I'm sure you'll be familiar with that interview. It's one of the most groundbreaking.
The Guitar Player magazine. I still have that issue. No, it's a great story he did.
Yeah, you know, the questions that he was asking, you know, and I'm, So I think, you know, if something began somewhere, I think, in my opinion, it kind of guitar journalism. If it began anywhere, probably that point.
Yeah, well, that's the thing for me. It's like, I mean, I do appreciate the guys like Steve and Jazz Obrecht, because they're the guys I cut my teeth on. Sure. You know, I was reading them as a kid. I was buying Guitar Player magazine and later Guitar World when that came out. But that's where I was a writer too, and it's the avenue that I learned from those guys. I worked side by side with Jazz for several years at Guitar Player magazine, you know, just I have a great appreciation for what they did, the groundwork that they laid, you know, the history that they captured, especially. I'm still kind of mystified though, you know, knowing Jazz's account and also Steve Rosen's account now from the book. It kind of miffs me a little bit, because Jazz was going to the Day on the Green to interview Pat Travers. Rosen was also going to the Day on the Green for Guitar Player magazine to interview Mick Jones of Foreigner. Jazz, by mistake, ended up interviewing Eddie Van Halen. And I'm just like, my gosh, it's like, if it was me back then as a kid, and if it was me in my today persona as an editor, I would have been like, go to Day on the Green and interview Eddie Van Halen. Yeah. You know, it's a mystery to me that out of all the bands that were on the bill at Day on the Green that day, that Pat Travers and Foreigner were the people that Guitar Player magazine sent two journalists to interview. Not Eddie Van Halen, not Angus Young.
It's a mystery to me.
Yeah, especially Eddie, because, you know, and we have this legendary story that's been told of like the Guitar Player magazine, this editors meeting of Don Men coming in and dropping the needle on Eruption, and like, what the hell was that? And everyone's like, oh, you know, and maybe that happened.
If it was Rolling Stone magazine, I could understand. If, you know, that's something Rolling Stone would do, but, you know, Guitar Player.
But Guitar Player, I just, you know, if the guys at Guitar Player were like me as a, you know, guitar listener, why weren't they on top of that from day one? Because I can tell you, man, as I say a million times over, you know, the impression that You Really Got Me left on me, and then the first album, hearing that in total, was just like, I was just hell bent to know who this Eddie Van Halen guy was, what gear did he use, how did he play this stuff, you know. I didn't feel that way about Pat Travers or Mick Jones.
No.
You know, good guitar players, you know, and everything like that. But my gosh, Van Halen. I mean, but of course, Guitar Magazines was a whole different thing back then too. But I find that
the cool cats hadn't taken over yet.
Yeah, I guess. But I'm perplexed. And I'm so happy that Jazz at least saw Eddie there and recognized him. Or, you know, after Eddie introduced him to him. I mean, that's the other thing. He didn't even recognize him. It's like, oh my God, me as a 15-year-old kid would have known immediately who the skinny kid playing basketball was, you know? So I just, that mystifies me. I find that's one of the great mysteries of why two guitar journalists at the time went to the Day on the Green and they weren't there to interview Eddie Van Halen, of all things. So, But we got it. We got the interview anyways. God intervened and said, like, no, you were going to talk to Eddie Van Halen. So that happened.
So, Brad, I don't know if you caught this or how long you had been listening to the show. So I don't want to get Chris into trouble about this, but he mentioned, you know, we were talking about Steve Rosen's book, and you know, we're waiting for our copies to arrive. You know, they've been distributed, but there are a couple of things in there, and we don't know what they are. but there were some points that that Steve published that Eddie said that, look, this is just between us.
I was lurking. I was lurking in the chat. I heard that.
What do you think about that, bro? Do you want to go? Do you want to offer an opinion before you've read it, or have you got a view on it?
Well, I guess maybe. Well, it's breaking confidentiality, I guess. But as a diehard sort of fan, it's nice to know every little piece that we can get of what was his life and whatnot. And it's wonderful to get books like, you know, I'm not plugging your book here, Chris, again, but to get this information is like gold for a fan like us. And any information we can get is, but I guess when it comes to confidentiality and things like that, well, there's a fine line, in my opinion, that not sure should be crossed, but I don't want to. I haven't read it yet, so
I think you should wait and read it. But I think as I said, for me as a journalist, it's an ethical thing, you know. And as I said, I could fill a bunch of books and sell a bunch of copies and be on TMZ all day long with stuff people have told me that's not for publication, you know. But that's but then I would never get another interview again in my life, you know. And I feel that's kind of disrespectful to someone who's passed as well, to not be able to defend themselves or say I was a different person then, or I was on drugs or whatever.
Sure.
You know, any number of things. I mean, that's what I think. I forgot if Keith or somebody had mentioned something about the drugs, but I mean, that was also another thing to consider about some of those interviews, is that, you know, the guys were some of those interviews were done under massive amounts of consumption. So there's that to be taken into consideration too. But yeah, no, I feel like that's the only thing I was a little upset about. That, I mean, I agree with you as somebody who wants to know everything, you know, that those very candid moments are sometimes fascinating. Sometimes they're very ugly though at the same time. And I felt there was a few times where the line was crossed or things have changed in the public outlook. And I know also from working with Ed very much over, you know, the last 20 years of his life, we went back and forth on stuff a lot after the fact. And I can appreciate from doing these things because, you know, here's just me talking off the top of my head. And sometimes you say something. I can remember that thing I did with Fruitcake Tony, where we did a listening thing to Fair Warning. And immediately after the album finished up, I made some comment about like, oh, and there's no instrumentals on this record, unlike the earlier stuff. And it's like, I just listened to the record and I happened, you know, to miss the whole Sunday Afternoon in the Park is an instrumental. It just, I didn't think of it. I was thinking of an Eddie Van Halen guitar, you know, virtuoso instrumental thing is what I meant, you know, but there was an actual instrumental on the thing. And it's like, I felt like such an idiot after the fact. And that's the one advantage of print, is that you can go back and correct that stuff. And like Ed and I would do that. We would go over stuff and he would clarify stuff. I've done that with Matt Bruck and Wolf on this latest story we just did. And it actually helped out a lot because there's some stuff that they talked about and they were actually able to fill things out a little bit more than just the conversation that we were having, you know, just chatting and having a good time. You know, we realized that, oh, maybe people are going to wonder about this and let's fill in some gaps. But that was the thing with Ed, you know, especially in the latter years, is he was very concerned about stuff that he said, and he didn't want stuff to be misconstrued, or he didn't want people to hate him for saying something. Like he might have said something just off the cuff to me. And it would go, and because the guitar audience mattered so much to him, you know, I would give him that freedom to, you know, review stuff, you know, to see if he wanted to fix anything that he said or whatever. And sometimes stuff would get cut out, and sometimes I'd be really bummed because it was something kind of juicy. It was really kind of, oh, this is really kind of interesting, or, wow, I didn't know about this person back in the day, you know, who was part of the organization. And then Ed just decided I better not go there because I just don't want to open a can of worms. The drama is just not worth it. So, and I respected that. And I kind of felt like the things in that book was just, there's a few things that I think if Ed could have had any say in it, he wouldn't have wanted it. And again, I think that's the idea with Eruption was, if Ed was to sit down and write a book, what would he want? How would he want to present himself?
Yeah.
And that's what we did. And I've talked with a few people close to him and said, like, yeah, there's some stuff in the book that, you were honest, about it. You didn't, especially the dark period for Ed.
Yes.
Was, we didn't just, gloss over that. We were honest about that. So, but we didn't glamorize it. We didn't, make any controversy or anything out of it. It just, it's where he was at the time.
Yeah. Well, I guess, I think I'll read the book. I'll make my analysis of that when I do read it, and I'll make up my mind whether I think he should have written those things in the book or not. I'm not sure yet, but
I think it's against an ethical thing, and especially when you print him saying, I don't want this in the book,
Well, that in itself, I mean, I have got some friends in the music industry that are, not nowhere near the status of like Eddie Van Halen, but they've got a status, and they tell me things confidentially, and there's no way I would talk about them on our show, or I wouldn't do that to them because that's they've said it. They don't, I'll keep this to yourself, but and of course I honor that. So but the other thing that I was interested in, I don't know whether you want to keep talking about the same thing, and I don't expect you to, but the striped guitar thing with David Lee Roth, that really annoyed me at the time when that came out, because I was like, anyway, I was just a little bit baffled that David Lee Roth came out with that at this
I had to jump on that immediately. It's like one of those things. I knew I was going to piss a lot of David Lee Roth fans off, and it did. But at the same time, I had to defend Ed on that, knowing what I know, and there was just so many things in there, and it's like you can't do that, and it's just such a kick.
And it's not fair that Ed's around to even comment on that.
Yeah, well, that's what I felt. I mean, again, Keith mentioned the thing, and it's like, and I agreed. 99% of Rosen's book's great. It's filled with some really wonderful things, and it's kind of cool to get this glimpse at Ed in the early years. I just wish that he hadn't done that stuff. That's the only thing. Is just and some of it's no big deal. Like some of it's just like, oh, what he thinks about Joe Perry. And that's like not a big deal. And we know that they've patched up and gotten along fine since then, and whatever. There was a few things in there that I personally wouldn't have printed just because of the current climate about things, that just, it's not, I just wouldn't do that to Ed when he's passed, after the fact, and he can't defend himself or whatever. And it was a different time. But a lot of people aren't going to see that. I don't think this book is going to be so big that it's going to be blown up on TMZ or Huffington Post or anything like that. So I wouldn't worry about it. But, there was some things that he said that weren't particularly politically correct in this day and age. And, I just out of respect for him, I wouldn't have done that just to, paint him in that light, because knowing the person that Ed really is, I know he's not that way. So that was the other thing.
If there is one consolation about this whole thing, I'm thankful that it came from somebody who actually had the credentials and the relationship with Eddie. Chris, do you understand what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely. I agree. I fully agree. It wasn't just like some random writer or something like that out there.
That's right. Who read a diary somewhere or got hold of some tapes, because some cleaning person had gone into 5150 and grabbed a whole lot of tapes or whatever, or come to your house, for example, and grabbed a whole lot of tapes.
Yeah, no, it's not like that. Well, that's the thing. Like I said, like when I die, it's like I've got all these tapes, and hopefully, that stuff is on those tapes, and God, hopefully it doesn't fall into the wrong hands or something like that. Most of the people will probably be all gone by that point, but it's just one of those things, that it's just, there's whatever. I don't want to make a big deal about it, because like I said, the book's, it has some really great stuff in there, and there's stuff that I wish I knew before, and it again, it's one of those things that fills in a lot of the blanks, and it's
So
crazy to think that Rosen sat on some of this stuff for so long, because he had some interesting goods out there.
So I was having a bit of a laugh with a couple of friends at work a couple of days ago. We were talking about, our EVH show and coming up, and authors and stuff like that. And one of my friends is a big Guns N' Roses fan, and he said, isn't it interesting, you're going to get all these great books written by first-hand accounts of Eddie, and in about 5 years' time or 10 years' time, some 24-year-old hack somewhere is going to grab all these books, read them, use them as references, and present another biography on Eddie Van Halen, which has happened with Guns N' Roses, where these guys just go and they read old guitar magazines, Chris, or read other people's books.
That's already happened. I mean, that's happened countless times already. There was some other books that came out that basically are that, there's a book that has huge chunks of my interviews with Ed that aren't credited properly. They credited about maybe 25% of the stuff, but there's some big chunks in there, especially about the 1984 album, that are lifted completely from my interviews.
That book.
Yes.
We just call it that book.
Okay. But yeah, that book, that's an interesting thing, because it's just, I have some issues, because it's like, I'm looking like, use my stuff, but at least credit it, the source, and it's not credited. And it's like, oh, great. Okay. Like you did it enough, I think. And I actually talked with the book publisher and my agent and everything about it. And they're like, yeah, it is what it is. You can't really, the plagiarism thing, you can't really, it's a hard thing to prove and whatever. And I don't want to go down there anyways, but.
We know it. We all know it. Everybody knows it.
Yeah.
The only person that probably doesn't know it's some 18-year-old guy or girl that's getting into Van Halen for the first time because it's on the news, or something like that. So they're going to go and buy this book. But we all knew it.
Well, it's like on some of the fan forums, I see some people like, well, I prefer this book. And it's like, well, yeah, because it's like 50% my book and it's 25% Running with the Devil, and it's another 25% of Greg Renoff's book. It's like they cherry picked all these parts out of it. So
we don't even reference. I just had to show it in the distance though to make sure that you knew that we're all on the same page here, Chris.
Yeah, well, when you started going there, I had the feeling that that's what you were talking about. Yeah, I got a copy of that and I read it. It was just like, oh my gosh, I'm like reading. It's like, this is really familiar here. And it's like, where's the footnote with the attribution? No, there isn't anything on this page. And then like, oh, here 3 pages. There's an attribution, But it's like those pages are all like lifted verbatim. Oh well, that's how things go.
And again, I'm going to say it again. Brad and I, we said it to you a year ago when you came on. You and Chris. We were over the moon, and we gave you full support. When you said that the Van Halens weren't too happy about you coming out with your book, but and you were getting a lot of support from people, and you got a lot of people support from people on our show. Saying, well, look, we're glad you've done it because at least what's in your book is what happened.
Yeah.
And
we did a heck of due diligence and fact checking and everything and tried to make sure. I mean, there's a few things I've found in, after the fact that I would change, but they're minor. Like I said in the paperback, one thing I changed was just when they recorded the sessions, it said like Ed brought in the studio, this guitar and his Marshall and these effects and had the MXR flanger in there. And of course I came to find out after the fact that the flanger most likely came along. In fact, it definitely wasn't on the sessions at all, but it came along later.
Oh, okay.
So, and that was actually Alan Garber. We had this little sidebar conversation somewhere down the road here not too long ago.
Yeah.
About when Ed got the flanger, and I realized that there's no flanger on any of the bootlegs or any of the Warner Brothers demos, not in the Gene Simmons demos, and you don't hear the flanger recorded with Ed until the first album. And of course, you hear some of these songs. And then I realized, oh, wait a second, what songs did Ed write in between the demos and the album? And it's the songs with the flanger on them, you know.
Alan doesn't have ears. I'm sure he must have invisible antennas.
Yeah,
coming out.
I think so.
You know, because the guy just hears stuff, doesn't he? That no. And we've been blessed and fortunate. He's a very dear friend of our channel, isn't he, Brad? You know, but what this guy hears, it's just
he's got supersonic hearing or something. It's unbelievable. Here he is,
John. How are you, brother? We can see you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, brother.
I can hear you.
I'm good. Can you hear or not?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
You can see me, but you can't hear me.
We can see you and we can hear you.
There we go.
We can hear you, brother.
Geez, hang on. I'm going to pull this out because I figured out
we can hear
what was wrong.
YouTube, you're listening to YouTube 30 seconds behind.
It is.
Yeah. You hear us now?
But now I can't hear this. Hang on.
Yeah, you're right. He's going through YouTube.
I've got a problem that I can't hear you through this. What I'm going to do, I never have luck with these things on coming onto you, so I'm just going to jump out and just stay in the chat. The main thing I wanted to worry about is that's a very interesting shirt that Brad's wearing, and if I go home and I find that my shirt's not there, there'll be nothing on your door. Like the old, it's a Kmart special, that one. I had my plugged into the computer instead of the phone, so my phone's not pulling out any sound for some reason. I'm going to jump out and just go back into the chat. But it's been a great show. Watched it from the start, and keep up the good work.
Love your support, brother. Thank you. Thank you for your support.
I have to share with you guys a rabbit hole that talking about Alan. There's a guitar that bugged both of us that was in these early pictures of the 1984 studio. I mean, the 5150 studio, but around the 1984 album sessions and just afterwards. And there's this weird looking guitar, and we were just stumped on what it was. And I finally figured out what it was. But here's a picture of the actual. This isn't from the stuff, but this is a picture of the guitar.
Wow.
And it's a Vayette Citron baritone.
Wow.
Come to find out it was actually the Larry DiMarzio shots that he had on his website. I was able to zoom in. They were just high res enough that I could see the logo on there, and I could see it was the VC logo, the Vayette Citron. And it's like that was like, voila, opened it up and figured it out. So now Alan has been listening to all these tracks on the 1984 album, trying to figure out if there's any baritone hiding buried anywhere. So, because we're figuring it appears in these pictures, and it's knowing Ed, if it's in the pictures, he was probably using it, you know. And we think there may be some of the wildlife soundtrack stuff he might have used it on too. So.
Yes.
Yeah, because how much effort's been put on listening to the wildlife soundtrack by keen ears and keen researchers.
Yeah. So it's fascinating with that. You know, that just, again, it's these little things, you know, you look at a picture a billion times and all of a sudden you notice a detail, and it's just like, where do you go? You know, and again, that's why I was saying, that's why he's so fascinating. You know, in ways that I love Jimmy Page, I love Clapton and stuff, but it's much more cut and dry with those guys.
Yep.
You know, whereas Ed just had all these little kind of funky little mystery things going on, and just you look at the photos and there's like something lurking in the background. It's kind of like a mystery novel or something.
Yeah.
Well, I personally love it. You know, myself and, Brad and I have said this a lot of times, we love Jimi Hendrix. We love Hendrix. We've done a lot of shows on our channel, but you know, my generation of guitar players, Eddie Van Halen is my generation's Hendrix. You know, that for me.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I agree.
Yeah. Yep. I'm going to go and listen to 84 after this, and I'm going to try and pick out where there's baritone.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is Drop Dead Legs. For some reason in my head, I'm thinking there's something. I know there's octave or something going on, but I'll have to have a listen.
That's the thing that Alan said that he thought it was Drop Dead Legs, but then he went back and listened to it and said he doesn't think so now. So yeah,
I'll have to have a listen because it does sound like an octave pedal or something on Drop Dead Legs.
Yeah, he was kind of at the conclusion that's probably the Eventide, but
okay,
you never know. You never know. You know, they had their little tricks and stuff too. So maybe it was a baritone with the Eventide. Who knows? You know?
Well, that's the other thing. Could be. Well, oh wow.
But it's you know, I'm like I said, I thought finishing the book, I didn't think that would be it with me for Ed, but it's like, my gosh, there's a whole new universe opened up.
Just the beginning, Chris. You know, and you know, I think what this book is going to do, and you know, to a degree, Brad. I don't know what Brad is doing, whether he's working with you or you know, it's setting you apart, certainly, as, you know, like, for example, I'm going to make another reference here. Mark Lewisham is a well-known Beatles historian. So Chris Gill, you know, as a comparison, you know, I know that, you know, you writers don't like being compared to other writers.
No, it's fine. But it's, I mean, I don't know if I'll ever do something quite as exhaustive as he has, you know, if I have the time, you know, because I still have to make a living. That's a major undertaking.
Yeah.
You know, well, but I'm working on it though. I mean, the way things go, who knows? I may be able to put it together.
Yeah.
So it's taken him 9 years.
Sorry,
9 years. It's taken him 9 years.
I believe it. That's the kind of thing that would take 9 years.
And he hasn't even published volume 2 yet.
Wow.
Here he is.
Good morning.
Good morning, brother. Good to see you.
I thought I'd come on and say.
It's lovely to have you on the show. And Simon, you know, I passed it on to you in messages and stuff like that, but on Facebook, but my condolences to you and your family.
Thank you very much. That's very
kind.
At the moment. And everyone's been lovely about it. So thank you all. Everybody who's left messages, nice thoughts. Chris, sorry for your information. You don't know what I'm talking about. My mother died on Sunday.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah.
Well, unexpectedly, but 87, not a bad age.
Well, that's pretty good. So my parents died in their early 70s. So and my brother died at 60 years old. So, and I'm turning 60 in a few weeks. So it gets you thinking, you know.
Yeah, it's a different thing, isn't it? See, but my mum, and she died at home just quietly, just had a heart attack and slipped away. Not missed out on the care home, you know, long hospitalization experience.
Yeah.
Frankly, that's all good, not bad in my books, you know.
No, that's true. Yeah, my mom, I watched her suffer. She had Parkinson's, and she went through just some really rough, like the last 6 months of her life were just really tough.
Yeah. Nobody wants that. And yeah, as I say, my mum avoided all of that, and for that I'm thankful.
Yeah, that's it. That's at least a celebration for that aspect. So,
yeah.
But
so thanks. Thank you so much, Brad.
I hope your family are coping okay, and you know, all of my warmest thoughts and prayers to them.
Yeah, and we're a close family. We all huddled around the family fire, and it's fine. But we get on with it. I've got a few days off work, so I thought I'd pop in and say, fantastic show, guys. Been really enjoying listening to it. And hello, we got 2 shots of Mr. Walton. It was if one wasn't enough.
We need more beard.
Yeah. The top row is Gandalf 1 and Gandalf 2.
Woohoo! The upshot. That's a sexy look, Andrew. Clickbait.
What is he doing?
6 hours, 3 minutes, 11 seconds. We need to screenshot that.
Good work. It's yeah.
What are you doing?
Hold on.
I've
He's
just
got
got
rid of
something
himself.
here. This is a photo sent by Keith. So just hold on
nice.
in reference to, where's the comment here that he made? Hold on. Type your comment in again, Keith, and I'll show that photo. Give me a second.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And that was from '79 too. I think that shot. So because of the pants.
Yeah.
There were '79 tour pants.
Mm-hmm. It's a great photo.
The speaker jumped.
Yep.
There it is.
That's what he would do. He would jump up onto the speakers. I think it was during his guitar solo, actually, too, as I recall. And but yeah, they would rock back and forth, heavily. But if you had your seats in a certain thing, you could see some roadies back there propping it up, making sure it didn't go over all the way.
Oh, sure, yeah.
That's like,
is it 12 tall? Is it 12 tall?
That's like when Hendrix used to, bump and grind his Marshalls, and his roadies would be standing behind going, "Oh,
yeah."
I love those photos of, the side shot. You see the roadies panicking and hanging on for dear life, hoping those Marshalls don't fall on top of them.
Yeah.
So,
I think the best thing was the what was it, Metallica '97 tour, when they destroyed their stage at the end of the show, and it was all it was all like the lighting trusses are coming down, and some guys, like one of the lighting guys is like got his foot tangled up in one of the cords, and he's swinging back and forth and everything, and it was hilarious because like half the people there thought it was real. It was just enough before the internet spoiled everything, so no one didn't know people went in not knowing what to expect and everything. But they finished the show with like a single light bulb hanging there and like some acoustic guitars or whatever, and they had like an ambulance come in and haul somebody off and everything. It's like a good 10 minutes of like shtick they had going on.
Fantastic.
God.
Yeah. Are you saying, Chris, that it was all worked out? I can't
Of
believe
course.
it.
It was hilarious because to watch
Like
the
all these other
reaction,
things, yes.
so many people. In fact, I went with it was someone who worked for Player Magazine Japan. This girl Yoshika Harita, and her boyfriend that had come out to New York, and I took them. It was crazy because it's like, I'd been just the year before. I'd been out to Tokyo with Mr. Big and at Budokan, and Japanese audiences are so incredibly polite and good mannered. I mean, they cheer and they're loud and everything like that. But after the show was done, like 15 minutes later, the place was absolutely empty and there was not a single speck of trash on the ground. Like the whole Budokan arena was just spotless. And I took Yoshika, and we got a car service out from Manhattan and went out to Long Island, out to Nassau Coliseum, and it was just like night and day. Like we, first of all, again, after the Mr. Big show, the band all came back. They met people, all the hospitality and stuff like that. And with Metallica, we were off in this room, and I think we were kind of in the B level, like after show room. And we hung out there for an hour and like nobody showed up. And she was expecting to show up because like in Japan, the artists all show up. You got to honor Mr. Udo, who's the big promoter there, that's you got to do that, But I was just telling her, I was kind of looking around at the other people and going like, wow, these look like, people who won radio contest stuff or something. These don't really look like industry people. And we should probably head back to the city because I don't think the band's coming out. But then we get into the car, to leave in the car service and everything. And we're going through the parking lot and there's just mountains of trash you know, empty beer cartons, you know, cases and stuff like that, broken bottles everywhere. And just, I saw her and her boyfriend just looking at the place like, oh my God, these people are pigs, you know?
Oh, goodness.
Budokan, that's for sure.
But she also wasn't sure if the whole thing was a shtick or not. She thought, oh my God, you know, are they okay? You know, it's like, yeah, I think that was just part of the show, you know? Like the fact that they had an ambulance come in and haul some people off, and then the band comes out there and still does the song. I don't think they would have done that if they were actually injured, you know?
Yeah. It's part of the show.
Oh, they had all of that, didn't they? Well, people coming on with stretchers and kind of all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
they actually drove an ambulance out to the floor and everything. It was just like, oh my God, it's so over the top.
Yes, if you're going to do it big.
Do it big. That's what they did. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. What fun. Yeah, fantastic.
But yeah, the Van Halen shtick, I mean, that's the one thing I think I missed from the later tours, you know, is that they didn't have their little fun little gimmick things. You know, we were talking earlier about that, like the four-handed bass when Michael Anthony was playing, and then Eddie would reach over and he'd join in, and they'd both be playing on the same bass together, and that kind of stuff.
You kind of grow up, don't you? It's not the same when you're something, and then you're 50 something still doing it, going out on tour. It can't be the same, can it? Quite.
Nah.
You know.
No, I guess, you know, they grew up, and you know that maybe they just decided not to do that with their later shows and focus more on the music, which is, you know, cathartic. Yeah,
that's what you're there for. So that's yeah.
It would have been cathartic for them too to sit there and you know, without all the gimmicks, without all that playing their music and the people getting off on that would have been fantastic. Like, I know Ed would have been just gleaming inside to know that people were getting off on it without the gimmicks.
Oh yeah, so, no, definitely.
Yeah. No, awesome.
Especially for him playing sober too. So I think that was a big part of it. You know, that's because I really think that. I mean, I know the Balance tour was. I think he got through most of that sober, but definitely 2012 and 2015, those tours were, you know, completely sober. So
yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, it was a whole different world for him then.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I know that he struggled on that first one with Wolfie, and that kind of created some rifts because I saw one of the shows where things started to fall apart was the famous show where it was in New Jersey at the Meadowlands, and Ed was having problems with his monitor. He was getting blasts of feedback through it, and he ended up picking up the monitor and throwing it at the guy who was doing the monitor mixes for them. So, but and then he did a solo later that night, and it was, I hate to say it, but it was really not good. It was just really, really rough. And that was kind of a drag for me. Actually, talking about your mother, because my father died that day that I went to go see that show. And so I was kind of in a weird mood anyways, you know, and I went because, you know, I had to. I was, you know, I had to see Eddie play because I cover him. And but, you know, to see that, and then I was kind of looking forward to the solo, and then Ed kind of didn't really deliver, unfortunately, on the solo.
No.
So it was because of his mood that he was in, because of what happened earlier in the show.
Yeah, I think that well, it was a combination of things. Ed had started drinking again, and he actually had been fighting with Wolfgang, so he wasn't in a good mood. And then I think the guy on the monitors not doing a good job just sent him over the top. And he stopped concentrating, and I'd never seen Ed do that before. Usually the show was everything, you know, and that's just any other distractions. He just rolled off his back, but he actually stopped playing at points, and he was picking up his guitar, he was slamming it down on the ground, and he was pointing at the thing, and it's just like he stopped playing, you know, the song half the time. I think they even did a false start on one song, and they had to start it over again. And it just really got to him. And then I was like looking, going, wow, something's really, really wrong up there.
Yeah. And so it wasn't a cathartic experience, Chris.
No.
Unfortunately, no. I was very lucky.
He picks up the monitor with one hand, and he flings it over at the side of the stage. And I turned to my wife and I said, someone's going to be fired after the show.
They were fired right then, Chris. They were fired right that minute.
Yeah.
in Ed's head, you're fired. Yeah. No, that's sad. That is sad actually. But it was good to know that
well, he
I
got
think
out of it, didn't he?
One thing you've got to remember though is that period, I guess we might not have ever saw Ed back up on stage if it wasn't for Wolf.
Correct.
Wolf, was the instigator of getting him back up and playing, and and a different kind of truth and all that. It's just so as sad that would have been, at least that they were playing, and I guess Ed would have had that opportunity to play with his son, which was something that you wouldn't be able to describe to anyone what that feeling would be like.
That's the thing. I think it's just we were talking earlier about that because it was inevitable. It was really is the fact that Wolfgang did develop a talent. That's what Ed wanted. I know very much so from day one, from the day Wolfgang was born. That's what he wanted. Was that to have his kids. His kid. To play music with. And Wolfgang fulfilled that dream for him in, such a huge way.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I was like anybody else. I was skeptical, because I was one of the very first people that he told that, Wolfgang was in the band. I think the only other person he had told was, I think Howard Stern. That was about the same time. I mean, that's the other problem again with print is that, I get told these things, and I told the guys at Guitar World, I got, big, huge news. A, David Lee Roth is back. B, Wolfgang, his son, is going to be playing bass, and it's like, because the story that I did wasn't going to be till the issue after the one we were working on. So we did an item on that. Yeah. And talking about the Rosen thing, I mean, Ed was still drinking quite heavily at that point. But he made some comment about Roth get up here, and sing. And I won't repeat what he actually said, but even what I printed, he got upset about afterwards because it's like, but you told me that, that's what you said. I mean, I toned it down even from what you said, because what you said was really kind of offensive, and but it was funny because it was just I was skeptical about Wolf. I was like, hey, really, 15-year-old kid? Yeah, we heard him play, 316 with you and on guitar, and he was good. Are you serious? And it's like he was just adamant about it. Now he kicks my ass, and the kid delivered. Wolfgang delivered.
100%.
Yeah.
He's playing on a different kind of truth is sensational.
Oh, yeah.
Despite what I think of the mix of the album, it's a lot of that when I listen to it, like I listened to it not long ago. I hadn't listened to it for a long time deliberately because I go through stages where I listen to like Hendrix, Van Halen, all that too much. I need a break. And and I find that it's good to not listen to it for a month or two, and then you put it on and it's like feels a bit fresh again. So, but I was blown away at Wolf's playing bass on that record. That first listen back to it, I was like, wow, that's sensational. So I always knew it was good, but I really focused on it, and and he's come into his own, which is fantastic. He's his own artist now, which is great. And I guess he's had that opportunity to honor his father at the Taylor Hawkins tribute, which is another thing that you guys probably spoke about as well. So that was really nice to see, and a little bit of a, it was good to see that they even played Panama because he's had that in joke with his haters or, the online
Panama for you.
Yeah. And they played it, so I thought that was just like so cool. And it sounded fantastic.
Just wind them up, though, Brad, won't it? It'll just wind them up.
True.
Oh, what you do? You know, I think he's doing the right thing. I think he should keep away from his dad's stuff as much as possible and do his own thing. I think that's the way to do it. Absolutely. Fine doing it the Taylor Hawkins thing. I think that's an apt backdrop to do it. But I think he's completely right to go, I'm not doing it. I am so not doing it. I think that's completely the right decision from his point of view, you know. Because he lives in the shadow of his dad anyway, doesn't he? So if you start going out and playing your dad's tunes, you end up being some kind of tribute act in a funny kind of way, don't you? Yeah. Odd tribute act because you're the son of, so you're a bit closer to it. But no, I absolutely think he should keep, what it's worth. I think he should keep away from the Van Halen stuff and do his own. I think that's a sensible thing to do. You know.
Yeah. And I think if he did do the Taylor Hawkins thing, if he did do that with, you know, Roth and say Michael Anthony and Alex, it would have been probably really uncomfortable for him. You know, I think the fact that he did it with the lineup of guys that he did, you know, I think that made it.
No history, is there?
Yeah.
There's no history there. There's no kind of, nobody's carrying anything. You can go out, you know, and to mighty Dave Grohl on bass and, you know, and I thought it went really well. And Justin Hawkins, you know, as you say, that you're away from it then, aren't you? You're doing something, you know, but you're not. It's not anybody else from Van Halen. It's not anybody else doing it. You're a step away. I think that's probably a sensible move too, to be honest.
True.
Do you think, you know, in his eyes, like Wolf's eyes, playing that Taylor Hawkins tribute, that he was honouring his father, obviously, by playing the guitar parts, but he was doing it as a fan. Like the people that were on stage with him were fans. Taylor Hawkins was a Van Halen fan, so he's a fan of Van Halen as well, even though he was in the band. So he's doing it as a fan and playing with fans instead of playing with the family. Obviously, that would have been like with Alex up there, Mikey up there, you know, on guitar. That might have felt a little bit uncomfortable for him.
Precisely, and that was the point that we agreed on, Brad. It was because of that, and because of the fans standing there in awe, giving that energy, if you like, back to Wolfgang. Just look at his face, bro. Yeah. Look at the smile that he had and the way that he was interacting with the rest of that band, bro. It was just like, I think that was a pivotal point for Wolfgang, and probably Chris is going to tell us a little bit more about that when he comes back and does another show and bears that out with us. But I think that was a pivotal point, I think, for Wolfgang when he realised actually this Van Halen stuff is important. Yeah, you know, and I think that's just feeding into what I'm hopefully getting from what Chris was saying earlier at the top of the show, the way that they're interacting with Matt around the EVH brand, the way that they're going with that, some of the secrets they're telling Chris about guitars coming up ahead, you know. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, Brad. I think there was just this whole... what is it? Who's that guy that? Oh gosh, Simon, you'll know who he is. You'll know the author.
I forget more than that.
Bowski. The guy that got discovered in the 50s when he was in his 50s. And he basically said, "Don't try, just do it." Oh.
I don't need more to get on. Did he have a beard or not?
Chris will know the author, I'm sure. Come on, you got. Oh gosh.
I think that's the longest amount of silence of all.
Yeah. What's he? What? I mean, Chris, just while Andrew's trying to.
Oh, Bukowski.
That's right. Yeah, so you know his philosophy is just don't try, or do nothing. Just do it. Just don't. Yeah. So that's the point that I was trying to make, Brad. Backing up your statement, I think that basically Wolfgang just went there and did it as a fan.
Yeah, Brad. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
He said, what he told me was that it was kind of Dave's idea. Dave Grohl's idea for him to play the Van Halen stuff. That Dave asked him, to do this, and would you be comfortable doing it? And I'm paraphrasing what Wolfgang said. I have a video. It's online of 4.5 minutes. We talked about his performance at Wembley, but he basically said, yeah, Dave called him. He says, like, well, I wanted to think about it, and then he realized that this is the time, if there's ever a time I'm going to do it, it's now, and I think that really got him to go, and that got him motivated. And I think he realized, because it's like, well, yeah, Dave Grohl is a fan, and all these other, people that I'm going to be up there with are fans, and I think that took a lot of the pressure off of him too.
And Taylor was a huge fan, so that made it even more respectful for Taylor. Exactly.
I mean, I wish I could be a fly on the wall to know exactly how the conversation between him and Dave went down, but I'm sure there was something about, Taylor would have loved this, I get the feeling he didn't explicitly say that, but I bet that was probably part of the conversation.
Definitely.
That convinced him.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just and of course, and that's the other thing Wolfgang said is like, yeah, I'm not sure if I can do this, but he says, I need your support. He said to Dave, I need your support, and I need you up there on stage with me. Doing this. So it's really, we have Dave Grohl to thank as much, for that happening.
Good point.
Yeah,
definitely.
I think, Chris, that Van Halen have two separate problems, don't they? They have the legacy problem. How do they curate the legacy going forward? There's, I don't know, live stuff, unreleased stuff, redoing that, whatever that is, and then they've got the Taylor Hawkins thing, which is the tribute,
right?
Kind of one-off to kind of tribute thing, don't they? Which they seem to have those two things, kind of, they're separate issues in a way.
That's, I think, that's for most of the fans. That's what they want, and my thing would be, don't hold your breath. Unfortunately,
no, I don't see it either, to be honest. And I think it might be too difficult for all those members to get together and do something. David Lee Roth seems like he's quite hard work, to be honest.
Yeah. I think there's that, and regarding the vault, the music in the vault.
Yeah.
One thing, when I talked with Matt Bruck and Wolfgang about the future of the EVH brand, and I don't want to read too much into it, but they did say explicitly that Ed had laid out a very detailed plan for the EVH brand of what he wanted done with it and what products were going to come out and what he wanted to see happen with it. Now, did he do the same thing with the music in the vaults? I don't think so. I think to Ed, and knowing what I know of Ed, those were just sketches. They were not finished ideas. That was him noodling, working out ideas. There might have been some demos. There were some demos. When Wolfgang talks about there not being finished songs, because Ed told me that they had done, I forget how many extra songs, for a different kind of truth. And Wolf kind of came back and said, like, they're not finished songs, but knowing what I know of the process, it was kind of the Dave karaoke thing. I think they're instrumental tracks that they have that are done. They're not done because there's no vocals on them.
Yeah.
So they worked with Dave, and they figured out what songs they were going to record with him vocally. And the vocals that he did were just those songs that we hear on the album. There's no extra David Lee Roth recordings, but I know that there's the trio.
Yeah.
So,
do they have like another person who's not so close to it, who can be a bit more objective about it?
Me, Brad Talinsky, me. There's a few other people. Brian.
No, but in terms of like a producer or somebody who's not family.
Well, yeah, like Brian Kehoe would be a good example of somebody
right
who could do that. I think. Yeah. There's definitely plenty of people, especially out there in LA. There's plenty of people out there that are recording people, but I just think it wasn't in Ed's wishes. I think that material was just, again, I don't want to bring up the Rosen thing again, but it's like it's a private thing, you know. It's just this is stuff I didn't do this for public consumption. You know, this was me experimenting with stuff. I was working out ideas and whatever, and I'd love to hear it, you know. And I'm sure there's some really great stuff in there, and I'm super curious. But at this point, I think it's low on the priority list.
Yeah,
cool.
You know,
no,
I think the tribute show, Wolfgang has basically said that this is it. You know, the Taylor Hawkins thing. I think he's tried to work out some, you know, he did mention that he's tried to work out, and there's some problems with the other parties involved. And we know Michael Anthony's not a problem. Michael Anthony, you know, will roll over and bark, you know, if you tell him to. We know Alex probably isn't a problem because it's his brother, you know. It's the singers, you know, that's where the problem is.
No surprises there.
Yeah. And
it's been their problem the whole way along, really, hasn't it?
It has been, yeah. It's what it drove Ed crazy, you know. And it's just kind of funny because I was thinking back about it. It's like, you know, Ed was usually pretty good about not saying anything bad about Roth, or if he said anything, we would usually excise it from my interviews because he just didn't want to upset the boat. But he did let his guard down when he did the interview with Tony Iommi. When I did the interview with him and Tony Iommi, where they talked about, you know, lead singer's disease and dealing with singers and all this other stuff, and they both were kind of lamenting that whole thing. And I was just thinking back about that, like, holy shit, you know, Roth was still in the band. Roth was in the band. You know, they hadn't even done A Different Kind of Truth yet. They had done the first tour, and here was Ed saying this stuff, you know. But all the times I talked with Ed solo, it's like, oh gosh, I better roll it back about, you know, anything that I don't want Roth feeling. I mean, it's like that first instance, you know, Roth wasn't really 100% officially in the band yet, you know, and Roth said, you know, I am telling Dave, get your ass up here and sing, you know, and he was like, oh my God, you know, why'd you print that? You know, I was like, because you said it, because it was cool, you know.
Yeah.
And he was so worried about Roth seeing that and saying, fuck it, I'm not going to do it. You know, that's how on the edge he was with his relationship with Ed, with Dave.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we all know that Sammy wants to do it because he's basically come out saying recently he'll do it.
But that's what he says to the public, and we don't know what it's like behind the scenes. You know, I mentioned a little bit earlier about even at the Taylor Hawkins tribute. I won't mention any names, and I don't know for sure exactly, but I just know that some of the artists that performed in that came along with their own set of demands that my dressing room can't be next to this person's dressing room. I don't want to cross paths with this person. I want to be this separated. I have to be after this person's performance. You know, they came with all these demands.
Wow.
You know, poor old Dave Grohl having to sort all that out.
Yeah. And it got to the point where they couldn't even they had to actually get trailers and put them out in the Forum parking lot, you know, because that's the only way they could keep people separated that didn't want to deal with each other.
Well, you know, I don't know. I mean, they could always get Gary in to sing. You know, he's still out touring himself with Extreme, and he was a member of Van Halen. I mean, it wouldn't hurt. I mean, he sung all those eras so well. That was the concert that I got to see here in Australia, in Sydney, and part of it's on YouTube, thankfully. And I couldn't imagine why he wouldn't. He'd do it. I'm sure he would.
Gary would not. Gary's not a problem. I can tell you, he was Gary. You know, especially when we talked to him for the book, was just you couldn't ask for anybody to be more cooperative, and you know, to get he sent a private message over, which I can't even remember, but it made me cry, you know, after he saw the book and read it. And it was just like, wow, he was just, it was really touching, the message that he wrote to Brad and me, you know, that, but it's, you know, and he's one of the few that acknowledged, you know, what we did.
Yes.
So, for him to write such a close personal message, he's just a good guy. I mean, that's all I can say is he's just a really good guy.
Do you think, Chris, that if you were going to do a tribute concert, whether the fans would go for Gary doing it as opposed to the Sammy.
They didn't
I
before.
don't feel as though they would, to be honest. I think they feel it was a bit, it wasn't quite what they were.
The Van Halen. I mean, that's the thing. To this day, we still, you go to a Van Halen forum, and inevitably it's going to evolve into a Dave versus Sammy argument somewhere down the line.
Yeah.
I mean, just even the Van Halen news desk thing. I just, that they did a little thing about my little video with Wolfgang, and in the comments section there, already someone started dissing Dave, and I said, "Oh, I know where this is going." And the guy was like, "Oh, because my video, I disabled the comments on YouTube because I just didn't want it to turn into a troll fest or a Dave versus Sammy argument." And I also have a life, and I can't be, I can't be deleting troll posts. I can't be deleting spam posts, this, that, and the other. And it's just like, my thing was just like, don't give people a forum to make comments. Just let the video stand for itself, And this guy was going, "Oh, well, he's got the comments disabled. That's a bad sign." It's like, bad sign of what?
Yeah,
like,
it's a
I'm going
bad
to
sign
steal
for
your
you.
credit card information? Yeah, well, because you can't go. And this was the guy who was going already starting up all the Dave dissing. And so, like, gosh, here we just had a really positive thing. I had a great positive experience with Wolfgang, and he's talking this great positive thing about the tribute and everything like that. And here's a guy trying to turn this thing into, let's all hate on David Lee Roth,
Yeah. It's not good. May not be good for you because you can't comment some idiotic post. It's good for me. I don't have to deal with it. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Depends on your point of view.
But I see this. I mean, it's great. Most of the fans are wonderful. I love the Van Halen fans. A great family. All you people, are just great, and it's great to be able to interact with you all and everything. But yeah, there are some people out there that just still can't get over,
the crazies.
any of the singer drama. It's just like, gosh, dude, just let it go.
I think we're on this channel, Chris. We've been very adamant about the fact we don't favor any era. We love all of the eras of Van Halen, just because it's music. It's in retrospect, we're talking now, and I think fans are a little bit more open to a Ed celebration, regardless of who's singing, regardless of who's playing on stage. I don't think it would be such a big deal as what. Mate, you're always going to have those trolls that are going to comment online. But they would be the ones that buy a ticket to go see the show as well. So, but
to complain about it.
Yeah. But I mean, even the the Van Halen 3 album, we've reassessed. We've done the ranking of the tracks of it, and we've all over-analysed the record and all come to a conclusion that it was an album that Ed needed to do. It was something that. And we all appreciate it more now in retrospect than maybe at the time.
Well, I think that's the thing that really hit home with me when I did the Guitar Aficionado interview with Ed. He was talking about certain guitars that he played on that record. And I picked up this whole thing of like, wow, he really was proud of that record.
Yeah.
Even though it bombed commercially, I could just tell that the creativity that he was talking about and the expression. I mean, because he really talked very fondly about that album when he was talking about the guitars that he played on it.
Yeah.
And it's something that, especially in the book, that we really wanted to go into. And I even, when Brad and I were starting on the book, I had a conversation, just after Ed passed away. And I said, Brad, go back and listen to Van Halen 3 again, because I remember we were working together at Guitar World in the office, and it was kind of one of those things where it was a big disappointment for a lot of us, and we're kind of like, oh gosh, and a lot of us didn't revisit it after the point. And I had spent some time with it after 2013, after I did that interview with Ed, when he was talking about that stuff, and it's like, oh, let me listen to those parts again. And it's like, yeah, this is really interesting stuff he's doing here, and it's like, I can see where he's getting to. He was really branching out creatively quite a bit, and I kind of overlooked a lot of that just in the whole drama, I think, because it was the Roth thing, because it was like the whole, they're getting back together with Roth, and then all of a sudden, yoink, and now Gary's the singer, and So a lot of us are predisposed to kind of be very critical of that record. But I told Brad, I said, go back and listen to it. It's like, yeah, you're right. It's like there's, they needed a proper producer. They needed to do some editing on the songwriting, but guitar wise, if you just concentrate on the guitar playing, wow, it's really quite a powerhouse of a creative expression, a statement from Ed.
100%. I mean, some albums are a signpost, aren't they? Some albums are a signpost to a different direction, a different place.
Yeah.
And they're not always entirely successful, but actually they are, they are the place you are at that time artistically. So you do that, and then and it points you to another place. And it's you can go back and do Van Halen 1 again, can't you? But
and that's what so many fans wanted, either 5150 again, or they wanted Van Halen 1 again, or they wanted 1984 again. And Ed didn't want to go there. And he'd grown and progressed. I mean, the first time I interviewed him, he was very forthcoming. I knew that Sammy's days were numbered, even though they hadn't even released the Balance album yet. But he kind of took me aside and said, like, yeah, I come up with this great riff. And then Sammy, and this again was stuff that he just was like, he was just frustrated. I could tell. He was just like, oh, I come up with this riff, and then Sammy comes up with these lyrics, and that's not where I'm at. I'm not in the whole party thing. I'm not, Amsterdam, that's been told many times, but it's just like he was so upset with that's my brother and I are Dutch. We're from there, and he's writing about a place to go, smoke hash and party and stuff, and. Just like that's not us,
not the vibe anymore. No.
Yeah, but he was just really lamenting that, and oh boy, it's but he found in Gary someone that he could express himself, and he felt like I can get into these deeper lyrical things, and so often he brings up like the Peter Gabriel So album, but that was such a benchmark for him. I think he saw himself doing music of that. He wanted to be like a Peter Gabriel, like the guitar equivalent of a Peter Gabriel. I think that's really what Ed's ambition was, to be, to do this music and to be kind of serious and considered as a serious artist, not the guy that you go and get drunk on a Saturday night, and party to, but, someone that you kind of sit down and listen to, and very adult, type of thing. That was really his ambition.
Yeah. It's different when you're 55 or 60, isn't it, to when you're 25. It's you are a different person, and he's clearly managed to conquer some of his demons and get out of the drink malaise, which is and then you're on the other side of that, aren't you? And that, I'm sure that would have given him a very different perspective on the world, post that. And then you as you say, you start, because actually I want to be more of a serious artist, and I want to be taken seriously.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, there's stuff I had heard that he had done, cello music, acoustic piano music and stuff. It was so much beyond just the guitar stuff that he was doing, but even incredible guitar things. And it's, and again, that's stuff that's in the vault. It wasn't finished, but it's like I could see where he really wanted to go. I wish that, because I guess there was that thing we were talking earlier with John Conklin, about, with that conversation that Ed was having with that one ex Rolling Stone writer about, wanting to do maybe this other, branch out and do all these other projects and things like that. And I think that was kind of what Ed really wanted to do all along. But, Van Halen paid the bills, so... and especially with Roth in the band, that paid the bills very well.
I listened to Van Halen 3 a couple of weeks ago for the first time in months, maybe 6 months or more, and I think the first 3 tracks I just had them cranked. Like, I thought, sounds fantastic, it's unreal. So I encourage everyone to go and listen to that and with an open mind again. Now, it's one of those things where I think I think we got a little bit inside Ed's head there with that record.
And he was, he was struggling. He was struggling with the, the addiction stuff at that time, and he was going to, a lot of psychotherapy and everything, and really looking inward. And there was a real deep maturity to Ed at that point of his life that I think most people just don't realize, and he was a lot more intellectual, I think, than people realize too. I think, for English having been a second language for him, he didn't always express himself quite as eloquently as someone who had English as a first language. I'm sure if you did an interview with him in Dutch, he probably would have gotten a heck of a lot more nuance and detail out of what he was talking about. But
was he still a Dutch speaker, Chris?
Yes, definitely. Oh man, you should have heard the conversations him and his brother had. It's like, oh man, there was times like the phone would ring, and he'd be like, hold on, Al's on the phone, hold on. Just they'd go off and just it's like, what the hell is going on? What are they talking about?
Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah.
And
I guess that also, if you're, because I'm in the UK, so have some that European sensibility is very different to the American sensibility.
Absolutely.
The way of dealing with people, the way you are as people is very different, and I'm sure that would make a difference to how he dealt with the band and things. I guess I might find that quite difficult.
Absolutely. And I think, again, the family thing is the importance of family, and, Americans have this whole big thing about independence and breaking off and, youthful rebellion. And I mean, every culture has youthful rebellion, but the kind of Americans kind of take it to the nth degree where you're like my age and you're still youthful rebellion, so
it's a country thing, isn't it? It's only 250 years old. So it's kind of, it's sort of that sort of thing, isn't it?
Exactly.
We're still a young country, therefore we're young and rebellious.
But it's the whole thing here of like, I've experienced, I move all the way across, 3,000 miles, 2,500 miles away from my family, that kind of thing. That's just what we do here, and, it's a sad thing. Like I talked about my brother dying at 60. I hadn't seen my brother in the flesh for 10 years before he died. We talked.
Well, because you live 5,000 miles apart.
But yeah, he lived in San Jose, California, and I live in the New York City area. So our lives got busy. We got caught up in things. I had a daughter, and that became my focus. And I had my job and everything, and he had his thing going on. And then the next thing I know, I'm flying out for his funeral. And so but Ed was tight with his family. Ed and Alex, they're very tight.
I understand that completely. I have a very close-knit family. My brother and my two sisters, we are very close as a family,
And I think that was the thing for Ed with the band, is he viewed the band as a family. And I think that's why,
when they're not.
The problem with the singers was that, that they had their own, again, they were free spirits, and it kind of comes with the lead singer personality thing too. But, I think Ed really, that's why Wolfgang was inevitable again, because family, I think there was a little bit of mistrust. I mean, even with Michael Anthony, there's really, again, so agreeable, but because he just wasn't family. And I think the other thing is that maybe Ed didn't realize this, is that Michael Anthony was a family guy in his own respect. He had his wife and his family, and he wanted to spend time with them, not hanging out at 5150, to record until, the wee hours of the morning or whatever. He wanted to go home to his wife and kids. So
for sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been near on. Chris, you've blessed us with your presence, your wisdom.
Thank you so much, Chris.
And your insight for 6 hours and 47 minutes, Chris.
I got the sun coming up soon, so it's 4 in the morning here, 4:20.
Personally, I want to thank you. Personally, I want to thank you for the time that you've given us here on the channel. But more than that, though, your book, obviously, and we'll have links if anybody is watching the replay here and they've managed, congratulations, to get to 6 hours and 47 minutes. There'll be a link for you to buy the hard copy and the paperback copy if you want. Please support Chris because, you know, and we'll also have your Instagram account here too,
cool,
Chris.
cool.
If people want to follow you as well, we'll attach that here, please.
Cool.
As well for you. And you know, I'm going to ask you to give the final words, Chris, and thank you and thank everybody that's been on the show with us, hanging out with us and sharing your experiences. We've had a great time. And more importantly, everybody in the chat that's contributed to some great comments as well. So it's certainly an annual event for the channel, guys, isn't it? Our EVH special, and we look forward to catching up, Chris, with you before October the 6th next year.
Oh, absolutely. I'm around. So as you can tell, I love to talk. So
thanks so much, Chris.
It's really great to have somebody who, you know, somebody who's an expert on the show, Chris. You know, I think, you know, it's really important, and your insight, knowledge, and experience.
Well, you guys help me out too, because you guys all feed me stuff, and it adds to that, you know, that,
Chris,
that rabbit hole.
If there's any anything that we can do on our channel for you for any future projects you have, Chris, just give us a yell. Cool. Brad and I and Simon, and we can wrangle a couple of people together if you want to come on and take advantage, like we were saying before, take advantage of the social media networks that you've already got. We would consider it a privilege if you ever decided to use us for any project you have.
Any musical project, yeah, absolutely.
Sounds good. Sounds perfect.
Yeah,
all right,
gentlemen, thank you.
You want to give the last words, and we'll let you go and get some sleep.
I have nothing to say other just, you know, I will send out a message to Ed. We know you're out there, and man, you blessed us with some incredible times, incredible music. You know, we are so appreciative, and thanks to all of you who are spreading the word and keeping him alive, because that's, you know, I remember when Ed passed away, and the first thing I did was get on my phone and I sent a text message out to Matt, and I sent a message out to Janie and saying, like, whatever we can do, whatever I can do to help, we need to keep him alive. We need to think about him always and just keep on talking about him, you know, and it's just the least we can do for him, you know, because he's given us all so much. So it's
well said.
Thank you, Ed.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Take us away, boss. Bye, everyone.